Lie still. Continue dual cultivation. Hahuan sect, Holy Maiden's chamber. On the luxurious jade bed, Yusia's dark hair was scattered all around. Bastard. She was both embarrassed and angry, her voice trembling. This is already the 7th time. You still want more? She glared at the young man before her. What kind of face was that? Skin whiter than snow, eyes as deep as whirlpools. A figure so graceful it was unbelievable. Stunningly beautiful, a true peerless beauty, not an exaggeration, just one glance, and all living beings would be captivated. But now, Yusia, her clothes were disheveled, her bright eyes reddened, dark hair stuck to her sweat-dampened cheeks. That wretched appearance strangely radiated a breathtaking allure. She was the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, usually noble and aloof, like a celestial goddess, untouchable. When had she ever been like this? The young man before her was called Lu Chun. Nominally, he was her Tao companion. In reality, he was a furnace allocated by the sect for her to cultivate with, a waste with 10 innate spiritual roots. Originally, she had agreed to dual cultivate with him once to break through the bottleneck of mid-foundation establishment stage. Just once. Who the hell knew this seemingly mediocre guy would be so fierce? 7 times in a row. His breath remained steady without any disturbance. Instead, he made her whole body limp. Even her toes tingled unbearably. You scoundrel. Yusia's voice trembled, filled with a mix of shame and anger. We agreed it would be just once. Who told you? Before she could finish speaking, she indeed broke through and successfully stepped into mid-foundation establishment. But at what cost? Her first kiss was gone. Her yuaning body was gone too. Completely gone. Lu Chun just leaned there, supporting his chin, looking lazy. In the depths of his eyes, it seemed a vortex was hidden. No longer was he the timid and self-abased boy of the past. Instead, he wore a sly, wicked smile. That smile made Yusia's heart skip a beat for no reason. Holy maiden, don't you want to break through? He said in a low voice, full of teasing. As your furnace, I must wholeheartedly serve you. Hearing this, Yusia froze entirely. Since 3 days ago, when she slapped Lu Chun because of her bad mood, this guy had completely changed. It was as if his soul had been replaced. Not only had he become silver-tongued, his behavior was wild and unrestrained. And yet, because of her cultivation bottleneck, she strangely agreed to his dual cultivation request. What exactly was going on? Yusia forced herself to stay calm and spoke coldly. Listen carefully. After this time, I will compensate you. Cultivation resources, I will provide. I'll find a gentle-tempered junior sister for you as your dual cultivation partner. She paused, her gaze icy. Then, we will go to the management hall to dissolve the marriage contract. From then on, we owe each other nothing. Her voice was resolute. The Yu family had long been betrothed to Yun Outyin, the holy son of Yunlan's sect. But he had been in seclusion all this time. Tomorrow, Yun Outyin would come out of seclusion. As long as she got rid of Lu Chun, this useless furnace, she could openly be with him. With her peerless beauty and world-renowned name. Even having lost her yuaning body, she was still the white moonlight in the hearts of countless prodigies in Qingzhou. Senior brother Outyin surely wouldn't mind. He wouldn't. After hearing this, Lu Chun smiled wickedly. Suddenly, he leaned closer. The blazing pure yang energy washed over her. Yusia instinctively leaned back. But he caught her wrist. Dissolve the marriage contract. His fingertips brushed over Yusia's flushed cheek. His low voice seemed to whisper some forbidden secret. My holy maiden. He was so close that Yusia could feel the heat of his breath. Having tasted your flavor, I really am a little reluctant to let go. A hidden fire seemed to burn in his eyes, like a demon lord. Ironically, Lu Chun was a rare, pure yang, saintly body, one that appeared once in 10,000 years. Yet he was a 10-root waste. In this cultivation world, having 10 roots was a talent despised by the heavens. Forget about foundation establishment. Even absorbing extra spiritual energy was difficult. Everyone in the Hahuan sect knew him, destined to be a furnace from birth. Such a low cultivation furnace could only barely serve foundation establishment fairies. Beyond that, purely useless, tasteless to eat, regretful to throw away. But somehow, since that first time last night, Lu Chun was like a ferocious ancient beast. Once, then again and again, This made Yusia both furious and ashamed beyond words. Lu Chen continued, Holy Maiden, I'm just helping you stabilize your cultivation out of kindness. Since the sect sent me to assist you, I have to be responsible. He leaned toward her ear, the heat making it warm. You've neglected me for a whole year. Shouldn't I work overtime and make up for what you owe me? After saying this, Lu Chen sneered coldly in his heart. 3 days ago, he unexpectedly awakened memories from his past life. It turned out that he had reincarnated into this cultivation world. And damn it, he became the male furnace spirit of the Hahuan sect. Not only did he have the most useless 10 spiritual roots, but he was stuck at the 7th layer of the Qi refining stage, unable to progress an inch. His status was even lower than a mere servant disciple. He had originally thought he was holding the script of a waste counterattack. Who would have known? After so many years, forget about a system. He didn't even have an old master. And he bore the heavy burdens of family hatred and national resentment on his back. Luckily, he had a trump card. He was the exclusive furnace spirit of Yusia, the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect. A newcomer to this world, unfamiliar with the terrain. No golden finger, what could he do? He could only rely on himself to survive. Lu Chen's first plan was to win over this seemingly aloof, but actually simple holy maiden. In his past life, being a nightlife playboy, he was considered somewhat of an expert in romantic affairs. Dealing with an innocent little fairy like her? Wasn't that just a piece of cake? He thought he was really going to be a lifetime furnace spirit tool. But never did he expect. After taking Yusia's virginity, he discovered a shocking secret hidden inside his new body. The 10 spiritual roots were not shackles. The pure yang holy physique was not some innate furnace spirit destiny at all. His cultivation had surprisingly loosened. He had broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. In other words, he could grow stronger through dual cultivation. Embark on another supreme path. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Lu Chen's face still wore a sorrowful expression. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse and lonely. I know, your heart has always belonged to someone else. It's Yun Outyin, the holy son of Yunlan's sect, isn't it? I don't blame you. He gave a bitter smile. That smile was heartbreakingly forlorn. Truly loving someone, that is the happiest thing under heaven. I understand. He paused, his voice growing even more desolate. Unlike me, I can't even control my own fate. After speaking, Lu Chen lowered his head. At this moment, Yusia's heart felt as if it were being fiercely gripped by an invisible hand. She looked at the man before her with his head bowed. Her emotions were dizzyingly complex. She should hate him for violently taking away her most precious Yuanine body. Yet why? Seeing him like this, her heart was so tumultuous. She clearly knew better than anyone. Lu Chen had terrible aptitude. There was no hope for foundation establishment this life. He was a complete waste. But, since having that physical intimacy, she was terrified to find out. This worthless man, his figure, his aura, somehow had brazenly barged into her world and could no longer be shaken off. Recalling a year ago, when she just became the holy maiden, she was forced to accept becoming a dual cultivation partner with Lu Chen. Back then, many senior and junior disciples envied her, even secretly envied her, simply because Lu Chen possessed a rare pure, yang holy physique. But herself? Because of that faint affection in her heart for Yun Outyin, she kept neglecting him, not only refusing dual cultivation, she had even often beaten or scolded him. Looking back now, he was merely a pitiful person without freedom of will. Putting aptitude aside, judging solely on character and physique, he actually was a decent cultivation partner. If it weren't for the feelings in her heart for Yun Outyin beforehand, and their engagement already set, maybe before refining the golden core, she really would have chosen to cultivate peacefully with Lu Chen. One last time, Yusia suddenly turned her head, hiding her flushed cheeks. Her voice was cold and detached, without any trace of emotion. One more dual cultivation. My realm can then be completely stabilized. As soon as the words left her mouth, her soul was violently shaken. Good heavens, what had she just said? Was this still the noble, aloof holy maiden of the Hahuan sect? Stabilize her realm? Taking pills would suffice. She didn't need dual cultivation at all. But for some reason, when she saw Lu Chen's desolate eyes, it was as if she was possessed. Unexplainably, she agreed. Lu Chen's expression was calm. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His heart had long since blossomed with joy. He wrapped an arm around her, directly pushing Yusia down again. Gently. Yusia's beautiful face instantly flushed a deep red. Her voice became soft, shy and tender. That appearance was like a completely different person from the usually cold and peerless fairy. After a thorough and deep exchange, Yusia's surrounding spiritual energy flowed smoothly. Her previously unstable aura stabilized completely, and her spiritual power thickened by several degrees. Lu Chun felt clear and refreshed, standing at the bedside. Feeling the ceaseless surging power within his body, he couldn't help but secretively gasp. This pure yang holy physique was truly terrifying. After such turmoil, he didn't feel the slightest fatigue, instead invigorated, fighting more fiercely than before. His inner spiritual power had become even purer. He even felt he could fight 300 rounds straight. Damn it! A jolt ran through Lu Chen's heart. Could it be that this was his own golden finger? A special gift meant to assist each fairy in cultivation and stabilize their realms? He couldn't help but mutter inwardly. This task sounds alluring, but come to think of it, isn't it way too grueling? Purely a beast of burden, a physical labor. Memories from his past life suddenly surged into his mind. Countless women once surrounded him. These women fought jealously and caused endless turmoil. But lust is a double-edged sword, after all. In the end, fate caught up with him in the form of the peach blossom disaster. He died because of women. Unexpectedly, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the world of cultivation. It was quite miraculous. He had reincarnated and cycled through lifetimes for so long, dazed and confused for over 10 years, only now awakening memories of his past life. Could this be destiny's way of saying, life should not end here? Lu Chen's gaze landed on Yusia's graceful, slender figure. A warmth surged in his chest. A woman of such extraordinary beauty was truly soul-stirring and bone-melting. Those top-tier female celebrities with their perfect makeup in his past life, they weren't even worthy to carry her shoes. Not only was she as beautiful as a celestial fairy, but her heart was pure. Especially that figure. The exquisite curves were nothing less than the most perfect masterpiece gifted by heaven. Only, unfortunately, he was merely a small furnace tool. After being used, he was inevitably going to be mercilessly discarded by her. What hurt him the most? She already had a marriage engagement in place. Her heart belonged to another favored prodigy. Yin out yin. This made Lu Chun very displeased. That's why he was so rough during their dual cultivation. But who was Lu Chun? Having lived 2 lifetimes, there was truly no woman he couldn't conquer. Seeing Yusia beside him serenely closing her eyes in meditation, Lu Chen's gaze burned hot. This holy maiden might just be his opportunity. His golden finger couldn't be touched by others. The answer was naturally, absolutely impossible. That said, he had no genuine feelings for Yusia. It was purely the innate male pride and possessiveness acting up. The painful lessons from his past life were too deep. He had loved too deeply, too messily and complicatedly, which ultimately led to his own demise. So Lu Chen swore, this lifetime, he would never fall lightly again. Thinking so, he nodded his head slightly. A fitting verse escaped his lips. If love endures forever, why need day and night together? Nearby, meditating Yusia's gentle body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes quietly opened. A complex emotion flickered in her gaze. But in the end, she said nothing. Only that just stabilized aura became more turbulent once again. Seeing this, Lu Chun chuckled inwardly. This trick fooled so many young girls in my past life. Didn't expect it to work just as well in another world. Seems women, regardless of the world, all fall for this. An hour later, Yusia's spiritual energy was reined in, and her cultivation realm had completely stabilized. Recalling their 8 consecutive battles just now, she was both embarrassed and angry, glaring at Lu Chun. In my heart, there is only senior brother Out Yin. She frantically told herself. Surely this rake's pure yang holy body has something strange. It naturally suppresses me. Dual cultivation with Lu Chun was only to break through my bottleneck. Yes, that's it. UCF forcibly turned her head away, no longer daring to look at the face that stirred her feelings uneasily. Lu Chun caught every subtle movement. immediately relaxing into a smile, his tone tinged with teasing. Holy maiden, I prefer you when you're shy. Of course, your icy cold demeanor also carries a unique charm. It's really hard to bear the thought of ending our marriage contract. He paused, eyes dangerous. How about we put in some extra work? Lu Chun was certainly not joking. Holy maiden Yusia. The sensation was indescribably wonderful. Not only soul-stirring and bone-melting, but also beneficial to his cultivation, helping him advance. That perfect figure, especially those plump, rounded, heart-stoppingly curved legs. Even just a glance could cost someone their life. He truly craved her body. Hearing this, Yusia was furious. This rake. Using the excuse of helping her break through her bottleneck, he spun sweet words, claiming that his pure young holy body was of great benefit to her cultivation. Attacking her heart, feigning helplessness, she had unwittingly been robbed of her primordial ean, and forced 8 times in a row. She had even kindly prepared a large sum of spirit stones and cultivation resources for him. Now, he actually dared to flirt so lightly with her? A mere small furnace tool. Since when did he have such audacity? Lu Chun, don't entertain foolish delusions. Yusia's voice was cold and piercing. Today, we will go to the steward hall and annul the marriage contract. Tomorrow was the day senior brother Outyin would emerge from seclusion. She absolutely could not let her brother have any misunderstandings. She and Yin Outyin were childhood sweethearts. Their 2 great families were long-standing friends. They were the perfect match in the eyes of the world. Watching Yusia quickly draw a clear boundary between them, Lu Chun was not surprised. He had indeed used some small tricks before to make her lose control, but now it seemed this woman had completely sobered up. Yet that Yun Outyin, was he really her perfect match? A slight smirk curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. That was not necessarily so. Rest assured, he said lazily, his face full of indifference. I, Lu Chun, promise to dissolve the marriage contract and will never break my word. However, he paused for a few seconds, and the atmosphere instantly turned strange. You must think carefully. Once dissolved, we will be nothing more than strangers. There will be no ties between us ever again. He paused, his gaze laced with provocation as it swept over Yusia. If you regret it later and want me back, I won't take you in again. The corner of his mouth lifted, but his voice was cold to the bone. After all, I have a cleanliness obsession. I find things that others have touched dirty. Yusia almost laughed in anger. Lu Chun, you're far too presumptuous. Her voice was sharp. My heart belongs only to senior brother Outyin. I am the holy maiden of the sect, and you are but a mere furnace stage cultivator. There is a world of difference between us. We are not even from the same world. These words successfully ignited Lu Chen's fury and completely stirred his intense possessiveness. Good. A world of difference. What a so-called world of difference. He sneered inwardly. Since reason doesn't work, then he would speak in the language she could least resist. He no longer restrained himself, fully activating the pure yang sacred body. A burning heat instantly spread throughout the room. Slowly, he reached out his hand and pulled Yusia into his embrace. Her delicate body trembled. Sensing that familiar aura, she momentarily forgot to resist. This was a secret Lu Chun had discovered by chance. Whenever he fully exerted the pure yang sacred body, it had an almost instinctive and irresistible attraction to most female cultivators. Yusia was in complete turmoil. You scoundrel, what do you want to do? Let me go? I can't take it. I'm going to senior brother Outyin. However, her body's reaction was far more honest than her words. Lu Chen's moves were forceful, allowing no room for her resistance. You be gentler. Her coquettish voice was instantly drowned in a wave of sensuality. By the 9th round, the battle finally ceased. The air in the room was thick with an ambiguous, lingering tension. UCS silently tidied her clothes, her expression complicated beyond words. Her fingers repeatedly rubbed the hem of her garment as her gaze drifted toward the window, only to quickly pull back again. As for Lu Chen, he curled up on the bed, looking refreshed and satisfied, a faintly smug smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. TSK. Deservedly so for a holy maiden. That feeling was truly unparalleled. Let's go. UCF forcibly suppressed the strange feelings stirring in her heart, her voice returning to its usual coldness. intentionally laced with a touch of detachment. We're going to the steward hall now. She paused. To dissolve the marriage contract. All right, let's go. Lu Chen responded briskly, as if he couldn't wait. Upon hearing those words, a sudden pang struck Yusia's heart. A vague sense of blockage rose within her. She propped herself up on her arms to stand, but her legs suddenly weakened, barely able to support her. She nearly collapsed back onto the bed. Humph. She let out a soft huff, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she glared at Lu Chen. You jerk. It's all your fault. You've been way too rough with me. Lu Chen touched his nose with an embarrassed smile, but in his heart, there was no remorse. He had indeed not held back, using almost all his strength. After a year of being looked down upon and wronged, now that he finally had a chance for revenge, how could he go easy? Moreover, once this opportunity was gone, it likely wouldn't come again. If not now, then when to vent. Watching him like this, Yusia's feelings grew even more complicated. If it weren't for Yun Aoyin's imminent breakthrough, perhaps she might actually consider keeping Lu Chen by her side to cultivate. After all, besides Yun Aoyin, he was the only man she didn't find repulsive. In fact, he was the very man who had nearly made her lose control and fall into temptation again and again. Now, after 9 deep encounters, they knew each other thoroughly. Their physical compatibility astonishing. The only thing that annoyed her somewhat was that this guy had absolutely no sense of tender mercy. His moves were ferocious to an absurd degree, almost forcing her to take healing pills afterward. At the Healan sect, dissolving a Taoist marriage bond was straightforward. The sect's atmosphere was open, and disciples often exchanged Tao partners as needed for their cultivation. It was even common for multiple people to practice together. Going to the steward hall to complete the procedure was merely a formality. Soon, Lu Chen and Yusia finished their registration. The marriage contract was smoothly dissolved. As the two of them walked out of the steward hall one after the other, the sky was just right. But Yusia's heart? It felt heavy. Was she truly free? Then why was there an emptiness inside her? As if she had lost something important. After all, she was about to meet her childhood friend, the proud senior Yun Aoyin. To be with him. Wasn't this what she had always wanted? So why could she not feel any happiness at all? She instinctively glanced at Lu Chen beside her. That guy still looked as casual and indifferent as ever. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Instead, he looked completely relaxed, as if truly unburdened. Seeing this, an inexplicable anger surged in Yusia's heart. Wasn't she supposed to be the one happy? He was just a tin-spirit-rooted, useless furnace core. What right did he have to be more confident than her? Lu Chen, Yusia forced down her displeasure, her voice chilling enough to freeze. I'm sorry, but my heart belongs only to Senior Yun Aoyin. Her eyes cut towards him like blades. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Move out of the Saintess pavilion as soon as possible. She paused, her tone growing even colder. I've already given you the spirit stones I promised. As for the pills, she turned away, no longer looking at him. When the pill room finishes refining them, I will send someone to deliver them. Lu Chen heard this and smiled even more brightly. He quickly nodded. All right. Thank you very much, Saintess lady, for your generosity. Inside, he was overjoyed. His goal achieved. Physical desires satisfied. Compensation secured. This was a complete blood profit. If he wasn't welcomed here, another place would certainly welcome him. With his pure yang sacred body strength, in the circle of goddesses below the golden core stage, he was absolutely a sought-after commodity. Besides, Lu Chen was a former playboy in his past life. He definitely wouldn't be a simp in this life. The only slight regret was that he had only awakened his past memories for 3 days before the marriage contract with Yusia expired. He had just taken the first blood. He hadn't yet been able to deeply exploit this cool little fairy. If he had awakened his memories earlier, he definitely had the means to completely control this aloof little fairy. By then, what place would Yun Aoyin have? Watching Lu Chen's contented expression, Yusia grew angrier the more she thought about it. She took a deep breath and continued coldly. Remember, from now on, without my permission, you're not allowed to come to the Saintess pavilion privately. Her voice sharpened somewhat. Even more so, you are forbidden from publicly spreading that you once helped me cultivate. Actually, within the Healan sect, forming Taoist couples and cultivating together among sectmates was common. But this was her. Yusia. She had to maintain a pure and unblemished image in Yun Aoyin's heart. Therefore, no one could know. No one. Understood. Lu Chen responded perfunctorily. His expression, as if eager to sever ties immediately, completely stabbed at Yusia's heart. She had originally thought, being the Saintess, beautiful as a celestial goddess. Even after the contract dissolution, Lu Chen would at least weep bitterly, kneel, and plead with her not to abandon him. Yet who would have thought? He didn't care at all, even somewhat desirable to have. A wave of indescribable frustration surged in her heart. And then, embarrassment and anger. She bit her lip. After all, she couldn't hold back. She finally spoke. Do you have anything else you want to say to me? Lu Chen slightly frowned, muttering to himself. What's wrong with this woman? The marriage is over, yet she still keeps lingering? His gaze swept over Yusia once more. Could it be she's really been seduced by me? A faint, wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. Of course I do. Immediately, he switched to a serious and earnest expression. Yusia's beautiful eyes instantly brightened with a glimmer of light. Even her breath softened. You speak, I'm listening. Lu Chen cleared his throat lightly. His gaze suddenly turned incredibly tender. His voice low and slow, he began. Once, there was a sincere love placed before me, but I did not cherish it. Those familiar words, that passionate tone. Yusia's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Caught in the atmosphere he created, she couldn't help but softly press for more. What are the 4 words? Lu Chen suddenly leaned in close, his face serious and determined. He spoke each word deliberately. On. More. Time. Again. He really was reluctant to let go. Yusia's body. Skin like creamy jade. Full and moist. Absolutely flawless. The women from her past life were all bland, coarse grains. This was the top-tier rare delicacy that lingers on the palate. You? Shameless scoundrel. Yusia snapped back to reality. Her delicate face flushed angrily. She raised a hand, ready to slap him. Lu Chen had anticipated this. He smoothly caught her and pulled her into his embrace. Her body stiffened. He shook the communication talisman in his hand and whispered softly into her ear. Farewell, my Saintess. His tone carried a hint of teasing. If you miss me, remember to send me a message anytime. Before she could respond, his tone suddenly shifted, adding a sharp coldness. But, as I said, I'm a clean freak. Yusia's body froze. He continued. If another man ever touches you. He paused, his eyes sharp. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. I'd really find that disgusting. Finished speaking. Without waiting for Yusia's reaction, he turned and strode away with flair. Not a trace of reluctance. At his words, Yusia's delicate frame trembled. She stood rigid on the spot, disheveled in the wind. Her hands slowly clenched into a fist, fingernails digging into her palm. But her gaze kept following that departing figure, until Lu Chen's silhouette vanished at the horizon. Yusia still stood there blankly, like a divine statue. But at this moment, her heart was in chaos. Around her, male disciples stopped and glanced her way. With her peerless beauty, even just standing there made her a scene unmatched. Enough to overshadow all else, driving hearts wild. Look, that's Saintess. So beautiful, but she looks unhappy. Don't you know? Just now a message came from the administrative hall. Someone lowered their voice, excited with gossip. She's already broken off the engagement with that tin-root waste Lu Chen. What? Instantly, the surrounding buzz exploded. Is this true? Does that mean we all have a chance now? A stone causing ripples. The news spread like wildfire throughout Hahuan's sect. Many self-proclaimed talents among the male disciples' eyes glittered, burning with fanatic desire. If only they could win Saintess' favor and cultivate the dual cultivation path with her. Even if she drained all their cultivation, they'd willingly flock to her. However, Yusia never heard those murmurs. The surrounding noise, those heated gazes. She was completely unaware. All her thoughts were tangled by Lu Chen. These past days, Lu Chen was like a completely different person from the timid, lowly waste she'd known for the past year. The old Lu Chen didn't even dare to breathe loudly around her. Just one look from her, and he'd tremble all over. But now, Yusia's mind flashed to his face. Arrogant, defiant, filled with domineering power in his eyes. Not only had he brutally claimed her, he repeatedly teased her with words and actions. The key was Facing this Lu Chun, deep inside, she could not feel even the slightest disgust. Instead, there was a kind of unfamiliar thrill. Indeed, all the men around her always carefully flattered and fawned. Only Lu Chun stubbornly played by his own rules. Not only refusing to flatter, he even dared to bully her that way. Yu Xie's gaze drifted into the distance. Images surfaced involuntarily in her mind. During their dual cultivation, his domineering stance, his burning hot body temperature, when he pressed down on her, that irresistible sense of power. Yu Xie instantly felt her cheeks flush with heat. Her delicate face blushed, tender and moist. She hurriedly tried to compose herself. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress the wildly pounding heart within her chest. She felt like a cat that had just been scalded, completely trapped, with nowhere to escape. Elsewhere, having regained his freedom, Lu Chun felt an exhilarating lightness all over. According to the rules of the Huan sect, after terminating a marriage contract, he had an entire year of freedom. If, after a year, he still hadn't found a suitable Dao partner, the sect would then step in to make arrangements. He recalled Yu Xie mentioning before that they planned to find him a docile junior sister as a Dao mate. A rush of heat surged through Lu Chun's heart. Damn, wasn't that basically saying he could pick anyone he wanted during this year? In this Huan sect, it was truly like falling into a kingdom of women. Every senior and junior sister in the sect was an elegant and enchanting celestial beauty. Even if they were slightly less outstanding than Yu Xie, they were still far superior to the top female celebrities from his previous life. Under the hostile gazes of countless male disciples from the sect, Lu Chun was gleefully mapping out his future blissful life. Suddenly, he was viciously shoved from behind. Watch where you're going, you useless jerk. A disciple with a face full of coarse flesh, flanked by two lackeys, arrogantly blocked the middle of the path. Lu Chun turned around to see. This man was called Zhao Hu, a disciple at the 11th level of Qi refining. He was perpetually envious of Lu Chun, especially now that Yu Xie had annulled their marriage contract. This gave Zhao Hu a glimmer of opportunity. Senior brother Zhao, I was standing still just now. Lu Chun said calmly with a matter-of-fact expression. You were the one who bumped into me. You still dare to deny it? Zhao Hu grabbed Lu Chun's collar with a grim smile. An abandoned stray dog rejected by the holy maiden. Do you even deserve to stay in the sect? Today, I'll teach you some discipline. Immediately, a crowd of onlookers surrounded them. No one stepped forward to intervene. Just as Zhao Hu raised his fist, a sudden sword clang rang from the horizon. A refreshing breeze filled the air. Then, a graceful figure rode her sword toward them. Floating gracefully in front of Lu Chun, she appeared like a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. When Lu Chun finally saw who it was, his entire body stiffened. So beautiful, so ethereal. How could she be human? She was like a fairy stepping out from a painting. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens. How often is she seen in the mortal world? Her aura was otherworldly and transcendent, not in the least inferior to Yu Xie. Those exquisite features, that graceful figure, the chill and pride in her eyes. Lu Chun felt as if his breath had stopped. Rule number 3 of the sect: no private fights among disciples. The woman's eyes were cold, yet her voice was irresistibly soft. Do you want to go to the administration hall to accept your punishment yourself, or should I personally take you there? Zhao Hu's face instantly turned ashen. Senior sister Xia, it was this useless guy who… In an instant, Lu Chun's mind flashed with who she was. Her name was Xia Qingqing, a favored daughter of the Xia clan, the pride of the sect, and a true disciple of the Huan sect. She had narrowly lost to Yu Xie in the previous Holy Maiden selection. She was universally recognized within the sect as the second Holy Maiden. More importantly, Xia Qingqing and Yu Xie's relationship was one of deadly enmity. Their clans, Xia and Yu, were fierce rivals in the elixir business. Their relationship was downright hostile. An absolute top-tier opponent. Another top-tier one at that. Useless. Xia Qingqing's lips curled slightly, frost filling her eyes. The man Xia Qingqing. Choose. Do you even deserve to comment on him? The entire place instantly fell into a deathly silence. She had a man she chose? Lu Chun's mind stumbled for a moment. What the hell? What was going on? This young master had just become single again, and was already being targeted by such a goddess-like senior sister? A boy really had to protect himself well in public. But then he thought. He needed dual cultivation to quickly increase his power. Lu Chun roared silently in his heart. This had to be done. Xia Qingqing lightly lifted her hand. Zhao Hu flew backwards like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the bluestone ground 3 meters away. He smashed into the earth, leaving a human-shaped hole. Previously smug disciples scattered away with shocked cries. Junior brother Lu. Xia Qingqing smiled sweetly, her voice like a yellow warbler emerging from a valley, irresistibly charming. Just hearing it made one's mouth dry. I heard you have already dissolved your engagement with Yusia? Lu Chun forced down the turbulent blood surging in his chest, struggling to stay composed. Yes, senior sister. Xia Qingqing nodded approvingly, her gaze scanning Lu Chun as if appraising a valuable treasure. Good. Her tone was decisive, commanding. Then from now on, become my Taoist partner. What? Lu Chun was stunned. He thought he heard wrong. We'll go to the administrator's hall to register right now. Xia Qingqing was still as cold and aloof as ever, but her tone carried a domineering order. Become my Taoist partner immediately. Lu Chun twitched his mouth. What the hell? So direct? So forward? He had just been ready to unleash his full playboy charm. Now it was all saved. But then he thought. Something felt off. Although Xia Qingqing was also a peerless beauty, her temperament felt even colder and more overbearing than Yusia. Where there's abnormality, there must be trickery. Lu Chen's caution instantly went up. Could this woman be deliberately luring him in to get revenge on Yusia? Then, recruit dozens of wolfish senior and junior sisters, who would relentlessly take turns nourishing him day and night, until he was overwhelmed and completely exhausted, turning into a withered husk. That scene was too terrifying to imagine. Just picturing it sent chills down his spine. No way. He had to stay far away from this dangerous woman. Zhang Wuji's mother was so right. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. He had almost let lust cloud his judgment, jumping straight into the fire. What? You don't want to? Seeing Lu Chun frozen in place, Xia Qingqing frowned slightly. Her tone suddenly turned cold. Lu Chun was at a loss for words. You have no choice. Xia Qingqing lifted her chin, her eyes cold to the extreme. What I say goes. Hearing this, Lu Chen's anger burst fiercely. Damn it. Just because you show a little color, you think you can run a dime mill? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon anyone can squeeze? You're not one of those male pets who come and go at will. He had to take back control. His thoughts shifted, and his entire aura changed instantly. With a face full of faux surprise, he spoke obediently. Senior sister Qingqing, you are like a heavenly fairy. To be favored by you, junior brother couldn't wish for more. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing's lips curled slightly, but a flash of coldness crossed her eyes. As expected, all men in the world are the same breed. She snorted coldly in her heart. How proud was Xia Qingqing, seeing that her mortal enemy Yusia had found a once-in-a-millennium pure yang saint body to become her Tao companion. How could she be willing to fall behind? Over the past year, she had searched high and low within and outside the sect. None of the so-called prodigies and talents in Qingzhou could catch her eye. All were ruthlessly rejected by her. Now, the sect elders were repeatedly pressuring her. After all, the Hehuan sect's cultivation method required dual cultivation between man and woman to advance. Her long delay in forming a Tao companion was already affecting her cultivation progress. And just at this moment, Yusia unexpectedly abandoned Lu Chun. If she didn't want him, then she would take over. Not only could she accelerate her cultivation by dual cultivating with a pure yang saint body, but she could also thoroughly disgust Yusia. 2 birds with 1 stone, why wouldn't she want that? She, Xia Qingqing, would never concede to Yusia in any aspect. Good. Come up. Xia Qingqing was decisive. With a graceful hand, without a word, she directly pulled Lu Chun onto her flying sword that shimmered with flowing light. Seeing Xia Qingqing up close, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Beautiful. So beautiful. Her beauty was completely different from Yusia's. Yusia was like a cold and aloof snow lotus, while Xia Qingqing was a strikingly lovely rose dripping with desire and charm. With every glance from her eyes, she exuded an alluring enchantment that captured the soul. The flying sword suddenly soared into the air, cutting through the wind. The roaring wind howled past Lu Chen's ears. He glanced down at the dizzying heights below, his entire body immediately letting out a startled, "Ah," putting on a full show of fright. Aya, instinctively, his hands tightly wrapped around Xia Qingqing's supple waist, and his palms inadvertently pressed against her flat lower abdomen. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingqing's delicate body stiffened, angrily snapping. Never before had any man dared to touch her so boldly. There was once a male cultivator who, for daring to cast a few flirtatious glances at her, had his eyes gouged out by her. Lu Chen was almost pressed entirely against Xia Qingqing's back. His voice trembled as he said, "Say, senior sister, fly slower. I'm afraid of heights. I'm dizzy. I feel like vomiting." As he spoke, he buried his face in the fragrant strands of her hair, inhaling deeply. His arms tightened their hold around her. "Anyway, we'll soon be Dao partners," he whispered softly in her ear, getting familiar in advance. "Isn't that reasonable?" As he spoke, his restless hands quietly began to wander. Xia Qingqing held back the impulse to kick him off the flying sword. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly changed the subject, her tone icy to the extreme. "Tell me, between you, Xia, and me, who is more beautiful?" Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. As expected, women always like to play this game. A thought flashed through his mind. Am I flying a sword or walking a tightrope right now? In his mind appeared the shy and delicate image of Yu Xia and the powerful presence of Xia Qingqing at this moment. Beneath the flying sword was a bottomless abyss. The wind blew coldly. This, damn it, was a death trap. Lu Chen's heart surged with joy. I've got a chance. This woman seemed way easier to handle than Yu Xia. Without hesitation, he answered with utmost certainty. Is this even a question? Of course, it's the peerlessly stunning, incomparable senior sister Qingqing. Yu Xia? That cold ice block. Not even worthy to carry your shoes. Xia Qingqing snorted lightly, but a faint smile crept at the corners of her mouth. Hold tight. If you fall, I'm not responsible. Got it. Lu Chen pushed his luck, burying his entire face into her fragrant black hair. He felt secretly thrilled. So fragrant. So soft. However, soon Xia Qingqing realized that this guy's actions were getting increasingly bold. He was practically groping her. You lecher. What do you think you're doing with your hands? She scolded harshly again. But her scolding lacked real force, more playful than intimidating. Lu Chen immediately switched to a pitiful tone. Senior sister Qingqing, you can't blame me. You're just too beautiful. This junior brother can't help himself. You don't know. That woman Yu Xia has no passion. She won't even let me touch her once. I'm practically bursting from repression. Oh, is that so? Xia Qingqing's vanity swelled at his words. Her pride was evident. She tacitly allowed his behavior. Fine then. Keep groping. After all, you're going to be my man soon anyway. Lu Chen was speechless. The corners of his mouth twitched hard. Wait. This woman was way too open, wasn't she? Too forward? Could it be that she was? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could she be like a bus? A public vehicle? At least Yu Xia's original energy was intact. She was pristine. But he was truly a neat freak. As a top Casanova in his past life, Lu Chen absolutely would not ride a second-hand ride. Immediately, the fire inside his heart was doused with a bucket of cold water. Most of the fire extinguished. The restless, salty pig hands instantly became much more obedient. Why stop touching? Xia Qingqing seemed somewhat dissatisfied, teasing him with a playful voice. You are the boldest furnace core I've ever seen. Furnace core. She actually called him a furnace core. A cultivation tool. Not a man. Lu Chen's expression instantly darkened. The conversation that followed made alarm bells ring loudly in his head. This woman actually planned to take him back to her sect residence right after registration to get to know each other deeply. Damn it. This was a matter of principle, no compromise. If he said no second-hand ride, then no second-hand ride. Rest assured, if you follow me, I will treat you well, Xia Qingqing promised confidently. I will never neglect or humiliate you like Yu Xia did. The more Lu Chen listened, the more weird it felt. This feeling. Why did it seem like he was some timid little woman being stalked by a domineering CEO? The roles were completely reversed, and it annoyed him deeply. Buzz. The flying sword landed steadily in front of the sect steward hall's main gate. Let's go. Xia Qingqing naturally grabbed his hand, her voice light, and cheerful. You and I will register and become Dao partners. Lu Chen's face twitched uncontrollably. His mind was racing wildly. Damn it, what the hell was he going to do? This was like jumping out of a wolf's den straight into a tiger's lair. He, a mere chi refining stage furnace core, was truly born under an unlucky star. Looking at Xia Qingqing's demeanor and openness, following her probably meant who knew how much torment ahead. Maybe even a second wife, third wife, fourth wife? And he'd have to fight palace intrigue for favor? Thinking this, Lu Chen felt nauseous. Wait, senior sister Qingqing. Just before stepping through the palace door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Junior brother has thought it over and still feels. My modest cultivation and worthless talent really do not match your celestial grace, senior sister. What did you say? Xia Qingqing's eyes instantly grew cold. Her entire aura turned icy in an instant. She admitted it. Her initial choice of Lu Chun had been mainly to spite Yuxia. But when she learned that Yuxia had broken through to mid-stage foundation establishment because of this, she indeed also needed Lu Chen's pure young saintly body to help her break through her bottleneck. This man had become a resource she absolutely had to obtain. No one could snatch him away. Lu Chun was startled by her sudden, overwhelming aura. This woman was simply a domineering elder sister. Even he, a former playboy in his past life, was instantly subdued. Damn it, all or nothing. He forced himself to calm down and straightened his back. In a firm voice he said, Senior sister Qingqing, I have just dissolved my engagement with Yuxia. According to sect rules, I have 1 year of freedom to choose a spouse. If you wish to become my Dao companion, please, line up. Let's discuss it after 1 year. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing did not get angry but instead laughed. Once upon a time, which man dared speak to her like this? This Dao companion, who once belonged to Yuxia, was indeed somewhat interesting. Not only did it not make her disdain him, it instead awakened an even stronger desire to conquer him. Cut the crap. Xia Qingqing was too lazy to beat around the bush. She came straight to the point. Speak. What conditions do you want? Spirit stones? Pills? Anything I can do, I'll agree to. This. Lu Chun was momentarily speechless. This blunt approach left him a bit dazed. Was he really that sought after? What exactly did this woman see in him? But since it had come to this, he knew he had no capital to refuse. No power, no status, low cultivation. If she forced him, in the end, he would only become her subordinate. So, he might as well ask for a lion's share. I want spirit stones. And plenty of pills. Lu Chen made up his mind. His 10 spiritual roots were a dead end if cultivated alone. He had to rely on massive resources to toughen up. The amount he asked for was enough to collapse a small family. Xia Qingqing's lips curled into a smile upon hearing this. Fine. I will give you 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 100 bottles of spirit concentration pills. How about that? Deal. Lu Chen's heart raced wildly. He immediately agreed. There was no choice. She was offering too much. He would just have to take it step by step. Very well. Then let's register. Xia Qingqing acted decisively and swiftly. Wait. Lu Chen had a sudden idea. He hurriedly said, I still have some luggage in Yuxia's Sacred Maiden Pavilion. How about, senior sister, you accompany me to retrieve it. I want to make a clean break with Yuxia. To become your Dao companion purely and simply. So there won't be any misunderstandings or consequences in the future. Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. She instantly saw through Lu Chen's little scheme. But instead of being annoyed, she felt it was right on target. All right. She gave a dazzling smile, with a hint of charm. Then later, you'll have to hold me tight. Just to let you see. Make her really upset. Fine. Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. This woman's competitive spirit was just too strong. But he liked it. The flying sword sliced through the air, arriving at the Sacred Maiden Pavilion in an instant. Yuxia was not there. Lu Chen knew the way well, leading Xia Qingqing straight into her bedchamber. Just as they stepped inside, Xia Qingqing's pretty face instantly clouded. The room was in disarray, obviously not yet tidied up. It was clearly the battleground between Lu Chen and Yuxia. On the magnificent jade bed, the sheer curtain was in chaos. A few torn, unsightly intimate battle garments even lay around. In the air, a faint lingering scent of passion still remained. Lu Chen's face turned red, awkwardly scratching the ground with his toes. He braced himself and began to clean up. You specially brought me back here. Xia Qingqing's voice grew colder. Just to make me see all this. To see the marks between you and her. She was obviously displeased. Lu Chun immediately thickened his skin, starting to act innocent. Yeah, senior sister, you don't know. That woman, to boost her cultivation, kept trying to absorb from me again and again. She basically didn't treat me like a person. Now she's broken through and just kicked me aside. This little bit of stuff I have to take it back, right? Hearing this, Xia Qingqing's expression shifted slightly, and her tone softened. Don't worry. Following me, you definitely won't be treated unfairly. Spirit stones, pills, cultivation resources, you'll have plenty. At these words, Lu Chen's heart stirred with excitement. This woman might actually be pretty good. Also, Xia Qingqing shifted her tone, throwing out an even more tempting offer. I heard you were treated unfairly in the Lu family. As long as you perform well, I might just be able to help you get justice. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart jolted violently. Those once deliberately forgotten memories rushed back like a tide. He was originally the rightful young master of the Lu family in Qingzhou Qingyan City. His father, Lu Yuntian, the head of the family, had perished unexpectedly during a secret realm exploration. His mother had also disappeared without a trace. And this former young master, just because he was tested as 1 in 10,000 with a useless 10 spirit roots, was cruelly expelled from the family by his second uncle, Lu Yunhai. Those relatives who once flattered him turned to treat him like dirt in a blink. He was driven out, humiliated, stripped of everything. What a blatant usurpation. Lu Chen clenched his fists, knuckles white. All those seized properties, those occupied mansions, those spiteful faces, all vividly appeared before his eyes. Later, he drifted the streets, nearly starving to death in the wilderness. It was only by chance that an elder from the Hahuan sect discovered his pure yang sacred body and took him back to the sect, treating him as a furnace to cultivate. Now that I've awakened my memories, I am who I am. Cold light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Those who owe me, those who harmed me, none will be spared. At this moment, he felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't before when hearing Xia Qingqing mention this. Though she was always elusive, though she treated him as a tool, she was the first in this world to actively say she would help him get justice. This sincerity, he noted it. What's the matter? You don't believe me? Xia Qingqing looked at him, continuing to offer generous terms. Don't worry. After becoming Dao companions, I only need you to assist me in cultivating. I definitely won't absorb from you brutally like you see ya. She paused, her eyes deepening. When the day comes that I truly accept you in my heart, then we will truly cultivate together. That depends on your performance. Her voice was soft, but carried an irresistible force. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly realized he had been completely entangled in her web. Spirit stones, pills, justice, tenderness. She handed them over one after another, making it impossible for him to refuse. Nor did he have a reason to refuse. But behind all this, what she truly needed was very simple. His body, his cultivation, his pure yang sacred body. She didn't even need his heart. All right, Lu Chen heard himself say, I will perform well. Hearing this, Lu Chen was completely stunned. No, what was Xia Qingqing saying? Spirit stones? Resources? Helping him get revenge? Even granting a buffer period to respect his physical and mental health. He wished he could immediately drag her to the steward hall to register. This woman was just too skilled, extravagant beyond belief, considerate to the extreme. What kind of straight man would hesitate? Lu Chen had already run the numbers in his head, but he didn't notice. Xia Qingqing's gaze had turned cold. She was observing Lu Chen from the shadows, as if examining a collectible. From her investigation, she drew a conclusion. After dissolving the marriage contract, this Lu Chen's temperament had changed drastically. And you see ya? That lost and despondent look. Perfect. She had made the right move. Imagine the scene. When you saw Lu Chen become his partner, that expression of deep regret. Just the thought of it excited Xia Qingqing. She moved even closer, breathing out a faint, orchid-like fragrance. Her voice carried temptation, as well as a certain scheming tone. Lu Chen, want to truly cultivate dual cultivation with this fairy? She paused. The effect was maximized. Then it depends on your performance. Lu Chen's breathing grew heavier. If you can anger Yusia to the point of creating a heart demon. Her voice became ambiguous. Then I will agree to serve you day and night. How about that? Lu Chun damn. So this woman's plan was this. Yusia's heart belonged solely to Yun Outyin. How could he possibly become her heart demon? But, on second thought, his hard work these past few days might really have left something in her heart. What if? A sly smile crept to his lips, his eyes blazing as he looked at Xia Qingqing. Then I'll definitely work twice as hard. Strive to help senior sister Qingqing fulfill her wishes as soon as possible. Xia Qingqing smiled charmingly, nodded, satisfied. You're pretty good. A promising disciple. Just as they each harbored their own thoughts and reached this agreement. 1,000 miles away, Yusia was rushing to another meeting. She was riding the Moonlight Spirit Silk, heading straight for Yunlon's sect. Her goal was clear, to see that person, the saint son of Yunlon's sect, famed across Qingzhou after 5 years of seclusion, and the marriage contract she carried. Yun Outyin. Look, someone screamed. It's Xia Fairy from Hehuan's sect. Oh my god, another voice, more lecherous. She's even more beautiful than the rumors, by 3 points. If only I could win the fairy's favor, I'd give up 100 years of cultivation. Outside the mountain gate, countless disciples of the Yunlon sect stood still. Their gazes were mesmerized. Even more so, their eyes were greedy. Their Adam's apples rolled. Saliva dribbled out. Yusia ignored it all as if it were nothing. She usually kept to herself and lived in seclusion. But today was different. Today, she wanted the entire Qingzhou to know that her Dao companion was none other than Yun Outyin. However, the mountain gate of the Yunlon sect was drawing closer and closer. Yet her heart was inexplicably restless. 5 years had passed since they last met. How far had senior brother Outyin's cultivation advanced? The closer she came to the person she had missed for 5 years. Another face forcibly barged into her mind. Lu Chun, that bastard's sinister smile. The possessive embrace. The burning warmth. Like a demon haunting her heart, flooding her thoughts wildly. Unshakable. No. What am I thinking? UCS shook her head fiercely. Her fingertips dug deep into her palm, using the pain to sober herself up. My heart belongs only to senior brother Outyin. He alone walks beside me. She gritted her teeth in her mind. Lu Chun, you're nothing but a useless furnace titan. How dare you disturb my heart? He has emerged from seclusion. Buzz! A grand and magnificent spiritual light shot up from the back mountain of the Yunlon sect, illuminating the sky. A majestic pressure spread. Cultivators within a 100-mile radius were shaken to their core. Yun Outyin had emerged from seclusion. He had long sensed Yusia's aura. His figure flashed, like an immortal descended upon the world, appearing before her in an instant. Speed reached its utmost limit. His movements graceful and extraordinary. At that moment, countless junior sisters of the Yunlon sect who admired him were heartbroken all around. Why? Senior brother Outyin belongs to us. How is she worthy? A woman from the Hehuan sect. What right does she have? Holy son, don't be fooled by her. Yun Outyin stood with his hands behind his back, his face handsome and noble, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, his Dao aura swirling all around. An extraordinary bearing, dressed in a pure white robe untouched by dust. A gentle smile lingered at the edge of his lips. He was the predestined leader of the righteous path, through and through. Yusia's delicate face flushed slightly. Ripples arose in her heart. Indeed, the one she loved was still senior brother Yun Outyin, a cultivator blessed with a rare heavenly spiritual root. His cultivation profound, aura extraordinary. That tin-rooted waste Lu Chun. How could he possibly compete with him? His eyes widened. 5 years apart, Yusia had blossomed into an even more breathtaking beauty. That earth-shattering appearance even made the experienced Yun Outyin stare. He suppressed the flutter in his heart, smiled reservedly. With elegant grace, he cupped his hands. Junior sister Xia, long time no see. Senior brother Outyin. Yusia responded with a graceful bow, her voice as sweet as a yellow warbler. But Yun Outyin's heart was already overwhelmed with excitement. So beautiful. Moreover, he had already heard. Yusia possessed a special constitution. If he could cultivate in unison with her, it would surely bring great benefits to his own cultivation. Today, he intended to announce to everyone. This peerless beauty belonged to him, Yun Outyin. Thinking so, he naturally raised his hand slightly, wanting to draw the beauty before him into his embrace. Displaying intimacy, Yu's heart had been filled with expectation and bashfulness. But the moment Yin Aoyin's hand was about to touch her, a face suddenly appeared uncontrollably in her mind. Lu Chun, and his words, echoing like a curse in her ears. I'm a neat freak. If another man touches you, I really will think you're dirty. Ugh. Yu's delicate body shook violently. Almost instinctively, she stepped back, avoiding that expectant embrace. Yun Aoyin's gaze instantly darkened. What was going on? By all logic, Yu should be devoted to him alone. No matter her background, talent, or status, he was top tier in all aspects. She shouldn't react this way. Could it be the modesty of a maiden? Yu herself was stunned, at a loss for words. But in her mind, that face kept surfacing. Eyebrows like ink paintings, eyes like stars, features sculpted and clear-cut, perfectly natural, handsome with an indescribable sharp roguishness. His gaze looked down on all living beings. Lu Chun, she shouted silently in her heart. You scoundrel! What exactly did you do to me, the holy maiden? Why can't I get you out of my head? Suddenly, she realized something. Blood drained from her face. Could it be? You planted a heart demon in my Tao heart. It was over. For cultivators, nothing was more taboo than a heart demon. Once it takes root, at best, cultivation stagnates. At worst, one falls into demonic madness. The consequences, unimaginable. All because of that damned Lu Chun. To hide her agitation, she hurriedly spoke. Senior brother Aoyin, there are too many people here watching. How about we find a quiet place to talk? Upon hearing this, Yin Aoyin's face returned to a refined smile. But inside, he sneered coldly. So you really are shy? Still playing that catch-and-release game with me. The next moment, the two transformed into streaks of light. They withdrew their cultivation power and shot through the void. Junior sister Sia, I have been in seclusion for many years and have long since ceased eating. Yun Aoyin invited warmly. But I heard the food and wine at Qinglan City below the mountain are exceptional. I wonder if you would grace me with your company for a drink. He felt his arrangement was rather elegant and romantic, but inwardly, he sneered repeatedly. Girls from the Huan sect, truly all born with seductive charm. They're so used to putting on airs and pretenses. Once a few cups of spirit wine go down, let's see if you can still maintain that lofty attitude. UCF forced a smile. I shall follow senior brother's arrangements. In that case, Yin Aoyin naturally extended his hand. You can ride the same sword with me. It's also more convenient to guide the way. As he spoke, he reached to take Yu's hand again. Yu's delicate body trembled, as if struck by lightning. She abruptly withdrew her hand. Senior brother, no trouble is necessary. I can fly by myself. For some reason, at this moment, her mind was filled with the image of that bastard Lu Chun. The touch of any other man suddenly triggered an instinctive rejection deep inside. This must be a heart demon. And a very serious one at that. The smile on Yun Aoyin's face stiffened for a moment. A barely perceptible glint of sinister coldness flashed in his eyes, but in the next instant, he resumed the refined and gentlemanly demeanor. Yet in his heart, rage boiled over like a storm. He cursed viciously. An ungrateful wretch. There's no one else here, so why pretend to be a pure jade maiden before me? This holy son, you're just a piece from the Huan sect. If it weren't for your slight usefulness, I wouldn't even glance at you. Flying side by side with Yun Aoyin, UCF felt only an indescribable emptiness. She instinctively looked back toward the Huan sect's direction. An inexplicable tightness gripped her heart. Is something happening inside the sect? She murmured to herself. Why do I feel uneasy? Before long, the two arrived at Qinglan City's busiest area, the bustling market. The streets were crowded with people, the shouting of vendors deafening, the lively scene beyond description. Yun Aoyin deliberately chose the city's finest wine house, the highest and most elegant private room. After taking their seats, the view outside the window was unobstructed. Half the city's scenery lay in full view. A few cups of spirit wine downed. Yun Aoyin spoke seemingly casually, but a sharp glint of danger, subtle and hard to detect, flashed in his eyes. Junior sister Sia, I heard. You once had a furnace Tao companion in the sect? And Was he truly a pure yang sacred body? 1 in 10,000. Yusia's heart tightened instantly. The fingers holding her chopsticks turned slightly pale. Yes. She forced the words out. But rest assured, senior brother, I have long since annulled the marriage contract with him. We have no ties anymore. Feigning calmness. But inside, a storm was raging. What if senior brother Outyin found out that she had already lost her primordialine body, and it was taken by Lu Chun in such a rough, domineering manner? Would he despise her? Would he think she was filthy and pure? Damn Lu Chun. Stupid Lu Chun. It was all his fault. She could only curse that bastard in her heart, the man who had thrown her into such disarray. Good. Yun Outyin's lips curved slightly, his tone unnaturally gentle. It seems junior sister Saya has always held me in her heart. You've truly been wronged. These words were like an invisible whip, lashing fiercely at Yusia's heart, filling her with guilt, so much that she could hardly breathe. However, Yun Outyin's tone suddenly shifted. Though his voice seemed concerned, the question he posed sent chills down her spine. I also heard that junior sister had been stuck at the bottleneck of the mid-stage foundation establishment for a long time. But recently, you managed to break through? It's over. Yusia's delicate body trembled, panic surging in her heart. He was indeed suspicious. He must have guessed something. Otherwise, why? Why would he specifically ask about this? Her hatred for Lu Chun reached its peak at this moment. But seeing her flustered expression, Yun Outyin's heart sank instantly, his eyes filling with icy frost. The rumors were true. This wretch had indeed dual cultivated with that pure yang sacred body. A surge of rage, tainted with betrayal and defilement, roiled in his chest. The woman Yun Outyin had set his sights on had been taken by a lowly furnace first. It was an utter humiliation. This disgrace was more maddening than being trampled upon. Yet his face maintained that warm, jade-like demeanor. Even his tone showed no trace of change. In that case, why not invite your former Dao companion over for a chat? Since he helped you break through. He paused. Both emotionally and logically, as your senior brother, I should properly repay him. Yusia's face turned deathly pale at his words, all color draining away. No, there's no need. She hurriedly refused, her voice frantic. The marriage contract is annulled. He's nothing more than an insignificant waste. I've already compensated him. Heh, trying to cover it up. Yun Outyin sneered inwardly. The decision to kill had been made. He could almost be certain. Yusia's primordial Yin must have been taken by that pure yang sacred body. As the holy son of the Yunlan sect, the future leader of the righteous path, how could he tolerate his woman bearing the mark of another man? Such a thing was more maddening than betrayal. That man must die? Why must junior sister refuse? His tone remained gentle, but carried an undeniable force. I, Yun Outyin, have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. He took care of you, and if I don't personally thank him, my heart will remain uneasy. Yusia was completely flustered. Her mind was in chaos. She dared not face Lu Chun. She feared that the moment she saw that bastard, the fragile calm she had barely maintained would completely collapse, and she would once again show that disgraceful side of herself in front of him. She couldn't even imagine such a humiliation. Junior sister Sia. Yun Outyin's gaze was deep and focused, as if she were the only one in his eyes. You must understand. In my heart, from beginning to end, there has only ever been you. All your karma stems from me. For you, I am willing to pay any price. If it were before, upon hearing such words of affection, Yusia would have been deeply moved beyond measure. But at this moment, for some reason, she only felt an inexplicable sense of falseness and disgust welling up inside her. That feeling was like being suffocated by something. She forced herself to suppress this discomfort. No, the one I like is senior brother Ao Tian. It has always been him. It must be the work of inner demons. Yes, that's it. Sia. Yun Ao Tan revealed his true intentions, his tone carrying an undeniable possessiveness. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, I will naturally protect you completely. He moved closer. Once we become Dao companions, you will leave the Hehuan sect. Come to my Yunlan sect. Yusia felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her mind thrown into chaos. It wasn't that she was unwilling to leave the Hehuan sect. But once she left, wouldn't that mean she would never see Lu Chen again? This thought surged forth like a curse, filling her with shame and panic. What is wrong with me? He's nothing more than a useless furnace, even inferior to a servant disciple. How could I? Just as Yusia was flustered and unsure how to tactfully refuse, she suddenly caught sight of two familiar and glaring figures at the neighboring table. Her face changed drastically. The teacup in her hand fell onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Those two. One was the inner demon she hated to the core, yet couldn't shake off, Lu Chen. The other was her mortal enemy, irreconcilable as fire and water, Xia Qingcheng. How could they be together? The two sat opposite each other in the elegant seat by the window. Lu Chen was chatting and laughing freely, while Xia Qingcheng smiled charmingly, resembling a perfect couple. This scene pierced Yusia's eyes. Xia Qingcheng's gaze flowed intentionally as she picked up a piece of spiritual dish and affectionately brought it to Lu Chen's mouth. Junior brother Lu, try this. Lu Chen opened his mouth calmly, enjoying himself. Yusia's heart suddenly clenched, almost breaking her composure. Although she knew this was clearly Xia Qingcheng's deliberate act to test her reaction, knowing was one thing, but seeing it was another. Ugh! Yusia's heart tightened sharply, and a sour emotion surged like a tide. Why? Clearly, he was just a useless furnace. Why did it hurt so much to see him being intimate with another woman? What was this feeling? Why was it so unbearable? It must be the work of inner demons. Yes, it must be. She forced herself to look away, but her fingertips turned white from the pressure. So painful, so painful. When she annulled the marriage contract, she had promised to find a gentle junior sister to be Lu Chen's Dao companion. That was her promise. But seeing him with another woman now, her heart was filled with resistance. She even wanted to rush over and slap Xia Qingcheng a few times. Junior sister Xia. Yun Aoyan's gentle voice pulled her back to reality, but his tone was chillingly cold. It seems some people came here specifically to humiliate you. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Xia Qingcheng. So beautiful. This woman's appearance was peerless, no less stunning than Yusia. Moreover, she possessed a different kind of enchanting charm. If he could embrace both, having them together in his room, he couldn't help but swallow, a twisted desire rising in his heart. She is the pride of the Xia family. Yusia suppressed the emotions surging within her, her voice icy cold. Xia Qingcheng. She gritted her teeth and added, she is absolutely not someone a useless person like Lu Chen can aspire to. Oh, Yan Aoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. The pure yang sacred body indeed had a natural allure for female cultivators. What virtue or ability did this useless man have to be accompanied by such a beauty? A surge of jealousy and anger churned in his chest. Lu Chen must die. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, though his face still maintained a graceful demeanor. This man dares to bring his new lover here to humiliate you. As your senior brother, how can I stand idly by? As he spoke, spiritual energy surged around him, and he seemed ready to act publicly. No need, senior brother. Yusia hurriedly stopped him, her heart filled with struggle and conflict. The karma between him and me is already resolved. Today's matter is clearly Xia Qingcheng's deliberate act to sow discord between us. She knew her nemesis too well. That woman always acted with a purpose. Yun Aoyan's lips curled slightly upon hearing this. So that's how it is. Such a peerless beauty wouldn't truly devote herself to a mere chi-refining stage waste. Since it wasn't genuine affection, then he still had a chance. He adjusted his robe and once again donned his impeccable gentle smile. Then, he stood up and walked toward the neighboring table. Yusia watched his back, her heart tightening. Something was wrong. What was this guy planning? This fairy. Yun Aoyan gracefully saluted Xia Qingcheng, his gaze burning as if he were looking at a rare treasure. I am Yun Aoyan, the holy son of Yunlan sect. His tone carried an innate sense of superiority. I wonder if I might have the honor of becoming friends with you? Unexpectedly, Xia Qingcheng didn't even lift her eyelids, as if Yun Aoyan wasn't there at all. She smiled charmingly, picked up another piece of spiritual dish, and personally brought it to Lu Chen's mouth. Her voice was as sweet as honey. Junior brother Lu, try this one too. Yun Aoyan's outstretched hand froze in midair, The entire face turned alternately green and pale. Wretch! Damn wretch! How dare you! And this useless Lu Chun must die? The fury in his heart surged like a raging sea. But on his face, he forced a gentle smile. He turned, picked up his wine cup, and looked at Lu Chun. This must be junior brother Lu Chun, right? His laughter was somewhat grating. Heh, meeting his fate. Over the past year, junior brother Lu has taken great care of Xia. I toast to you with this cup. Before he finished speaking, underneath his robe sleeve, his wrist suddenly flicked. The clear wine in the cup seemed ordinary. But in reality, he had secretly infused it with the pure spiritual power of a late Foundation establishment cultivator, transforming it into an invisible energy arrow aimed straight at Lu Chen's dantian. If this hit, even if Lu Chen didn't die, his dantian would shatter, leaving him a complete cripple. Watch out! Yu Xie's delicate face turned deathly pale in an instant. She wanted to stop it, but she was too late. She never expected Yun Outyin to be so ruthless, to strike a fatal blow against Lu Chun in public. Lu Chun also felt the deadly threat. His heart tightened sharply. Damn it, I've messed up. This guy is so damn sinister. He had no way to dodge. At the critical moment, a cold snort echoed throughout the tavern. Xia Qingqing's eyes flashed with a chilling light. You want to harm my man? Did you ask this immortal first? She didn't even make any extra movements. She merely willed it with her mind. Swish! A dark shadow appeared like a ghost. It precisely blocked in front of Lu Chun. The terrifying spiritual energy in the attack was effortlessly neutralized. The dark shadow bowed respectfully to Xia Qingqing. The aura emanating from it was unmistakably the pressure of a golden core stage cultivator. Lu Chun immediately let out a sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat. That was close. I almost met my end here. As expected, clinging to this rich lady's thigh is the true path to survival. Yu Xie was also stunned. Looking at the unharmed Lu Chun, her heart inexplicably relaxed. But then, she was startled by her own strange reaction. Why? Why would I worry about that scoundrel? As for Yun Outyin, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. His face turned ashen. He stared intently at the golden core bodyguard. Inside, waves of shock surged. This Lu Chun held such weight in Xia Qingqing's heart. Even her personal golden core bodyguard intervened for him. Xia Qingqing finally turned around slowly. She looked at Yun Outyin. Her voice was as cold as ice. Yun Outyin, what do you think you are? You dare touch my man, Xia Qingqing's man? Every word carried undisguised killing intent. She lightly waved her jade-like hand. The dark shadow understood her command. It vanished instantly. The next second, bang! A muffled sound rang out. Yun Outyin didn't even see how the opponent struck. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily into a table, shattering it. Blood spurted wildly from his mouth. He was left in a pitiful, unrecognizable state. Yu Xie was completely frozen in place. By all logic, at this moment, she should be rushing over in a panic to help Yun Outyin. But why? Seeing him in such a miserable state, a faint, indescribable sense of satisfaction rose in her heart, especially when she heard Xia Qingqing publicly declare Lu Chun as her man. Her mind went into a frenzy. No, no way. Lu Chun should be mine. Lu Chun, on the other hand, was so thrilled he almost jumped up. He cheered wildly in his heart. Awesome. So damn awesome. This domineering protectiveness. I love it. Xia Qingqing turned back and gave him a radiant smile. That smile was enough to outshine all creation. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice soft to the extreme. I told you if you follow me, I will never let you suffer any grievances. Yun Outyin clutched his chest and struggled to stand. His face was as pale as paper. His breath was completely chaotic. At this moment, he could no longer conceal the aura within him. Yu Xie and Xia Qingqing, as disciples of the Hehuan sect, only needed one glance to see through it. This was clearly a sign of excessive indulgence and depleted vitality. Not just them. Even Lu Chun, who was only at the qi refining stage, could see it. Yu Xie felt a buzzing in her ears. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Was this really the senior brother Outyin she had been infatuated with for so many years? Lu Chun feigned concern as he spoke, but his tone carried undisguised mockery. Senior brother Yun, you are Yun Outyin, right? Xia often mentions you in front of me. He paused for a moment. His gaze swept over Yun Outyin's pale face. His voice suddenly took on a deeper meaning. But looking at senior brother's complexion, TSK, as fellow cultivators, you really need to take care of your body and practice moderation. As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Outyin's chest tightened instantly. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This trash dared to humiliate him in public. He had clearly used a secret technique to conceal the aura of his depleted vitality. How could it have been seen through? He glared angrily, his tone betraying his guilt. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Chun sneered disdainfully and leisurely moved closer to Xia Qingqing. With this stunning senior sister backing him up, what did he have to fear? When UCS saw this scene, she was both ashamed and furious. This scoundrel dared to hold Xia Qingqing's hand. Xia Qingqing's heart, at this moment, was filled with delight. Her red lips curved into a mocking smile as she turned to look at Yuxia. Yuxia, your taste in men is truly. She deliberately paused. Her voice grew colder and colder. Not great. Your beloved senior brother Outyin, behind the scenes. Oh, how he indulges himself. She laughed so hard she swayed, but every word was like a needle piercing Yuxia's heart. Yuxia looked at Yun Outyin with a complicated expression. At this man whose face was pale and aura chaotic. Her faith was crumbling bit by bit. Was this really the senior brother Outyin she had longed for? Seeing this, Lu Chun seized the moment. He deliberately lowered his voice, but loud enough for everyone to hear. If you ask me, senior brother Yun is truly blessed. After all, our esteemed Saintess, she really is quite nourishing. Lu Chun, Yuxia completely lost it. Her delicate face turned bright red. She hadn't even agreed to Yun Outyin yet, and this scoundrel dared to say such things in public. Yun Outyin was even more furious. Killing intent radiated from him. Lu Chun, you're courting death. Seeing that the timing was just right, Xia Qingqing gracefully stood up and affectionately took Lu Chun's arm. All right, junior brother Lu, let's not disturb their reunion. With that, she pulled Lu Chun and turned to leave. Yuxia's heart tightened suddenly. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her. She couldn't understand why she felt this way. Clearly, this scoundrel had entangled with her 9 times, yet he could turn around and chat and laugh with Xia Qingqing as if nothing had happened. Utterly heartless. But why? Was she so afraid of being misunderstood by him? Wait. She finally couldn't hold back. She spoke up. Lu Chun, have you forgotten our agreement? Her voice tried to remain calm, but it was already trembling slightly. Do you still want the spirit gathering pill? I said, I would find you a gentle and considerate junior sister as a Dao companion. You can't mess around outside. As soon as she said this, even she found it inexplicable. What right did she have to control him? They had clearly already annulled their engagement. Lu Chun almost laughed in anger upon hearing this. What did this woman mean? They were already divorced, and she still wanted to meddle in his affairs. If Xia Qingqing weren't standing right next to him, he would have activated his pure yang sacred body right then and there. He would have pinned this duplicitous woman against the wall, made her remember who her real man was. Suppressing the fire in his heart, he shrugged nonchalantly. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? Then I'll trouble you, Lady Saintess, to send it over. As soon as possible. Your junior brother is eagerly awaiting it. Yuxia bit her lip, so hard that it turned a little white. Don't worry, she said softly. Once my family finishes refining it, we'll naturally send someone to deliver it to you. Looking at Yuxia's expression, clearly caring deeply, yet forcing herself to act indifferent, Lu Chun felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Could it be? This woman was really under his control? He curled his lips into a smirk, deliberately testing her. Very well, then let me offer my early congratulations to Lady Saintess and Senior Brother Yun. May you be united forever and blessed with children soon. These words were like the sharpest needle, piercing straight into Yuxia's heart. Her delicate body trembled violently. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. Congratulations? Why couldn't she feel even a shred of happiness? Was she really going to become Dao companions with Yun Outyin? The thought filled her with panic. At this moment, Her body still bore the marks of her intense cultivation with Lu Chun. Every trace burned away at her reason. And this heartless scoundrel could be so utterly indifferent. As if he didn't see the marks on her body. As if he didn't care at all. He was so cruel. So cruel. Just a moment ago, Lu Chun had been silently chanting to himself. The old him had been a coward, soft-hearted when it came to Yusiya. But things were different now. He was a master of the game. He knew better than anyone when to cut his losses. Besides, Xia Qingcheng was already standing by his side, ethereal and alluring, with a built-in golden core protector, a sense of security that was unmatched. Yusiya? Heh, just an exceptional ex, nothing more. When it's time to cut ties, cut them cleanly. The moment Lu Chun stood side by side with Xia Qingcheng, Yusiya's gaze was glued to them, especially the sight of them flying away on their swords together. That intimate posture, it was like a thorn, piercing deeply into her heart. That should have been my place. Yusiya's breathing became erratic. A wave of intense regret threatened to drown her, making it hard for her to breathe. Xia, Yun Outyan's voice came. He suppressed the irritation in his heart, barely maintaining his composure. Come back to the cave with me. He reached out his hand, trying to pull her along. Yusiya's body stiffened. She dodged as if shocked by electricity. I'm sorry. Her voice was soft and distant. Senior brother Outyan, I still have something important to take care of. Yun Outyan's brows furrowed tightly, barely restraining his displeasure. What could be so important? His tone turned cold. More important than our reunion? Yusiya avoided his gaze. Her eyes flickered. She subconsciously clenched the hem of her robe. Her voice was very, very soft. I still need to deliver the spirit-gathering pill to Lu Chun. Lu Chun again. That useless trash again. Yun Outyan's face instantly darkened like storm clouds. His fists clenched unconsciously, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. I wish I could drag her back to the cave right now. Use secret techniques to bind her to me forever. But reason told him, no? The Hehuan sect's cultivation techniques were unique. Without her willing consent, the effects would be greatly diminished. He had been stuck at the late foundation establishment stage for far too long. His yang energy was depleted. He desperately needed Yusiya's special Yin constitution to break through his bottleneck. So he had to endure. He must endure. He took a deep breath, forcing a gentle smile onto his face. All right. His voice was soft, as if trying to deceive her. It also felt like she was deceiving herself. Then you, come back soon. He paused for a moment. I'll wait for you. Yusiya saw him agree, and a trace of relief flashed in her heart. But more than that, complicated. Very, very complicated emotions. Senior brother Ao Tian is still so magnanimous. Am I being too much? That bastard Lu Chun. What kind of spell did he cast on me? But these thoughts only flashed by. Her body was far more honest than her heart. Without much hesitation, she turned around, mounted the moonlight spirit silk, and chased in the direction where Lu Chun and Xia Qingcheng had left, without even glancing at Yun Outyan. Yun Outyan stood frozen in place. He watched Yusiya's departing figure, the gentle smile on his face cracking bit by bit. The resentment and murderous intent in his eyes were as dark as the night. You will regret this. You all will regret this. On the other side, at Xia Qingcheng's cave residence, as soon as Lu Chun stepped in, he was enveloped by pure spiritual energy. The air was filled with a faint, cold fragrance, just like her, noble and enchanting, as expected of a fairy's cave residence. He silently praised in his heart, even entertaining the thought, how great it would be to live here forever. But in the next second, he recalled Xia Qingcheng's earlier demeanor, proactive and domineering. His heart began to race. This goddess-like senior sister, could she really be a public bus? That would be such a pity. Sit. Xia Qingcheng's voice interrupted his thoughts. She personally poured him a cup of spiritual wine. The amber liquid swirled gently in the jade cup. Lu Chun. She got straight to the point, her beautiful eyes bright and piercing. I want you to help me cultivate. Damn it. Here it comes. Lu Chun's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the wine cup she handed over, his gaze instantly filled with caution. This wine, could it have some strange drug in it? But out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the faintly discernible presence of golden core level guards outside the cave. In an instant, he recognized the reality of the situation. She held the knife. he was the fish. Resisting now would be no different from courting death. Senior sister's command, he said, bracing himself with an expression of resigned determination. How could junior brother dare to disobey? With that, he took the wine cup and downed it in one gulp. This elicited a charming smile from Xia Qingqing. The burning sensation he had anticipated did not come. Instead, a gentle and pure spiritual energy spread within him, causing his long-stagnant cultivation to make a slight breakthrough. Good wine. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He tentatively asked, I wonder, how should junior brother assist senior sister in cultivating? Xia Qingqing's eyes sparkled with allure, her red lips parting slightly as she uttered 3 words. Take off your clothes. What the hell? So direct. Lu Chen's heart sank. His last shred of hope was completely shattered. This was clearly a case of overpowering him. Help. Do your best, Xia Qingqing said with a light laugh. Her slender jade fingers hooked onto the sash of her gauzy robe and gave it a gentle tug. The gauze slipped off, revealing a breathtakingly exquisite figure, as if crafted by the heavens themselves. Her icy skin and jade-like bones, her curves so stunning they took one's breath away. Every inch exuded ultimate temptation. Lu Chen's breath hitched as he stared. Too seductive. A masterpiece. This was absolutely a masterpiece among masterpieces. But could it be that I, the great Sea King, am truly going to lose my chastity today? Just as he thought he was doomed, Xia Qingqing casually tossed over an ancient jade slip. This is the Heavenly Phoenix Vitality Cultivation Technique. Her tone was nonchalant, as if her earlier command to disrobe had been nothing more than a small joke. Study it. As long as you master the first level, you'll be able to assist me in cultivating. She smiled charmingly. Huh, just this? The immense disparity left Lu Chen momentarily stunned, unable to react. Strangely, a trace of disappointment rose in his heart. He quickly composed himself and picked up the jade slip to comprehend its contents. The technique was profound, but oddly, his jade pendant on his chest trembled slightly. The pure yang energy within his body began to circulate autonomously, flowing smoothly without obstruction. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the jade slip emitted a faint glow. The first level was complete. You, Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes revealed an extreme shock. You actually possess such comprehension? Her voice carried a slight tremor. What a pity. She looked at him, her gaze tinged with regret. Your 10 spiritual roots. But at this moment, Lu Chen could no longer concern himself with such matters. As the technique operated, the pure yang energy within his body, like an ignited volcano, burned fiercely, surging uncontrollably. An unprecedented impulse dominated his actions. He suddenly stood up, and under Xia Qingqing's gaze, pressed her flawless, delicate figure onto the soft cloud bed. Senior sister, his voice was low and hoarse. I will assist you in cultivating right now. For the first time, Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes showed a trace of unexpected panic. Instinctively, she tried to summon her spiritual power to push him away, but the scorching aura emanating from the pure yang sacred body left her entire body weak, unable to muster any strength. What followed was inevitable. Under the guidance of Heavenly Phoenix Vitality Cultivation Technique, this session of cultivation far surpassed all previous ones. Lu Chen could clearly feel his cultivation level growing at an unprecedented speed. He directly broke through to the 9th level of qi refinement. But what surprised and delighted him even more was, at the critical moment of his breakthrough, he distinctly sensed that this seemingly open and bold Xia Qingqing, her primal yin was still intact. She was a virgin. All his previous judgments were completely wrong. Just as spring filled the cave and yin and yang harmonized, a graceful figure, riding on a moonlit spiritual ribbon, quietly landed outside the cave. UCS stood there, gazing through the glass-like spiritual barrier, hearing the sounds from within. Her expression cracked bit by bit. Lu Chen was filled with amazement. Xia Qingqing was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, second only to Yuxia. What made her even more remarkable was, unlike Yuxia, who relied entirely on her own initiative, Xia Qingqing knew how to cooperate skillfully, making every moment irresistible for him. Even after the cultivation session ended, Lu Chun was still in a daze. The two peerless saintesses of the Hahuan sect had both given him their firsts. It felt so unreal, like a dream. Exhilarating, smooth, tender, silky. These four words exploded in his mind, leaving an endless aftertaste. At this moment, Xia Qingcheng was stabilizing her newly achieved cultivation level nearby. Lu Chen sneaked a glance at her and suppressed the urge to go for another round. Forget it, forget it. This woman has a golden core protector. His life was more important. He couldn't let his desires cloud his judgment. While she meditated with her eyes closed, Lu Chen's attention fell on a jade pendant hanging around his neck. From his memory, it seemed to be a relic left by his missing mother. He had always thought, apart from its cool touch and its ability to help him calm his mind, it had no other use. But just now, while comprehending the Heavenly Phoenix Vitality Cultivation technique, it seemed to have played a significant role. He instinctively rubbed the jade pendant, his curiosity growing stronger. In the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The jade pendant suddenly emitted a faint glow, enveloping his entire body. Buzz, Lu Chun felt his vision blur, and in an instant, his figure disappeared from the cave. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a vast, mysterious space. The spiritual energy here was so dense it was almost tangible, surpassing Xia Qingqing's cave by hundreds of times. What made his heart nearly stop was the sight before him. A series of spring wells brimming with majestic spiritual energy. Supreme Spirit Springs. My heavens! So many Supreme Spirit Springs. Lu Chen's voice trembled. I'm about to strike it rich. Overwhelming joy instantly clouded his mind. As expected, how could a transmigrator not have a cheat? This immense fortune had finally come to him. With the Spirit Spring space, perhaps the cultivation challenges of his 10 spiritual roots could be effortlessly resolved. He suppressed his excitement. Quickly perceiving and fully mastering the spiritual spring space, he willed himself back. His figure reappeared in Xia Qingqing's cave residence, as if he had never left. He cautiously glanced at Xia Qingcheng, who was still meditating, and let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. Almost got caught. This trump card must be kept tightly under wraps. Lu Chun was still savoring the wonderful moment earlier. Xia Qingcheng had stabilized her cultivation level and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. When she looked at Lu Chun, her gaze was extremely complex. There was shyness, annoyance, and scrutiny, but ultimately, it all transformed into an indescribable flutter. This man, he actually helped me break through my bottleneck. After a moment of silence, she thought about how he was, after all, her first man. In the end, she smiled sweetly, a charm in that instant enough to captivate all beings. She lightly bit her red lips, her voice carrying a rare trace of coquettishness. Next time, can you be gentler? Lu Chun was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Next time, his face lit up with sincerity as he nodded quickly. No problem, senior sister, rest assured. Next time, definitely, next time for sure. Xia Qingqing smiled faintly. Let's go. She naturally extended her hand, intimately linking arms with Lu Chun. Her voice was soft and alluring. We have guests. Husband, come with me to greet them. Husband. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although they hadn't yet registered at the Hall of Affairs, this form of address, damn, it felt amazing. He immediately straightened his back, allowing Xia Qingcheng to hold his arm as they walked out of the cave residence together. Outside the cave residence, UCS stood gracefully against the wind. When she saw Xia Qingcheng intimately holding Lu Chen's arm as they walked out, especially when she sensed the aura of Xia Qingqing's recent breakthrough, her mind, Buzz, went completely blank in an instant. They actually dual cultivated. And Xia Qingqing even broke through. A surge of uncontrollable bitterness and anger shot straight to her head, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly, almost breaking her composure on the spot. That bastard. How could he? How could he so casually be with someone else? An overwhelming wave of regret hit her. She hated it. Hated herself for being so foolish back then, insisting on annulling the engagement with him. Seeing Xia Qingqing's posture, as if declaring her sovereignty, she could barely restrain herself from rushing forward to pull Lu Chen away. Saintess see ya. Xia Qingqing took in her reaction completely, feeling elated inside. Her smile grew even more enchanting. I wonder what brings you here today. My husband and I just finished cultivating. If there's been any neglect, I hope you'll forgive us. Husband. Those two words were like sharp daggers, ruthlessly stabbing into Yucie's heart. She fought back the tears that were about to spill over, her gaze fixed firmly on Lu Chun. Her voice trembled. Lu Chun, I brought you some pills. You. Come back to the Saintess pavilion with me to retrieve them. Lu Chun looked at the still stunningly beautiful Yucie before him. To say he felt no stirrings at all would be a lie. But as he recalled her previous arrogance and the fact that her heart had always been set on Yun Outyin, he quickly regained his composure. He smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. Apologies, Saintess. It would be better if you could have someone deliver them to me. He paused, glanced at Xia Qingcheng beside him, and continued. We're a man and a woman alone here. If something were to happen again, it would truly be hard to explain. I must avoid suspicion. Don't you agree? Yucie trembled with anger, her delicate face alternating between red and white. This shameless scoundrel. He had clearly forced himself on her back then, and now he had the audacity to say such sarcastic things. Where had the Lu Chun who used to obey her every word, not even daring to breathe heavily, gone? He was supposed to belong to her. That despicable man. Why had he become so cold and heartless the moment their marriage contract was dissolved? Yucie bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes carrying a hint of pleading. Come with me to retrieve them. I can give you more pills. Hearing this, Lu Chun understood immediately. It seemed this woman had truly been completely subdued by him. The pure yang energy still stirring within him was eager to act. At this moment, with her offering herself up, it was practically a heaven-sent opportunity for cultivation. How could he let it slip by? However, Xia Qingcheng, standing beside him, was not pleased. She gently wrapped her delicate hand around Lu Chen's arm, her smile radiant, her tone playful. Husband, why go to the trouble of fetching pills yourself? How about I accompany you instead? Lu Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on and quickly tried to smooth things over. Sister Qingcheng, no need to trouble yourself. I'll go and be back shortly. It'll be a good chance to completely settle things with her, to sever all ties and end the karma. To his surprise, Xia Qingcheng, upon hearing this, not only did not insist, but instead graciously let go. She had long seen through it. Yucie's inner demons had already taken root and posed no threat to her. Moreover, she had absolute confidence in her own charm. Why not let those inner demons grow even deeper? Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she glanced at Yucie, her red lips curving slightly. In that case, go ahead. Her voice was soft, yet every word was clear. Make sure to perform well. Don't you dare waste Her Holiness's kind intentions. Lu Chun was dumbfounded on the spot. This woman's words had layers of meaning. Her attitude, could it be tacit approval? Or even a hint at something? Two women serving one husband. Damn, this is way too understanding. Love it, love it. Without giving him time to think further, Yucie had already grabbed his hand and stepped onto the moonlight spirit silk, transforming into a streak of light heading straight for the Holy Maiden Pavilion. Lu Chun was pulled along, soaring into the dark night sky. Behind him, Xia Qingcheng's figure grew smaller and smaller, but her words lingered in his mind for a long time. Don't let down the Holy Maiden's kind intentions. What exactly was she implying with those words? The moment he re-entered the Holy Maiden's bedchamber, the atmosphere completely changed. Lu Chen's face was expressionless as he extended his hand directly, his tone icy and piercing. The pills. Hand them over. After encountering someone as stunning as Xia Qingcheng, whatever fleeting desire he had for Yucie had long since faded. Men are just that pragmatic. Moreover, this was the Hehuan sect. Who didn't know how open the sect was about dual cultivation? A thought flashed through his mind. How many women had Yun Outyin, that lecher, been with? Who could say if he had touched Yucie? Lu Chun was a man with a true obsession for cleanliness. With that thought, whatever lingering feelings he had were extinguished almost entirely. Yucie looked at his cold, indifferent face, and her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. She forced herself to suppress the bitterness and spoke. As long as you promise me not to dual cultivate with Xia Qingcheng anymore, I can give you more pills. And cultivation resources. No. Lu Chen refused without a second thought, his tone resolute. You. Xie was furious, her beautiful eyes wide with anger, her entire face trembling. You scoundrel. How greedy can you be? Greedy? Lu Chen seemed to have heard the world's biggest joke, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Holy maiden, haven't we already annulled our marriage contract? We have nothing to do with each other. What position are you in now to meddle in my affairs? He took a step closer, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Instead of whispering sweet nothings with your senior brother out Yin, you're here meddling in the business of me. Your former cauldron? Don't you find that laughable? I did not. Xie panicked, completely losing her composure, and blurted out her true feelings. As long as you leave Xia Qingqing, we can go back to how things were before. Stop. Lu Chen's voice was so cold it could freeze. Holy maiden, you were the one who proposed annulling the marriage contract. You were the one who didn't want me. He enunciated each word, and now you're saying you regret it. Isn't that ridiculous? He let out a mocking laugh, each word cutting like a knife. I told you before, I am not the kind of person who goes back to old flames. Those words were like the final straw. All of Xie's strength, all of her pretense, collapsed in an instant. Her delicate face turned as pale as paper, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure as he walked away without looking back, her pride shattered. Her composure shattered. All her struggles shattered. No, it's not like that. Tears streamed down her face as she cried her heart out, her voice breaking. Lu Chen, you bastard. I didn't let him touch me. I really regret it. I know I was wrong. It's my fault. Please don't go, please. Her voice grew more and more desperate. However, in the distance, Lu Chen only paused slightly, but he did not turn back. He walked straight out of the bedchamber. From an angle Xie couldn't see, his fist quietly clenched, his knuckles turning white. In the empty, opulent bedchamber, only Xie remained, collapsing weakly to the ground. She cried so hard her entire body trembled. Finally, she came to a clear realization. Her heart had long been completely filled by that bastard. Utterly and completely filled. But he no longer wanted her. He had become her inner demon. Truly, he had. After Lu Chen left, he planned to first register for a new cave dwelling. Since he had already annulled the marriage contract with Xie, it was naturally inappropriate to continue living in the Saintess Pavilion. As for Xia Qingqing, that woman was too calculating. Rather than genuine affection, it seemed more like she was using him to deal with Xie. It was better to maintain a proper distance. He walked across the sect square. Along the way, many female disciples cast curious glances at him. After all, the reputation of the pure yang sacred body preceded him, and coupled with the recent annulment of his engagement, he naturally attracted attention. But more than that, there were the hostile stares from the male disciples. Their gazes seemed as if they wanted to devour him. Well, if it isn't our Hehuan sect's #1 cauldron, Lu Chen. A grating voice came from the entrance of the cave dwelling registration office. A young man in luxurious robes swaggered to block the doorway, followed by a group of lackeys. It was Zhou Biao, the young master of the Zhou family from Tianchuang City. With a cultivation level of the 12th layer of qi refinement, he relied on his family background to act arrogantly within the sect. Ever since Lu Chen and Xie became Dao companions, Zhou Biao had harbored resentment. Now his chance had come. What's this? Here to register for a cave dwelling? Zhou Biao sneered, deliberately raising his voice. Don't tell me the Saintess kicked you out? He paused, then said in the most piercing tone, I heard senior sister Yu doesn't want you anymore. So it's true. Ha! Laughter erupted all around. Many male disciples wore schadenfreude expressions, their gazes treating him like a joke. Lu Chen's eyes darkened. So it's you. Turns out it's just a toad like you. His voice was icy. What? Still dreaming of marrying the Saintess? With just you. You. Zhou Biao's face turned ashen, his expression twisting. Lu Chen, you useless trash. Now that the Saintess doesn't want you, let's see who can protect you. His voice grew increasingly arrogant. Once I deal with you, I'll go propose to the Saintess myself. Ha ha ha. Before he could finish, spiritual energy surged around him. The oppressive aura of the 12th layer of qi refinement was unleashed without restraint. He threw a punch directly at Lu Chen's face, The punch came with ferocious momentum. Although Lu Chun had already broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, facing a full-force strike from the 12th layer, he could only barely defend. Just as he was about to take the hit head-on, boom! A graceful figure moved like lightning. Zhou Biao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a distant stone wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "How dare you!" Xia Qingcheng landed lightly in front of Lu Chun, her robes fluttering, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. "My husband, is he someone you can touch?" It turned out, she had been secretly following behind Lu Chun. Earlier, seeing that he hadn't rekindled his old feelings with Xia, she felt a mix of disappointment and inexplicable relief. Now, seeing someone dare to attack Lu Chun, she immediately stepped forward to protect him. "Ah!" Zhou Biao screamed as he struggled to get up from the ground, his face full of terror, his entire body trembling. Lu Chun felt a surge of satisfaction. As expected, clinging to the thigh of a wealthy elder sister was the right move. This feeling of being protected was truly reassuring. He slowly walked up to Zhou Biao, looking down at him. "See that? Even though I've annulled my marriage contract with the Saintess, senior sister Qingcheng is willing to take me in." His voice was chilling. "And you think you're worthy of pursuing the Saintess? Worthy of targeting me? You?" Zhou Biao trembled with rage. But when he saw the stunning Xia Qingcheng, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Because Xia Qingcheng was also the goddess in his heart. Now, both goddesses had fallen into the hands of this so-called trash Lu Chun. How could he endure this? "Lu Chun, I warn you." Thud. Before he could finish, Zhou Biao was sent flying again. This time, he passed out directly. Still barking like a dog, Xia Qingcheng snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes sweeping over everyone around. "Listen carefully. Whoever dares to bully my husband is going against me, Xia Qingcheng." Her gaze was as cold as ice. The disciples watching exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy, turning red with jealousy. "Why don't I have a pure yang sacred body? Lu Chun is way too lucky. Better stay away from him in the future, can't afford to provoke him." Under the scorching gazes of envy, jealousy, and hatred, Xia Qingcheng naturally hooked her arm around Lu Chen's, speaking softly. "Husband, let's go." Back to the cave. Lu Chun felt the fiery stares around him, his heart brimming with joy. Because Xia had never protected him so openly before. This life of being pampered, truly delightful. On the way, Xia Qingcheng's jade-like arm gently wrapped around Lu Chen's, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. "What's the matter? It seems our Saintess Xia is regretting it so much she's heartbroken." She leaned in closer, her voice soft yet laced with hidden sharpness. "Husband, you really don't know how to cherish beauty at all." Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he replied indifferently. "My ties with her ended long ago. There's nothing left between us." Though he said this, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. "How strange. Clearly, I'm the one who transmigrated here as the ultimate player, so why am I being completely controlled by this woman? I just took her first time. Her primordial Yin is still intact, yet her methods and mindset. She seems like a seasoned veteran in the art of love. No way. Could she also be a transmigrator?" Xia Qingcheng's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she had seen through his thoughts. She continued to fan the flames. Sigh. She cried so pitifully, like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Truly heart-wrenching. She deliberately paused, then looked at Lu Chun. "Why can't you turn back and show her some tenderness?" Lu Chen's pupils shrank. He immediately put on a deeply affectionate expression, skillfully delivering sweet words. "Because in my heart, from beginning to end, there's only you, senior sister Qingcheng." Wow, Xia Qingcheng clapped forcefully, her smile utterly perfunctory. "I'm so moved." Lu Chen kept a cheerful smile on his face. Inwardly, damn it, miscalculated. Sweet talk doesn't work on this mature beauty at all. This trick only works on someone like Xia, the innocent little fairy. He sighed, his tone carrying a hint of inexplicable frustration. She seems to have truly developed inner demons now. And I am her inner demon. He looked at Xia Qingcheng. "Do you think this is my fault?" Xia Qingcheng didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly leaned closer to him. Her breath was fragrant, her voice seductive. "Don't worry." Her finger lightly tapped his chest. "If she truly develops inner demons, Once I become the Saintess, I've promised to be with you." She paused, her gaze narrowing dangerously, "Serving you day and night. I won't go back on my word." Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be true? This woman is still fixated on the Saintess position. She's practically flawless, strong in power, backed by a solid background, and so understanding. Could she be a top-tier player, planning to keep me in her fish pond? No way. I must turn the tables. Lu Chen flashed a devilish smile. He took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, starting to flirt back. "Since senior sister is so deeply devoted to me." He leaned closer to her ear, his voice suggestive. "Why don't we return to the cave now and engage in some deeper cultivation?" Before the words had fully landed, Xia Qingqing's delicate face subtly changed. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. This guy? Although she was quite satisfied with him, she couldn't afford to develop inner demons like Yusia. Dual cultivation must proceed gradually. She gently broke free from Lu Chen's embrace. Her tone instantly reverted to its usual coolness. "That won't be necessary." She turned away, her back to him. "My cultivation has just made a breakthrough, and I'm not facing any bottlenecks for now. When the time comes, I'll trouble you, junior brother." Lu Chen's heart instantly sank. Damn it, it's confirmed. This woman really just sees me as a convenient cultivation tool she can use whenever she pleases. If it were Yusia, wouldn't I be able to cultivate as many times as I want? Enjoy myself whenever I feel like it? But now, she's the one controlling the rhythm. This is so frustrating. Inside the cave residence, the two returned to the cave residence. Xia Qingqing immediately sat down to meditate and cultivate, her expression focused, completely ignoring Lu Chen. Lu Chen stared at the stunning beauty before him, so close yet unattainable. His heart felt like a little cat was scratching at it, an unbearable itch. He gazed at Xia Qingqing's exquisite profile and muttered to himself, "I can't keep letting her lead me by the nose like this. I need to show her my unique, irreplaceable value. Just seducing her isn't enough." At that moment, Xia Qingqing let out a soft sigh. She slowly took out a spirit herb that looked dim and lifeless, barely clinging to life. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her voice carried a hint of regret. What a pity for this century-old concentration herb. She looked at the withered herb in her hand and murmured softly, "If I could revive it, I could refine concentration pills to help stabilize my divine sense." She shook her head lightly. "This herb is extremely difficult to cultivate. It seems hopeless. An opportunity to shine." Lu Chen's heart stirred sharply. He immediately stepped forward, pretending to ponder deeply as he carefully examined the spirit herb. A few seconds later, he confidently declared, "This herb's vitality isn't completely gone." His voice was firm. "It might be worth a try." Lu Chen raised his head and met her gaze. "If senior sister trusts me and hands it over, I should have a 70% chance of reviving it." A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes. "You?" She scrutinized him up and down. "You know how to cultivate spirit herbs?" "Of course I do," Lu Chen replied with full confidence. In his spirit spring space, the spiritual field was a treasure trove. Reviving the herb was no problem, and he could even make it thrive, bloom, and bear fruit overnight. Xia Qingqing's eyes flickered. She seemed to have thought of something and actually handed the spirit herb to him. "All right." Her tone carried a hint of challenge. "Then I'll trust you this once." She looked at him. "If you can revive it, you'll be well rewarded." With the spirit herb in hand, Lu Chen had no reason to linger. He immediately returned to his newly registered cave residence. Spirit spring space. As soon as he entered, he swiftly stepped into the spirit spring space. Carefully, he planted the wilting concentration herb in the spiritual field. What happened next could only be described as a miracle. The nearly dead spirit herb, upon coming into contact with the supreme spirit spring and the life-filled spiritual soil, began to recover its vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its leaves turned lush and vibrant. Spiritual energy flowed through its veins. In just one night, it grew into a flourishing, verdant plant. Its condition was astonishingly good. Zhou family residence. What? Biaoer was seriously injured. Elder Zhou Changfeng erupted in fury the moment he received the news. With a single palm strike, he shattered the black ironwood table beside him into fragments, sending splinters flying everywhere. Looking at his grandson Zhou Biao, who lay on the ground barely clinging to life, the elder at the early stage of the Golden Core realm had bloodshot eyes. Spiritual energy surged uncontrollably around him, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Lu Chun. He spat out each word through gritted teeth. A useless trash with 10 spiritual roots dares to harm the direct descendant of my Zhou family. His body trembled, a manifestation of his extreme rage. Good, good, good. He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I will make you beg for life and death alike. He dared not openly target Xia Qingcheng, who had a powerful background. But dealing with a rootless nobody like Lu Chun, that would be as easy as turning his hand. Hehuan sect law enforcement hall. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Zhou Changfeng arrived, carrying an overwhelming aura of fury, making no effort to conceal his pressure. His voice was as cold as ice. Elder Qiu. He stepped forward. My grandson Zhou Biao was maliciously attacked by a fellow disciple within the sect, resulting in damage to his Dao foundation. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Your law enforcement hall must give me an explanation for this. Elder Qiu, seated at the head of the hall, remained composed. He chuckled lightly, stroking his long beard. Elder Zhou, calm your anger. His tone was calm, which only made it more intimidating. As far as I know, it seems your grandson was injured by the Xia family's young lady. He paused, his words laden with meaning. There might be some misunderstanding here, don't you think? Misunderstanding. Zhou Changfeng took a sudden step forward, unleashing the full pressure of his golden core cultivation. The entire law enforcement hall buzzed and trembled. If not for that trash Lu Chen's instigation. His voice echoed through the hall. Why would Fairy Xia take action against my grandson? He pointed forward, his words dripping with killing intent. This matter started because of him, and he must pay the price. He fixed his gaze on Elder Qiu, each word carrying immense pressure. If your law enforcement hall does not apprehend that culprit Lu Chen today. He paused, his voice dropping lower but becoming even more menacing. Don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands to clean up the sect. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Elder Qiu's eyes, but it was quickly masked by a smooth smile. I understand Elder Zhou's concerns. He feigned contemplation, his expression troubled. However, that Lu Chen seems to have gained Fairy Xia's favor recently. His tone carried a hint of probing. If our law enforcement hall acts rashly, it might be difficult to explain to the Xia family. He put on a look of difficulty. What do you think about this? What's so difficult about it? Zhou Changfeng had already prepared for this. He let out a cold laugh. Once my grandson's injuries have slightly healed, let him and Lu Chen settle this on the life and death platform. His tone grew even colder. It adheres to sect rules and resolves the grievance. He stared at Elder Qiu, enunciating each word. At that time, I asked Elder Qiu to bear witness. He emphasized his words. And ensure no one interferes, especially that Xia family girl. Hearing this, a glint of cunning flashed in Elder Qiu's eyes. He secretly praised Zhou Changfeng. What a shrewd plan. The older, the wiser. Lu Chen's aptitude was poor, having been stuck at the 7th level of qi refinement for years. Meanwhile, Zhou Biao was already at the 12th level of qi refinement, with a solid foundation and abundant resources. Once they stepped onto the life and death platform, Lu Chun was doomed to die. This plan would allow him to curry favor with Zhou Changfeng, avoid offending the Xia family, and conveniently rid the sect of a troublemaker. A triple win. Elder Qiu stroked his beard and smiled, his tone confident and full of calculation. Rest assured, Elder Zhou, I will handle this matter properly. His smile deepened. As for that Lu Chun, he paused, letting the other party imagine the rest. But the implication was clear. There will be no way out for him. Achoo! Lu Chen suddenly sneezed in his new cave dwelling, rubbing his nose with a look of bad luck. Damn it! Who's scheming against me behind my back? Why does my back feel so chilly? He didn't think much of it and grabbed the vibrant condensing spirit grass to find Xia Qingqing. Although it was hard to explain how he managed to revive the spiritual herb overnight, he was already prepared. When he first joined the sect, he had indeed worked as a medicine boy in the herb garden for a few days. Using this excuse to muddle through shouldn't be a problem. After all, No one could expose him. Senior sister, here's your condensing spirit grass. When Xia Qingqing saw the spiritual herb, brimming with energy and its leaves lush and green, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. In her excitement, she even stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Lu Chen's cheek. The soft, warm, and moist sensation made Lu Chen's heart flutter. There's hope. He took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. That's it. Senior sister, why don't we delve deeper into cultivation again? To stabilize our cultivation levels? He thought she would refuse. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingqing let out a charming laugh. Her eyes were so alluring they seemed to drip with seduction. All right, husband, you've helped me a great deal this time. It's only right to properly reward you. Lu Chun was instantly dumbfounded. This woman isn't playing by the rules. Not only did she not question the spiritual herb, she even agreed so readily. How should I respond to this? Forget it. A benefit delivered to my doorstep. How could I not accept it? As a seasoned playboy, I'll enjoy it first. A round of passion, utterly intoxicating. Lu Chun felt refreshed, and his cultivation advanced slightly. Xia Qingqing's aura also became more harmonious and stable. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes even revealed a hint of anticipation. Who could resist that? Naturally, Lu Chun didn't hold back. He mounted his steed, once more, immersing himself in cultivation. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that the two finally ceased their activities. Xia Qingqing lazily tidied her dress. She said softly, "Husband, I'll be leaving the sect for a few days. You stay in the sect and cultivate diligently, all right?" Watching her departing figure, Lu Chun smacked his lips, savoring the memory. He had to admit, Xia Qingqing was truly amazing. The feeling was completely different from Yusia. Both were top tier. He cheerfully returned to his cave dwelling, still relishing the experience from earlier. Just then, the communication token at his waist trembled slightly. He took it out and looked. It was Yusia, Lu Chun, on the other end of the communication token. Her voice carried a hint of choking. Come to the Saintess Pavilion right away. I want to see you." Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. His tone was cold and indifferent. "Sorry. A man and a woman alone together. It's inappropriate. I'm afraid Qingqing might misunderstand." Qingqing. He was calling her so intimately. Yusia's heart felt like it had been ruthlessly stabbed. The pain made it hard to breathe. She had given her body to him too. This scoundrel. Why was he so affectionate with Xia Qingqing? Why? Lu Chun, you bastard. She cursed through her sobs. Lu Chun held the voice transmission talisman. In his mind, Yusia's stunningly beautiful face and alluring figure involuntarily surfaced. TSK. To be honest, Yusia's charm was truly indescribable. It was a completely different kind of supreme experience compared to Xia Qingqing. She could allow his desires to be released even more thoroughly. This young master does still crave her body a little. But this young master is a man of principles. If I say I won't go back to old flames, then I absolutely won't. Well, unless that flame is gilded. Or comes with extra benefits. Lu Chun, UCS seemed to have made a significant decision. Her voice was chillingly resolute. As long as you're willing to come back once, I'll give you another 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Such a good deal. It would be foolish not to take it. He forced himself to remain calm. Ahem. Since the Saintess is so sincere, then I will reluctantly make the trip. But let's be clear, I'm only going to collect the spirit stones, absolutely nothing else. Thinking about how he was still cultivating with the most basic trash tier techniques and how weak his combat power was, he quickly added, wait, spirit stones alone aren't enough. I also want a powerful cultivation technique, preferably one of earth grade or higher. Yusia didn't hesitate at all. Fine, I'll give it to you. Lu Chen's eyes flickered. Was this woman now so utterly without boundaries? As expected, he must have become her inner demon. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He decided to test her. Forget it. Why don't you just deliver the spirit stones and the technique directly to my cave residence? I'm at. Half an hour later, Yusia indeed appeared at the entrance of Lu Chen's cave residence. She looked at the man before her, the one who made her feel both love and hate. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hope and tears. Lu Chun, won't you come back to me? Whatever Xia Qingchun can give you, I can give too. And I can give even more. Her voice was so soft, so humble. It was completely unlike the lofty Saintess she once was. Lu Chun counted the spirit stones and inspected the jade slip containing the technique. He was overjoyed inside but kept a calm expression. What a joke. Xia Qingchun is currently my talisman and cultivation accelerator. And you think just these spirit stones can make me leave her? Saintess, he put away the spirit stones, his tone as distant as could be. Thank you for your generosity. As for returning to your side, he paused. His gaze swept over her, cold and unfamiliar. I'm sorry. I think things are fine as they are now. It's better not to let your senior brother Yun Outyin misunderstand. UCS stared at his cold expression, listened to his resolute words. Her heart sank completely into the abyss. She gave him one last deep look, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Helplessly, she turned and left. Her figure was so lonely, so resolute. After sending Yuxia off, Lu Chun watched her departing figure. A strange pang of pain struck his heart. This woman was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. That unique blend of purity and allure was rare in this world. In just 3 days, he had almost fallen for her. Was he too harsh just now? He gently pressed his hand against his chest, feeling that unfamiliar ache. However, when her once cold gaze surfaced in his mind, and he remembered how her heart had always been set on Yun Outyin, Lu Chun immediately hardened his resolve. Humph. She brought this upon herself. She needs to be properly disciplined. He took a deep breath and shifted his focus to the cultivation technique Yuxia had delivered. It seemed that only this could make him feel a little better. Nine Sun's void-breaking fist. Lu Chun's eyes lit up. This is a mid-tier earth-grade technique. It said that even core disciples need an enormous amount of sect contributions to exchange for it. Cultivation techniques are ranked from highest to lowest. Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. A mid-tier earth-grade technique. How precious. Lu Chun's eyes sparkled. He was so excited he almost jumped up. She did this for me. She actually went this far? He carefully flipped through the manual, overjoyed. This fist technique was fierce and domineering, with every move containing the power to tear through the void. It was a perfect match for his pure yang sacred body. With this fist technique and my pure yang sacred body, who in the same realm could possibly be my match? Avenging myself against the Lu family. It's only a matter of time. Even better, he also had the mysterious pendant as his cheat. That night, Lu Chun couldn't wait to enter the spirit spring space to begin his training. Surrounded by spiritual energy so dense it was almost liquid, he followed the technique's instructions, throwing punches and moving fluidly. The mysterious pendant emitted a gentle glow, making his comprehension of the technique as smooth as if he were being directly enlightened. Boom! With a single punch, blazing pure yang energy erupted, stirring up a wave of heat above the spirit spring. So powerful. This strength is simply heaven-defying. The more he practiced, the more exhilarated he became, completely immersed in the profound mysteries of the technique. The pure yang sacred body and the Nine Suns void-breaking fist complemented each other perfectly. Every punch carried the force to shatter mountains and rivers. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the cave, Lu Chun slowly concluded his practice, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. Is this the minor mastery stage already? Even he found it hard to believe. Ordinary disciples would need months of arduous training just to get started, but he had skipped the entry stage in a single night, directly cultivating the Nine Suns void-breaking fist to the minor mastery stage. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the power of the Nine Suns void-breaking fist at the minor mastery stage had increased several-fold. If he were to face an opponent now, this technique alone would be enough to crush cultivators of the same realm. He might even be able to fight across realms. Lu Chun smiled confidently. Awesome. This feels incredible. He excitedly swung his fists, filled with anticipation for the future. With the pure yang sacred body, the mysterious pendant, and now the Nine Suns void-breaking fist, he wanted to see who would still dare call him a 10 spiritual root waste. As soon as Lu Chun pushed open the cave door, before he could even stretch his muscles, he was blocked by Zhou Biao. Behind Zhou Biao was a crowd of people, a dense, oppressive mass. Waste. Zhou Biao sneered as he approached, his aura clearly much stronger than the last time they met. Didn't expect this, did you? I've recovered so quickly. He paused, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Today, I'll tear you to pieces on the life and death platform. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Xia Qingcheng wasn't in the sect. Yu Xie had just annulled their engagement. He was now completely alone. He had originally planned to avoid this disaster, but the mocking gazes around him were overwhelming. The voices of ridicule made his scalp tingle. This waste dares to show his face? Did you hear? Senior brother Zhou has already reached the peak of qi refinement. Lu Chun is definitely dead this time. Even a clay figurine has some fire. Was Lu Chun really going to hide behind women his whole life? Was he really going to live like a dog? A surge of hot blood rushed to his head. Lu Chen's gaze instantly turned icy. Fine, I accept. His voice was eerily calm. The news exploded. The entire outer sect was in an uproar. The Hehuan sect was shaken. The area around the life and death platform was packed. A sea of people. Almost every disciple had come. All to see how Lu Chen would die. Senior brother Zhou, kill this trash who defiled the Saintess. A 10th spiritual root. Nobody dares dream of dual cultivation with the Saintess. What a joke. Senior brother Lu, you can do it. That last voice was very faint, quickly drowned out by boos. On the high platform, Elder Qiu of the Law Enforcement Hall sat steadily in the center. Zhou Biao's grandfather, Zhou Changfeng, sat beside him. The faint pressure of a golden core cultivator spread intermittently. Lu Chen's back turned cold. It was over. This was clearly a death trap. Zhou Biao had taken a second-grade healing pill, a secret family recipe. His injuries were gone, and his cultivation had even benefited from the ordeal, breaking through directly to the peak of qi refinement. And himself? In everyone's eyes, he was still a useless waste stuck at the 7th level of qi refinement. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Zhou Biao leapt onto the arena, his spiritual energy fully unleashed. The oppressive aura of a peak qi refinement cultivator bore down instantly. Kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe, just maybe, this young master will leave you an intact corpse. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart. No, I can't die. I haven't avenged myself yet. Xia Qingcheng is still waiting for me to dual cultivate with her. Yu Xie is still waiting for me. I still have the trump card of the Spirit Spring Space. He stepped onto the arena, one step at a time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he declared loudly, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense?" The entire crowd was stunned. This waste, who had always relied on women for protection. When did he become so bold? Only Lu Chen himself knew. This battle, he couldn't afford to lose. At that moment, a cold and elegant figure parted the crowd. It's Saintess Xia. Why is she here? Could it be that the Saintess wants to protect Lu Chen? Impossible. Didn't she just annul her engagement with Lu Chen? Yu Xie walked gracefully forward. Her gaze fell on Lu Chen, carrying a hint of worry and a trace of annoyance. Lu Chen, you're too impulsive. Her voice was cold, but the concern within it was impossible to hide. If you agree to leave Xia Qingcheng, I will ensure your safety today. The crowd erupted. What? Lu Chen is really with Xia Qingcheng? My God, both great saintesses are involved with him. What kind of character is this waste? Countless envious and hateful gazes seemed to burn through Lu Chen. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He held his forehead, utterly helpless. My dear Saintess, are you trying to get me killed faster? Did you come here just to make me a target? Please leave. Don't waste your efforts. These words were like a knife, stabbing straight into Yu Xie's heart. For Lu Chen, she had repeatedly rejected Yun Outyin. For him, she had even disregarded her status and come to plead on his behalf. And what did she get in return? Such cold indifference? Yu Xie took a deep breath. She turned to face the high platform, her voice as cold as ice. Elder Qiu, this is merely a misunderstanding between Lu Chen and junior brother Zhou. Why must fellow disciples fight to the death? This matter arose because of me. If you are willing to let it go, I will personally compensate the Zhou family with a foundation establishment pill. She paused for a moment. Additionally, I owe the Zhou family a favor. The crowd erupted again. A foundation establishment pill. That was a rare resource within the sect. and combined with the Saintess's favor, the price was astronomical. Elder Chio's expression turned conflicted. After all, Yusiya was the sect's Saintess. He couldn't afford to disregard her face. But Zhou Changfeng, sitting beside him, had a different reaction. His face darkened. He suddenly stood up. "Umph. You family girl, such arrogance." His eyes widened. "My grandson was nearly crippled, and you think you can just brush it off? Does my Zhou family lack foundation establishment pills? Do we?" Yusiya suppressed her displeasure. "Then what does Elder Zhou want?" Zhou Changfeng's eyes lit up. A greedy glint flashed in his gaze. He sneered coldly. "Simple. As long as you agree to become my grandson's Dao companion, this matter will be written off." Zhou Biao, hearing this, began trembling all over. He was so excited he was nearly losing his mind. Grandfather is right. Grandson is willing to become Dao companions with Saintess Sia. Even if it costs me my life, I would die content. The surrounding crowd erupted into mocking laughter. Zhou Changfeng's old face turned red, but he still forced himself to ask, "Well?" Yusiya's face turned completely cold. That kind of cold could freeze a person to death. Absolutely impossible. 3 words. Decisive and firm. "Humph." Zhou Changfeng snorted coldly. "Then there's nothing more to say." On the stage, Lu Chun watched Yusiya argue on his behalf. A sudden warmth filled his heart. This woman had hurt him deeply before. Her heart had been occupied by another man. But now, she was willing to go to such lengths for him. This sentiment, it was worth it. "Hey," Lu Chun interrupted loudly. "Are we still fighting or not?" His gaze swept over Zhou Changfeng and Elder Chio. "The life and death duel continues. I hope you keep your word and don't go back on it afterward." Courting death. Zhou Changfeng was furious. He pointed at Zhou Biao. "Biaoer, teach this brat a good lesson for me. Show him what it means to know his place." Zhou Biao had been unable to hold back for a long time. He leaped into the air. His entire body erupted with spiritual energy. The oppressive force of a chi refining stage great perfection cultivator made the entire arena tremble. Lu Chun, prepare to die. His palms flew. The Zhou family's ultimate technique, frost palm, poured out. The chilling cold instantly enveloped the entire arena. Even the air seemed to freeze. Lu Chun neither dodged nor retreated. The pure yang energy within his body surged and flowed. Nine Sun's void-breaking fist, the first move. Dawn's first light, boom. A loud explosion. The scorching pure yang fist force collided fiercely with the icy palm wind. Waves of energy surged. Zhou Biao was actually forced back 3 steps. The entire arena fell silent. Deathly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yusiya's beautiful eyes widened. In disbelief. This asterisk 9 suns. Void-breaking fist asterisk was something she had only given to Lu Chun last night. How had he already reached a minor mastery of it? And its power was even greater than when she used it? What kind of monster was this? Zhou Biao was both shocked and furious. He had never expected Lu Chun to possess such strength. At this point, he held nothing back. He fully unleashed the frost palm. The entire arena was covered in frost. The cold was bone-chilling. Good timing. Lu Chun laughed loudly. 9 Sun's void-breaking fist, the second move. Blazing sun at high noon. The fist force grew even more scorching. It was as if a blazing sun had erupted on the arena. Bang! Zhou Biao's palm force, in the face of the pure yang fist energy, was like snow meeting the blazing sun. It instantly disintegrated. He was sent flying. He crashed heavily at the edge of the arena. This is impossible. Zhou Changfeng shot to his feet. His face was full of shock. The entire arena was silent. Lu Chun stood with his hands behind his back. He swept his gaze across the crowd and asked loudly, "Anyone else want to fight?" Wherever his gaze landed, people lowered their heads one after another. No one dared to meet his eyes. Zhou Biao, having been beaten so miserably in front of Yusiya, completely lost his mind. "Lu Chun, I want you dead." His eyes were bloodshot. Ignoring his injuries, he charged again. Frost glimmered in his palms. He was clearly ready to risk his life. "If you're so determined to die," Lu Chun's gaze turned cold. 9 Sun's void-breaking fist, the third move. He struck decisively. Crack, a crisp sound of bones breaking. Zhou Biao's hand shattered on impact. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered. Lu Chun's offensive did not stop. He kicked Zhou Biao hard. His foot landed squarely on Zhou Biao's dantian. Poof! Zhou Biao flew backward like a kite with a broken string. While still in midair, blood sprayed wildly. His cultivation was completely destroyed. My Biaoer! Zhou Chongfeng's eyes were bloodshot with rage. The oppressive force of a golden core cultivator erupted. You little beast! I'll take your life. He disregarded his status and directly attacked Lu Chun. Senior Zhou, you mustn't. Yu Xie hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Chun. Moonlight-like spiritual energy shielded him. You family girl, you dare block me? Zhou Chongfeng was furious beyond measure. The rules of a life-and-death duel forbid third-party interference. Yu Xie stood her ground, unyielding. Just as it seemed Yu Xie could no longer hold on, a shadow suddenly appeared. With a casual gesture, it effortlessly neutralized Zhou Chongfeng's fatal strike. Xia Qingcheng gracefully landed in front of Lu Chun, her face icy cold, her voice carrying a dangerous chill. The Zhou family is truly audacious. How dare you lay a treacherous hand on my man? The crowd erupted in shock. The Saintesses of two rival factions had both intervened, both to protect Lu Chun. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. Whoa! Both Saintesses are shielding him. What kind of magic does this Lu Chun have? I'm so jealous I could die, really. Zhou Chongfeng's face turned so dark it seemed ink could drip from it. He knew all too well the power behind the Xia family. And more importantly, Xia Qingqing had a golden core stage guard standing by her side. Today, things had clearly gone awry. Very well. Very well. He spat through gritted teeth, each word forced out with venom. Xia family girl. You would go to war with my Zhou family over a mere waste. The oppressive aura around him abruptly dissipated. Lu Chun, this grudge from today, my Zhou family, will remember it. With that, he picked up the unconscious Zhou Biao and turned to leave, each step heavy and deliberate. In a corner of the crowd, a man with a scarred face stood silently. His sharp eyes were filled with both relief and excitement. Young master, he murmured to himself, his rough fingers trembling involuntarily. You've truly grown up. He took a deep breath. To think you could make the two peerless saintesses of the Hahuan sect stand up for you. The scarred man's smile carried both pride and a touch of melancholy. His eyes reddened slightly. Madam, did you see that? He looked toward the sky, his gaze drifting far away. The young master is no longer that timid boy. He paused. His voice suddenly turned cold. Rest assured, as long as I, Scarblade San, draw breath. His eyes locked back onto Lu Chun on the stage, his gaze becoming sharp and chilling. I will never let anyone harm the young master. The Zhou family. I've marked this debt. Anyone who dares to harm even a hair on the young master's head can prepare for their clan's annihilation. His words were soft, but they carried an unmistakable, murderous intent. Then, his figure silently melted into the crowd, as if he had never been there. Yu Xie had just breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that the one who saved Lu Chun was Xia Qingqing. Her heart sank instantly, a mix of emotions surging within her, leaving her stifled and uneasy. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, outwardly feigning a look of lingering fear, was secretly laughing to himself. He had long wanted to cripple Zhou Biao, only lacking the right opportunity. Today, his wish had come true. In truth, he had been gambling just now. Gambling on whether Xia Qingqing would arrive in time. And sure enough, she did. What did this mean? It meant that, in her heart, his role as a tool was still quite important. Many thanks to the Saintess. Many thanks to senior sister Qingqing. Lu Chun grinned cheekily as he sidled up to them. Yu Xie snorted coldly. Lu Chun, you're just a lowly furnace cauldron, yet you're so full of yourself. Xia Qingqing also kept a stern face. If I hadn't received the message in time, you'd be dead by now. But in her heart, she was equally astonished. Lu Chun had actually managed to easily defeat Zhou Biao, who was at the peak of the qi refining stage. It seemed this guy's value was far greater than she had imagined. The news of this life and death duel quickly spread throughout the entire Hahuan sect. Everyone was shocked by one fact. Two saintesses, who were like fire and water, had actually joined forces to protect the same man. This was simply unprecedented. It could be called the greatest spectacle since the founding of the Hahuan sect. Two saintesses fighting over one man. Just who is this Lu Chun? If I could be favored by even one of them, it would be worth dying for. From today onward, Lu Chun is my idol. Listening to these discussions, Lu Chun's lips curved into a slight smile. This battle not only proved his strength, but also confirmed his position in the hearts of the two Saintesses. This soft rice was becoming more and more delicious to savor. Yuxia watched the backs of Lu Chun and Xia Qingcheng as they walked away hand in hand. She felt as if her heart was being torn apart. In a daze, she returned to the Saintess's bedchamber. In the vast and luxurious hall, she was left all alone. Her gaze swept across the dressing table. There lay an ordinary wooden hairpin. Lu Chun had clumsily carved it for a long time back then and had forcibly given it to her. She had once despised its crude appearance, but now it seemed unbearably glaring. She rushed over and clutched the wooden hairpin tightly in her palm, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Ugh! She could no longer hold it in. She collapsed onto the cold floor, sobbing endlessly. Once upon a time, this bedchamber was filled with Lu Chun's presence. That man who couldn't be driven away no matter what. He would always find ways to make her laugh. Even when she treated him coldly, he never gave up. And now, she had personally pushed him away for the sake of a marriage contract. What have I done? Her voice echoed in the empty bedchamber. Over the past year, she had long grown accustomed to his presence. His voice, his scent, his clumsy attempts to please her. They had all been deeply imprinted on her life. What's more, she had already become his woman. Those 9 nights of passion, each time had plunged her into an abyss, making her sink deeper. The communication token at Yuxia's waist kept flashing. It was filled with messages from Yun Outyin. She didn't even look at them. With a wave of her sleeve, she shattered it. Far away in the Yunlan sect, Yun Outyin sensed the destruction of the communication token and flew into a rage. Wretched woman, how dare you treat this holy son like this? His roar shattered the teacup beside him. Inside the bedchamber, Yuxia buried her face in her hands, crying her heart out. On the other side, Xia Qingcheng lounged lazily on a soft couch, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Chun. Husband, if Yuxia hadn't stepped in to stop Zhou Changfeng today. She paused, her tone carrying a deeper meaning. I'm afraid you wouldn't have lived long enough for me to arrive. Her red lips curved slightly. So, why don't you go and properly thank her? Lu Chun's expression remained calm. One thing at a time. At worst, I just won't take the pill she gave me. He had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Yuxia had saved him today, and he would remember this favor. But that was all. Oh, Xia Qingqing suddenly leaned in closer, her breath fragrant, her gaze carrying a dangerous glint. Are you really unmoved? Don't you want to rekindle your old feelings with her? Lu Chun's pupils contracted. What old feelings? There were never any. He frowned. This woman's words were always a mix of truth and falsehood. One moment, she wanted him to anger Yuxia. The next, she was pushing him toward her. What exactly was she trying to do? Xia Qingcheng was amused by his confused expression and decided to stop teasing him. My concentration pill will be ready soon, she said lightly. I'll give you one when it's done. Lu Chun's eyes lit up instantly. The concentration pill, a top-tier spiritual medicine for nourishing the divine sense, priceless and unattainable. This woman was truly generous. He looked at the stunningly beautiful face before him, and the more he looked, the more he felt an itch in his heart. Senior sister Qingcheng. Lu Chun leaned in closer, his voice low and irresistibly magnetic. You saved my life today. I haven't properly repaid you yet. Xia Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. How do you plan to repay me? Lu Chun gave a devilish smile, his fingertips gently brushing her cheek. Of course, with effort and dedication. Xia Qingqing's delicate face instantly turned crimson. She playfully pushed him away. Didn't you always say Yuxia used you over and over, treating you as a furnace to extract energy? Why are you taking the initiative now? Lu Chun froze, then suddenly realized. So that's where the problem lay. This woman must have misunderstood his relationship with Yuxia, thinking he despised dual cultivation. That's different. He no longer held back, pressing Xia Qingqing down onto the soft couch, his gaze burning. With her, it was forced. But with you, senior sister. His voice grew husky and powerful. It's entirely voluntary. UMMPH. Xia Qingcheng tried to say something, but Lu Chen silenced her with a kiss on her red lips. Clothes fell away. Passion filled the room. That night of repayment was exceptionally long and exceptionally intense. By the next morning, Lu Chen slowly awoke from a satisfying cultivation session. Beside him, there was no one left. Only a faint, lingering fragrance remained in the air. A delicate transmission jade slip lay quietly on the pillow, its spiritual energy faintly rippling. When Lu Chen picked it up, he could even feel a trace of her warmth still lingering on the jade slip, along with a faint, cool fragrance. "This woman comes and goes like the wind," he murmured, stroking the jade slip. For some reason, his heart felt a little empty, but he quickly pulled himself together. The most important thing now was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. After last night's deep cultivation with Xia Qingcheng, his cultivation had advanced significantly. His spiritual sea was now brimming, his spiritual energy surging. He was just one step away from breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. This speed, it was like riding a flying sword. He couldn't wait to achieve foundation establishment. Once he reached that stage, he could soar freely across the heavens and earth, and his lifespan would increase by 100 years. The path to immortality, who wouldn't yearn for it? Without hesitation, Lu Chen turned and returned to his cave dwelling, determined to enter seclusion and break through his bottleneck. Just as he began circulating his cultivation technique, he faintly sensed, outside the cave dwelling, there seemed to be a subtle presence quietly guarding him. That presence was steady and restrained, carrying no trace of hostility. Instead, it exuded an indescribable warmth. Lu Chen's heart suddenly stirred, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. Could it be that Xia Qingcheng is worried about me and deliberately left someone to protect me in secret? Thinking of this, his heart felt a wave of warmth. This woman outwardly acts cold and indifferent, as if she's just using me. But behind the scenes, she's so thoughtful. He shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, and a hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. She really is quite captivating. After a period of intense cultivation, Lu Chen refined over 50 bottles of spirit-gathering pills in succession. The surging spiritual energy finally broke through the bottleneck. He stepped into the 10th level of Qi refining. He changed into a brand new green robe and looked at himself in the bronze mirror. The person in the mirror was radiant, with deep eyes and an entirely transformed aura. Resources. Lu Chen touched his storage pouch. "I need to go to Tianshuang City to purchase a batch of spiritual herb seeds and cultivate them myself." As someone with 10 spiritual roots, the spiritual energy required for cultivation was like a bottomless pit, never enough. But precisely because of this, once resources were sufficient, the advantages of 10 spiritual roots would fully manifest. He examined his qi sea internally. The spiritual energy surging within was as turbulent as a mighty river. Its density was even several degrees stronger than the newly foundation establishment steward disciple he had sensed on the life and death platform yesterday. Unmatched at the same level, fighting across levels would soon be within reach. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth slowly lifted. He could feel his power awakening bit by bit. Tianshuang City, Wanbao Merchant Alliance. Lu Chen pushed the door open and entered. The Merchant Alliance was spacious and bustling with people. Immediately, a young girl at the 5th level of Qi refining approached him. She had a delicate appearance and lively eyes. The moment she saw Lu Chen, her heart skipped a beat, and a faint blush appeared on her face. "Esteemed senior." Her voice was soft and gentle. "May I ask what you need?" Lu Chen was long accustomed to such reactions. The allure of the pure yang sacred body was indeed boundless. Spiritual herb seeds. He took out a list, which detailed items beneficial for cultivation. With a treasure like the spirit spring space, self-sufficiency was the way to go. The girl took the list, her beautiful eyes lighting up. "Senior, we have all these seeds in stock." She paused for a moment, her gaze flickering. "Are you purchasing these for your sect?" "That's right," Lu Chen replied with a smile and a nod. "How much in total spirit stones?" The girl quoted the price. Apart from the spirit-gathering grass seeds, frost condensation flowers and red sun ginseng are relatively rare, each costing 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones per portion. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly took out his storage pouch. Thanks to the sponsorships from Yuxie and Xia Qingqing, he was now brimming with confidence. The transaction was completed smoothly. Talisman section. Lu Chen followed the young woman to this area. He was quite interested in talisman crafting. High-level talismans contained vast spiritual power and were incredibly powerful, perfect tools for self-defense, combat, or even killing and looting. And he possessed the spirit spring space. The one thing he lacked least was pure spiritual energy. A natural genius for talisman crafting. These premium talisman papers, spiritual ink, and matching tools, the young woman quoted skillfully. Total 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen was about to nod, but his gaze was firmly drawn to a talisman brush displayed in a glass cabinet. The brush's body glowed with a gentle spiritual light. Faint runes seemed to flow at the tip. What shocked him even more was the mysterious pendant on his chest. At this moment, it emitted a faint warmth, a subtle throb, as if something was resonating. "Senior, you have a keen eye." The young woman noticed his gaze and carefully took out the talisman brush. This flowing cloud brush is made from 300-year-old green jade bamboo, with the tip crafted from the fur of a third-grade spiritual beast, the silver moon wolf. It's a top-quality item among low-grade spiritual tools. Her voice slowed down, each word clear. It's capable of drawing second-grade talismans, whose power is equivalent to a full-force strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. She paused, as if preparing for something. The price? 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. 80,000. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The pouch he had just filled instantly felt deflated. The greatest truth in the cultivation world was, spirit stones were never enough. But this brush not only captivated him at first sight, it also triggered a reaction from his pendant. It was no ordinary item. The brush's body faintly displayed flowing cloud patterns, warm to the touch. Lu Chen cleared his throat lightly, a sincere smile spreading across his face. "Fairy, look, I've bought so much. Could you give me a discount on this talisman brush?" The young woman saw the hopeful smile on his handsome face. Her heart softened. "If Senior truly wants it, I'll decide to give you a 10% discount." "Deal." Lu Chen decisively paid the spirit stones, carefully storing the items he purchased. While waiting for the flowing cloud brush at the Wanbao Trading Alliance's entrance, he touched his now even thinner storage pouch, sighing inwardly. Looks like it's time to figure out a way to make some money. He couldn't keep relying on selling himself. Just then, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Could that be Brother Lu Chen up ahead? Lu Chen looked up at the sound. He saw a graceful young woman standing still, gazing at him. She wore a flowing green immortal dress, her features stunningly beautiful, her aura ethereal and otherworldly, like a freshly bloomed magnolia. Especially her eyes, clear as water. At this moment, they held a mix of surprise and uncertainty as they gazed at him. Yin Wanner. Beside her stood a handsome young man in luxurious attire. His brows carried a hint of arrogance. This young woman looked very familiar. Lu Chen quickly searched his memory. A beauty like this, if he had seen her before, there was no way he could forget. In a flash, a name surfaced in his mind. The Yun family's young lady. Yin Wanner, a family friend, a childhood engagement. But he had already been expelled from the Lu family. That engagement was likely long reassigned. His gaze shifted to the young man beside her. A cold smile formed in his heart. Wasn't this his dear cousin, Lu Mingxian? Back when he was expelled from the Lu family, this cousin had been the most gleeful in mocking him. It was time to collect some interest. Sure enough, Lu Mingxian raised his chin slightly, his tone mocking. Lu Chen. He looked Lu Chen up and down, his gaze sharp as a blade. Who would have thought that after leaving the Lu family, not only did you not die, but you still have the audacity to flaunt yourself outside? He paused. Your life must be quite miserable now, I imagine. Senior Brother Mingxian. Yun Wanner frowned slightly, softly trying to dissuade him. Brother Lu Chen is still your cousin, after all. Why must you? Cousin. Lu Mingxian sneered, making no effort to hide the disdain in his eyes. Our Lu family doesn't have such a waste with 10 spiritual roots. Saying it out loud would be a complete joke. Yun Wanner ignored his mockery and instead looked at Lu Chen with curiosity, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Speaking of which, could it be that senior brother Mingxian still doesn't know? Her tone carried a hint of discussing something remarkable. Brother Lu Chun is now a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Lu Mingxuan's expression stiffened. Yun Wanner continued. And yesterday, during the sect's duel, he defeated that arrogant young master of the Zhou family with just one move. Hearing this, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. This Yun Wanner, her information was quite up to date. He had only fought a life-and-death duel with Zhou Biao in the sect yesterday. How did she already know today? It seemed that this seemingly naive young lady of the Yun family was not as simple as she appeared. Lu Chun maintained a modest, fake smile on his face. Haha, it was just luck, he said, waving his hand repeatedly. Zhou Biao was already injured, and the rumors are greatly exaggerated. It's nothing to take seriously. He deliberately kept a low profile, not wanting to attract attention. Yun Wanner nodded in agreement. After all, Zhou Biao was at the peak of the qi refining stage, while Lu Chun— Wait. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she carefully sensed Lu Chun's aura. Qi refining level 10? Wasn't it said that he had been stuck at qi refining level 7 for a long time? That he was a complete waste? A storm surged in Yun Wanner's heart, and her breathing faltered for a moment. Her mother's words flashed through her mind. The one you were originally betrothed to in the Lu family's main line was Lu Chun. Now, upon closer inspection, Lu Chun had sharp brows, bright eyes, a tall and upright figure, and an unrestrained, carefree demeanor. He was far more handsome than the arrogant Lu Mingxian standing beside him. What made her heart race even more was the unique aura emanating from Lu Chun, which made her want to get closer to understand him. Seeing this, Lu Mingxian was consumed with jealousy. He snorted coldly. Humph. This waste must have used some underhanded means. Offending the Zhou family and still daring to come to Tianchuang City. He's simply courting death. At that moment, the young woman who had previously attended to Lu Chun approached, holding a delicate jade box. Senior, the flowing cloud brush you requested has been unsealed. Please take it. Thank you, Lu Chun said casually as he took the box, his demeanor calm and composed. Is that the low-grade spiritual artifact, the flowing cloud brush? Yun Wanner exclaimed softly, her eyes flashing with urgency. Brother Lu Chun, I didn't expect you to have purchased this brush. Her voice was slightly hurried. I wonder if you could part with it. She paused, seemingly trying to steady her tone. I am willing to offer 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. She had once accidentally learned that this seemingly ordinary flowing cloud brush held hidden secrets. When used to draw talismans, its power could increase by 30%. The Yun family was a renowned talisman-making family. If they obtained this brush, it would undoubtedly be a great boon. Today, she had specifically brought Lu Mingxian to the Wanbao Trading Alliance, intending to have him purchase the brush as a gift for her. Who would have thought that Lu Chun would beat her to it? This was too much of a coincidence. Far too coincidental. Apologies, Sister Wanner. Lu Chun refused without hesitation, not even giving it a second thought. His tone was gentle, but left no room for negotiation. I urgently need this brush and cannot part with it. His gaze was clear, but inwardly, he sneered. Although Yun Wanner was indeed beautiful, compared to Yu Xie's ethereal coldness or Xia Qingqing's enchanting mystery, she was ultimately a step below. Moreover, this woman was deeply calculating. She appeared innocent and pure, but in reality, every move was carefully planned. He had spent nearly 80,000 spirit stones on this brush, and she wanted to buy it for 30,000? She was undoubtedly a high-level green tea manipulator. Lu Chun, a veteran in the realm of romance, had seen all kinds of women. Did she think she could play this game with him? She was still too inexperienced. Yun Wanner had never expected Lu Chun to refuse so decisively. She had always been confident in her looks. From childhood to now, which man hadn't been utterly captivated upon seeing her? Even the most outstanding talent of the Lu family in this generation, Lu Mingxian, was utterly captivated by her, obeying her every word. Whenever she set her sights on something, which of those young heirs from noble families didn't rush to offer it to her with both hands? But when it came to Lu Chun, this approach just didn't work. Beside her, Lu Mingxian could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, his tone full of menace. Lu Chun, I advise you to be sensible. hand over the flowing cloud brush to Wanner obediently. He paused, his gaze fierce. Otherwise, you'll regret it. In his eyes, Lu Chun would always be the useless outcast expelled from the Lu family. If it weren't for wanting to maintain his composure in front of Yun Wanner, he would have already taken it by force. Yun Wanner was secretly delighted, but her face showed a troubled expression. She gently tugged at Lu Mingxuan's sleeve, her voice so soft it seemed to drip with sweetness. Mingxuan Gij, don't be like this. She blinked her eyes, a signature delicate smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. We're all family. Why hurt the harmony? Lu Chen watched this pair of despicable people putting on their little act, finding it utterly ridiculous. Apologies, he said, his tone eerily calm. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. With that, he turned to leave. Stop right there. Lu Mingxian couldn't possibly let him just walk away. This useless nobody dared to ignore him? How audacious. Yun Wanner was equally displeased. Although Lu Chen's strikingly handsome appearance stirred a faint affection in her heart, his cold indifference toward her was unbearable. The gentle mask on her face almost slipped. When Lu Chen walked to a secluded corner of Tianshuang City, Lu Mingxian indeed caught up with him. He blocked the path, his tone arrogant and overbearing. Trash. Hand over the flowing cloud brush and get lost. He shook his fist, the joints cracking with a caca sound. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold. Lu Mingxian, what do you think you are? His voice was low, but every word was sharp as a blade. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Courting death. Lu Mingxian flew into a rage. His face flushed red, veins bulging. Looks like you really don't know your place until I teach you a lesson. Just then, Yun Wanner also arrived. Her appearance seemed more like a carefully orchestrated act. She timely spoke in a soft voice, her eyes slightly reddened. Brother Lu Chun, Brother Mingxian, please don't fight over me. She bit her lip and said softly, I don't want the flowing cloud brush anymore. Isn't that enough? On the surface, she was mediating. In reality, she was adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Lu Mingxian became even more emboldened. His chest heaved, and his eyes burned with possessiveness. Don't worry, Sister Wanner. He glared fiercely at Lu Chun. Today, I will make him hand over the flowing cloud brush. Lu Chun looked at this pair of perfectly coordinated scoundrels. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. Did they really think he was an easy target? Rest assured, Lu Chen's voice was as calm as a still pond. I will not hand over the flowing cloud brush. He took a step forward, his aura suddenly oppressive. Now, I'll give you two choices, leave. He paused for a second, his gaze suddenly sharp. Or, get beaten up and then leave. What did you say? Lu Mingxian could hardly believe his ears. He stepped closer, jabbing a finger at Lu Chen's chest. Say that again. Even Yun Wanner couldn't keep up her act anymore. She frowned, her voice tinged with sharpness. Brother Lu Chun, how can you speak like that? I said what I said. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze commanding. So what? His eyes were like torches, coldly sweeping over the two of them. Today, I will make you understand. His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable force. I, Lu Chun, am no longer the worthless pushover I once was. Lu Chen paused for a moment. Suddenly, he turned to Yun Wanner, his gaze becoming piercing. If I remember correctly, back then, your Yun family accepted a generous gift from my father to agree to the marriage alliance with the Lu family. Yun Wanner's body instantly stiffened, and the intended partner for that engagement was supposed to be me. His tone shifted, laced with mockery. Lu Chun, now that I have left the Lu family, I ask you, return the resources my father gave you back then, in full. Yun Wanner's delicate frame trembled. She never expected Lu Chun to suddenly dig up this long-buried matter. Her face instantly turned unnatural, pale as a sheet of paper. You're spouting nonsense. Lu Mingxian panicked, his face flushing red. He knew he had indeed taken advantage of Lu Chun, but his infatuation with Yun Wanner was unwavering, and he would not allow anyone to ruin it. I am Wanner's rightful Dao companion, he shouted, spittle flying. Those resources belong to the Lu family in the first place and have nothing to do with your dead father. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out a gleaming flying dagger from his chest. Pointing it directly at Lu Chun, Lu Chen's gaze instantly sharpened. He recognized this flying dagger all too well. It was none other than the supreme spiritual weapon left to him by his father, the Snow Shadow Flying Dagger. Back when he was mercilessly expelled from the Lu family, this treasure had been forcibly taken by his second uncle. He never expected it to end up in the hands of this sycophantic dog, Lu Mingxian. Buzz! Lu Chen's mind stirred slightly. He merely raised his hand and made a light grasping motion. The Snow Shadow Flying Knife seemed to respond to a summons instantly, breaking free from Lu Mingxuan's control, transforming into a streak of light and flying into Lu Chen's hand. As the knife entered his grasp, a warm sensation, as if connected by blood, surged through him. It felt like his father's broad palm holding his hand once again. The humiliation of the past, the familiar face and smile of his father. That rainy night when he was cast out of the family. Countless images flooded his mind. His eyes grew slightly moist in an instant. But when he turned around, his expression was as cold as ice. "Ah, my treasure!" Lu Mingxian exclaimed in shock and anger, reaching out to snatch it back. Even Yun Wanner grew anxious. She had coveted this powerful flying knife for a long time, even hinting multiple times for Lu Mingxian to gift it to her. "Brother Lu Chun, how could you take Brother Mingxuan's treasure?" she said, feigning grievance, her voice trembling. "This is so unfair to him." "Take." Lu Chun toyed with the Snow Shadow Flying Knife he had just regained, letting out a sneer. His smile was full of mockery. "Lu Mingxian, you used the keepsake my father left me to please this green tea." He shook his head, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. "Did you get your head caught in a door? Truly hopelessly stupid. You." Lu Mingxian trembled with rage. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Yun Wanner continued to fan the flames. Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice trembling pitifully. "Brother Lu Chun, you've changed." She bit her lip, tears threatening to fall. "How could you say such things about me?" Lu Chun couldn't be bothered to watch her performance any longer. He directly spat out 3 words, his voice as cold as an ice blade. "Die, green tea." By now, a crowd of rogue cultivators had gathered to watch the commotion. They pointed and whispered among themselves. Private fights were strictly forbidden in Tianshuang City, and Lu Mingxian had been trying hard to restrain himself. But at this moment, being humiliated so publicly, coupled with Yun Wanner's aggrieved gaze, his reason was completely drowned out. "I'll kill you," he roared. The spiritual energy of the 11th level of Qi refining erupted fully, transforming into an overwhelming pressure. His fist, wrapped in green spiritual energy, glowed with a dangerous light. With a single punch, he ferociously aimed for Lu Chen's face. However, bang! A muffled sound echoed, accompanied by a piercing scream. Lu Mingxian was instantly sent flying. Like a dead dog, he crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled a few times, but couldn't even get up. Blood spurted from his mouth. Lu Chen spread his hands, looking innocently at the surrounding onlookers. His tone was unusually calm. "You all saw that, right?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over every face. He struck first. "I was merely acting in self-defense." "Ah, Lu Chun, you're dead." Lu Mingxian howled in despair from the ground. His heart was filled with terror. He was at the 11th level of Qi refining. How could he not even withstand a single punch from Lu Chun? How was this possible? Yun Wanner stood frozen in place, her red lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This Lu Chun, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. The waste she had once looked down upon had become this powerful? Idiot! Lu Chun glanced at the fallen Lu Mingxian, his face full of scorn. His tone dripped with disgust, used as a pawn by someone else, yet still wallowing in self-pity. "Serves you right." In the shadows not far away, Scarface stood with his arms crossed, a satisfied and vindicated smile on his face. Young master has truly grown up. He looked at the defeated Lu Mingxian on the ground, a flash of delight in his eyes. "Well done. The Lu family people should have been beaten like this long ago." Lu Chen put away his father's Snow Shadow Flying Knife. His emotions were a mix of complexity and satisfaction. To unexpectedly recover his father's keepsake today, it was worth the trip. He no longer paid attention to the man and woman. Quickly restraining his aura, he silently returned to the Hahuan sect, heading straight to his own cave dwelling. Along the way, surprisingly safe. There were no rogue cultivators killing and robbing for treasures. Perhaps it was all thanks to Xia Qingqing's well-arranged guards. As soon as he entered the spirit spring space, Lu Qin couldn't wait to plant the various spiritual herb seeds he had purchased. What happened next left him utterly stunned. The moment the seeds touched the spiritual soil, the spirit-gathering grass began to sprout and germinate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tender shoots broke through the soil, then grew wildly. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the tender shoots had grown to nearly the potency of a year's worth of medicinal energy. And then, 5 years' worth, 10 years' worth. The spiritual herbs grew madly before his eyes. Spiritual energy, almost tangible, swirled around each stalk of spiritual grass. This is too defiant of the natural order. Lu Qin's voice trembled with excitement. His hands were shaking. His entire body was trembling. The spirit spring space brought by this mysterious pendant far exceeded his imagination. It completely overturned his understanding of the cultivation world. After properly planting the spiritual herbs, he eagerly began to study the art of talismans. Currently, he only had a few basic types of talismans. For travel, the swift talisman. For defense, the diamond talisman. And for attack, the flame talisman. With more and more enemies, Lu Qin muttered to himself. He thought of the Yun family, the Lu family, and those enemies watching him like tigers eyeing their prey. Talismans, the more, the better. Lu Qin caressed the newly acquired flowing cloud brush, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The brush's body glowed warmly under the spiritual fire, as if calling out to something. Ordinary talismans are drawn using the cultivator's own spiritual energy, he murmured, narrowing his eyes as a bold idea flashed through his mind. Their power is limited. But a hint of a crazed smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps I can try directly channeling the primordial spiritual energy of this spirit spring space into the talismans. He turned to look at the depths of the spirit spring space, where radiant lights shimmered, brimming with infinite possibilities. If I succeed, ambition flickered in Lu Qin's eyes. The power of the talismans I create might surpass everyone's imagination. He gripped the flowing cloud brush tightly, consumed by ambition and anticipation. Let me rewrite the rules of this cultivation world. 2 hours flew by. A thick stack of flame talismans had piled up in front of Lu Qin. Each one shimmered with spiritual light, radiating an intimidating heat. Awesome. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. This talisman-making speed, it's like I've activated a cheat code. His spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. He took out some ordinary pills and popped them into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, he spat them out. Trash. These pills were utterly useless to him now. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and cautiously scooped up a single drop of spirit spring water with his fingertip. Just one drop. He sent it into his mouth. Boom. The world spun. Violent spiritual energy exploded within his meridians. Lu Qin felt as if his entire body was about to burst. His veins bulged, his skin turned red, and every cell in his body screamed. In the next second, he was about to explode on the spot. Damn it, I overdid it. At the critical moment, the spirit spring space suddenly generated a suction force, absorbing all the excess spiritual energy in one go. Lu Qin collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for air. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He lay there for several minutes before daring to lift his head. That was close. His voice still trembled. Just one drop of spirit spring water almost cost me my life. Even a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't handle it. He looked at the spirit spring with fear. Damn, this thing was terrifying. But wait. Lu Qin suddenly noticed something unusual. He could feel his cultivation level. Qi refining stage, level 12. No, it should be. He had broken through level 11. Ha ha ha. He sat up abruptly, his eyes shining. I broke through. He really broke through. This cultivation speed is like riding a rocket. A pure yang sacred body paired with the spirit spring space, plus this flowing cloud brush. It's simply defying the heavens. He began excitedly counting the talismans he had crafted. All of them were first grade. But with the enhancement of the flowing cloud brush and the infusion of spiritual energy from the spirit spring, their power was on a whole new level. This explosive talisman alone could make a cultivator at the peak of chi refinement lose a layer of skin. He toyed with the talisman paper, his gaze fierce. If I had a few more, even foundation establishment cultivators would have a headache. Lu Chun took a deep breath to calm himself. Talisman masters, like alchemists, were highly sought after in the cultivation world. Since the mysterious pendant had made him instantly proficient in the Tao of talismans, then the Tao of alchemy shouldn't be a problem either, right? When I have time, I must delve into alchemy, he muttered to himself. But a problem arose. The spiritual energy required to break through the 12th layer of chi refinement was like a bottomless pit. Ordinary spirit gathering pills. They were useless now. Spirit spring water? He didn't dare touch it again. That stuff was life-threatening. Fortunately, his comprehension of the Nine Suns' void-breaking fist had already reached the mastery level. Its power had risen to a new height. Now this fist technique is my greatest trump card. Lu Chen clenched his fist, a confident gleam flashing in his eyes. With regular cultivation, he would soon stand out. Revenge was just around the corner. After cultivating through the entire night, dawn broke. Lu Chen finally stepped out of his cave dwelling. In the morning light, a stunning figure stood quietly waiting. He instantly held his breath. Xia Qingqing, dressed in an ice blue flowing celestial dress, the hem swayed gently in the breeze. It perfectly outlined her graceful and enchanting curves. The sunlight fell on her delicate profile, making her look like a goddess descended from the heavens. Her beauty was breathtaking. Lu Chen's throat involuntarily moved. Gulp. His gaze was completely captivated by that figure. Xia Qingqing turned around. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. "Husband, I'm back." As soon as she spoke, she seemed to think of something and tilted her head slightly. "Your cultivation seems to have improved again." She raised her slender hand gently, offering a white jade porcelain bottle. "This is the concentration pill I promised you." When Lu Chun took the porcelain bottle, his fingertips accidentally brushed against her cool hand. His heart skipped a beat. "Thank you, Sister Qingqing," he said in a low voice. This woman was way too alluring today. He could feel the pure yang energy within him stirring restlessly. That feeling was like a fire burning inside him. He almost wanted to grab her right then and there, drag her back to the cave, and engage in some intense cultivation. But Xia Qingqing merely chuckled softly and stepped back half a pace, deliberately creating some distance. "Now that I've delivered the pill, I'll return to my seclusion." With that, she gracefully turned around. The hem of her dress traced an elegant arc in the air, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Lu Chen stared blankly at her departing figure, a sense of loss washing over him. Wait, this woman was clearly teasing him, wasn't she? Teasing him and then running off? Lighting the fire, but not putting it out? Damn, that's just too cruel. He clenched the concentration pill in his hand, but couldn't help the bitter smile that crept onto his lips. This woman, she was truly impossible to figure out. The Holy Maiden's bedchamber. Yuxia cried the entire night. It wasn't until the faint light of dawn that she managed to calm her emotions. She sat cross-legged and began circulating her cultivation technique, attempting to forcibly suppress those thoughts that shouldn't exist with her spiritual energy. "As long as I never see that bastard again," she murmured, her voice hoarse and terrifying. "As long as I completely forget him, erase everything about Lu Chun from her memory." Only then could her faintly aching heart feel some relief. She opened her eyes, her gaze suddenly resolute. That's right. This must be the work of inner demons. She seemed to have grasped a lifeline. "In my heart, from beginning to end, there has only been senior brother Ao Tian. Even if Yun Ao Tian had dual cultivated with other women, so what? In this world of cultivation, where the strong prey on the weak, wasn't it perfectly normal to do so for the sake of improving one's cultivation?" Yuxia desperately tried to convince herself. Just then, the communication token at her waist suddenly lit up. A voice as gentle as jade emerged. "Junior Sister Xia, why have you been completely silent lately? I will come to the Hahuan sect to find you." It was Yun Ao Tian. His tone carried just the right amount of concern. Yuxia tightly gripped the communication token. She froze for a long time. Then, She was shocked to discover her heart felt utterly calm. No anticipation, no shyness, not a trace of excitement. Facing the senior brother Ao Tian who had once haunted her dreams, she felt as if she were confronting a stranger. How could this be? Yu's face was filled with confusion. Clearly, the person she loved should be Yun Ao Tian. But why, at this moment, was her mind completely consumed by the image of that bastard? Lu Chun, that rogue's wicked smile, his forceful embrace, the resolute figure of him turning away. Every detail replayed in her mind over and over, like a curse. Damn it! She slammed her knee hard. The more she tried to forget, the clearer his image became. This inner demon was truly terrifyingly powerful. Lu Chen's cave dwelling. During the days Xia Qingchang was in seclusion, Lu Chen cultivated alone, though his heart was inexplicably restless. This woman was like mist, like rain, and like wind, completely unpredictable. Clearly, she had been the one to propose registering as Dao companions, yet now she refused to mention it. She had agreed to dual cultivate to help her break through, but her attitude alternated between fiery passion and icy indifference. This was undoubtedly the classic tactics of a femme fatale. Although she treated him well, this kind of push-and-pull behavior, even Lu Chun, a seasoned player in matters of the heart, felt uneasy. Why did it feel like he was on the verge of losing control? Compared to Xia Qingqing's unpredictability, Yu's straightforward nature was much easier to handle. Lu Chun leaned against the stone bed, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Damn it, this woman is playing the push-pull strategy. First, she gives plenty of sweetness. Then, she suddenly withdraws, making him feel a sense of loss and investment, thus driving him to prove himself to her even more. A tactic his buddies at nightclubs had used to death in his previous life. Who would have thought, in this new world, he'd be played so thoroughly by an older woman? Lu Chen sighed. She really had him wrapped around her finger. 2 days later, Xia Qingqing appeared before him again. Her entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. Her aura was vibrant, and her spirit radiant. Clearly, her recent seclusion had been highly fruitful. Lu Chen made up his mind. This time, he would test her attitude. Senior Sister Qingqing, didn't you say before that you'd take me to the Deacon Hall to register as Dao companions? Hearing this, Xia Qingqing smiled sweetly. A trace of mischief flickered in her eyes. Dream on. Her words were clear and deliberate. I was just trying to annoy you, Xia. Lu Chun was stunned on the spot. His heart skipped a beat. Damn it. Are you just going to lift your skirt and deny everything? Seeing his defeated expression, Xia Qingqing burst into laughter. Her laughter carried a hint of cunning, making it even harder for Lu Chun to decipher her thoughts. This woman's level was too high. She was simply unfathomable. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Xia Qingqing restrained her laughter and suddenly turned serious. My Xia family urgently needs a third-grade alchemist to hold the fort. Coincidentally, Master Mo Yuan, the renowned alchemist of Qingzhou, has recently expressed an intention to leave the Hahuan sect. Why don't we try our luck? She paused, her gaze becoming earnest. If we can persuade him, it would be of great significance to my Xia family. An alchemist? A third-grade one at that? Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. If he could connect with such a figure, it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for his future studies in alchemy. This woman was hard to read, but she always managed to bring him unexpected opportunities. Let's go. He nodded without hesitation. Xia Qingqing rode her flying sword, speaking rapidly as they flew. That Master Mo Yuan has unparalleled expertise in alchemy, but his temper is notoriously eccentric. He's already on the verge of reaching the 4th grade alchemist level. Do you know what 4th grade means? It means being able to refine pills for the nascent soul stage. A true master. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. So what? Xia Qingqing took a deep breath, her voice tinged with evident frustration. He has a granddaughter. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Master Mo Yuan has always been indifferent to worldly affairs, wholly devoted to alchemy. Countless top-tier families have thrown money at him to recruit him, but he ignored them all. Yet just a year ago, she turned her head, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. He chose to join the Yu family because of a single word from his granddaughter. Xia Qingqing's tone suddenly turned icy. It was precisely this move that allowed the Yu family to grow rapidly. And it was also because of this move that UCM managed to outshine me in the Saintess selection. Her hand, gripping the flying sword, was trembling. Lu Chen squinted his eyes, instantly grasping the implication. You mean, as long as we win over that granddaughter, Master Mo Yuan will naturally follow? Smart. Xia Qingqing's lips curled into a cold smile. That woman's name is Mo Tsai. She's also a second-grade alchemist with extraordinary talent in alchemy. The most crucial thing is, a strange glint flashed in her eyes. She's stunningly beautiful. And for some reason, they're planning to leave the Yu family this time. Xia Qingqing turned to Lu Chun, her eyes gleaming with the sharpness of a hunter. Lu Chun, this is our best chance. Lu Chen's interest was piqued immediately. An alchemist and a beauty? Isn't this the perfect woman? Two birds with one stone. He subconsciously licked his lips. Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. As the flying sword descended, Lu Chen's hand was still resting on Xia Qingqing's waist. She deliberately didn't push it away immediately. Tianchuang City came into view, a city of absurd scale, with a population in the hundreds of millions. The city center alone housed the industries of 9 major families. The larger the territory, the fiercer the competition. And Mo Tsai's Miaodan workshop was located in the most bustling area. Outside the workshop, the line of people waiting for pills stretched 3 full circles around. Judging by this crowd, Lu Chun whistled. Business is booming. Nonsense, Xia Qingqing snorted coldly. The pills produced by Miaodan workshop have a purity of up to 80%. Do you know what that means? Lu Chen shook his head. Ordinary pills with a purity of 60% are already considered good. 80%? That's top tier in the entire Qingzhou cultivation world. Xia Qingqing personally queued up to buy a few bottles of second-grade spirit-gathering pills, then walked straight to the counter. She found a chubby shopkeeper and cupped her hands in greeting. Shopkeeper, I am Xia Qingqing of the Xia family. I would like to request an audience with Master Mo. She had already prepared herself for rejection. After all, according to the information she had gathered, Mo Tsai rarely met with visitors. Being granted an audience was a matter of luck. But the next second, the shopkeeper's reaction left her stunned. He actually bowed politely and said, This way, Miss Xia. The young lady has been expecting you. Expecting her? Lu Chun and Xia Qingqing exchanged glances. A trace of strangeness flashed simultaneously in their eyes. How did Mo Tsai know they were coming? The second floor was elegantly and tastefully decorated. The air was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance, so delicately blended it seemed as if someone had carefully crafted it. Lu Chun was about to comment on the decor when, in the next moment, all his thoughts vanished. A woman walked in gracefully. A plain white long dress, jet black hair, and a gentle temperament that made her seem like a fairy stepping out of a painting. Every step she took was perfectly measured, as if in rhythm. Is this Mo Tsai? Lu Chen's pupils instantly dilated. Her demeanor was entirely different from Yuxia's coolness or Xia Qingqing's charm. Hers was a serene gentleness, imbued with a scholarly air. She was like the kind of unparalleled beauty described in ancient texts, one that appeared only once in a millennium. What was even more baffling was the way she looked at Lu Chen. Her gaze carried an inexplicable closeness, and even a hint of tenderness. Lu Chen frowned. I've clearly concealed the aura of my pure yang sacred body. So why is this happening? Why is this woman looking at me so strangely? As if she's known me for a very, very long time. Sensing something amiss, Xia Qingqing quickly stepped forward and respectfully saluted. Master Mo, I am Xia Qingqing of the Xia family. I apologize for the intrusion. But Mo Tsai seemed not to hear her. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Chen. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light, like the brightest star in the night sky. Then, her crimson lips parted, and she spoke words that left everyone frozen in place. Brother Lu Chen, we meet again. Lu Chen's mind went blank. Meet again? When had he ever met this stunning alchemist? Why didn't he have any memory of it? Beside him, Xia Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined. Mo Tsai not only knew Lu Chen, but also seemed to share an extraordinary connection with him. Lu Chen cleared his throat, trying his best to remain composed. Fairy Mo, have we met before? Emotsai's beautiful eyes took on a wistful look. That faintly sorrowful expression made one's heart ache involuntarily. Brother Lu Chun, you really don't remember me. Her voice was soft, as if she were sharing a secret. But it's understandable. Back then, you were still young, and I was only 6 years old. Lu Chun was even more bewildered. She was 6? Wait, at that time, he would have been 7 or 8. How could he possibly remember? He began frantically searching his memories, but his mind felt shrouded in a thick fog, and he couldn't recall anything. Xia Qingcheng was equally stunned. These two actually had such a history? Emotsai slowly began to recount, her voice filled with the weight of old, dust-covered memories. Years ago, my grandfather and I first arrived in Qingyun City, just as a beast tide attacked the city. She paused for a moment. In that chaos, many people lost their lives. We thought we wouldn't survive either. Her gaze grew distant. But at the critical moment, it was you, Brother Lu Chun. She turned to Lu Chun, her eyes glistening with tears. It was you who couldn't bear to see us in danger and begged Uncle Lu to intervene. That's how we narrowly survived. Lu Chun swallowed hard. This did seem vaguely familiar. But he chose to continue playing dumb. Emotsai continued. Later, I heard about the upheaval in the Lu family, and that you were expelled from the clan. My grandfather and I didn't go to see you. Her voice suddenly softened. But all these years, I've been keeping track of your news. Lu Chun and Xia Qingqing both widened their eyes in surprise. I know you joined the Hawan sect, and I know you became the Dao companion of the Saintess. Emotsai raised her eyes, meeting Lu Chen's gaze directly. That's why my grandfather and I chose to join the Yu family as guest elders. Because that way, we could be closer to you. The scene fell into silence. Xia Qingqing's heart experienced a subtle shift. Lu Chun, on the other hand, was utterly stunned. What the? He had such good fortune? Emotsai continued to look at him, her face full of expectation. Brother Lu Chun, do you remember now? Lu Chun cleared his throat and waved his hand calmly. Oh yes. Back then, when Qingyun City was attacked, my Lu family did save quite a few people. Xia Qingqing almost burst out laughing. This guy's skin was way too thick. He clearly couldn't remember anything, yet he was putting on such a show. But Emotsai believed him, nodding earnestly. Uncle Lu and Brother Lu Chun are both great people. If it weren't for you back then, how many rogue cultivators would have perished? Lu Chun smiled warmly, his eyes glinting. Sister Tsai, in the future, I will definitely remember you well. Emotsai's delicate face instantly turned slightly red. A clear look of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. She whispered, Brother Lu Chun, do you really mean that? Seeing Emotsai's shy demeanor, Xia Qingqing's expression became subtly complicated. As far as she knew, this head of the Miao Dan workshop was highly skilled and definitely no simple character. Otherwise, how could she have established herself in a place as complex as Tianchuang City? But now, in front of Lu Chun, this great alchemist was acting as bashful as a little girl? Xia Qingqing suddenly realized something. In Emotsai's heart, how important was Lu Chun? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Here we go again. Another rival had appeared, and this one was so outstanding, so beautiful, a master alchemist. Xia Qingqing's mind raced. Should she really register as an official Dao companion with Lu Chun? Xia Qingqing decided to strike while the iron was hot. She forced a smile, but her voice was firm. Master Mo, would you and your grandfather be willing to become guest alchemists for my Xia family? She paused, then played her trump card. You can name your terms. But Emotsai did not respond immediately. She simply waved her hand lightly, her beautiful eyes still fixed on Lu Chun. Then she asked a question that instantly froze the atmosphere. Brother Lu Chun, are you planning to become Dao companions with Sister Xia now? Lu Chen's throat tightened instantly. How was he supposed to answer that? Emotsai was also a stunning beauty. His brain began calculating the pros and cons at lightning speed. But just then, Xia Qingqing acted first. She took Lu Chen's arm. This action was half for strategic reasons. But the other half, even she hadn't realized. It was instinct. An instinct not to let another woman take him away. She turned to Emotsai, her voice resolute. Master Mo, we are considering becoming Dao companions. My Xia family will never treat him unfairly. How clever was she? As long as she bound herself to Lu Chun, Emotsai would definitely agree. This was a gamble, and also a threat. Emotsai's gaze swept between the two of them. Then, she smiled faintly. In that case, I will talk to Grandpa. We will join the Xia family as guest officials. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Qingqing's heart was instantly filled with joy. She never expected this. Emotsai agreed so decisively, without even bargaining further, without even fearing to offend the Yu family. She just directly chose the Xia family. This partiality toward Lu Chun truly left Xia Qingqing both surprised and a little bitter. However, when she thought of what a prospective fourth-grade alchemist could mean to the Xia family, that trace of bitterness in her heart instantly turned into overwhelming joy. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. But just as Xia Qingqing was basking in the joy of victory, Emotsai noticed her unusual expression. The intuition of this great alchemist was never wrong. She tilted her head slightly, her tone gentle, yet carrying a hint of probing. Sister Xia, you seem not very happy? Lu Chen stood to the side, realizing he had no place to interject. Xia Qingqing quickly forced a radiant smile. How could that be? Welcome, Sister Tsai. But Emotsai simply looked at her quietly. Her gaze seemed to pierce through to the heart. Just as the atmosphere grew a bit strange, Emotsai suddenly shifted the topic. However, she said in her soft voice, there is one condition for us to join the Xia family. Xia Qingqing's eyebrows shot up instantly, but she quickly calmed herself and eagerly said, tell me, whatever the condition is, it's fine. Emotsai's gaze once again fell on Lu Chun. From now on, the Xia family must provide cultivation resources for brother Lu Chun. She paused. Of course, my grandfather and I won't let you suffer any losses. Our pills will be supplied to the Xia family. Xia Qingqing's eyes widened in an instant. What kind of condition is this? This is clearly helping her. A prospective fourth-grade alchemist agreeing to supply pills to the Xia family? This is a collaboration money can't even buy. She almost didn't hesitate. No problem. Lu Chun will enjoy the same treatment as a direct descendant of the Xia family, with resources equal to mine. Lu Chun, standing to the side, was so stunned his eyes lit up. My dear sister, isn't this basically setting me up with a guaranteed safety net? Emotsai merely smiled faintly. Her gaze lingered on Lu Chen's face for a long time, as if saying, Brother Lu Chun, this is just what I should do. And so, Emotsai readily agreed. Xia Qingqing could hardly believe it. Could things really go this smoothly? She quickly sent a message to her family to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Emotsai stayed by Lu Chen's side. She took out a storage pouch from her waist and handed it over. Brother Lu Chun, take these pills. They should help with your cultivation. Lu Chen took it and looked inside. Instantly, he was dumbfounded. Neatly arranged were hundreds of bottles of pills. A wide variety. The fragrance of the pills was overwhelming. This is too valuable. He instinctively tried to push it back. Emotsai smiled faintly, but her tone carried a hint of concern. Brother Lu Chun, I noticed that your body has severe pill toxin accumulation. Her eyes flashed with a trace of heartache. You must have consumed a large amount of pills with high impurities, right? Medicine is 3 parts poison. If the purity isn't high enough, it will hinder cultivation instead. Also, most spiritual herbs are not recommended to be eaten raw. As soon as she said this, Xia Qingqing, standing nearby, blushed instantly. It's over. Her heart skipped a beat. Most of the pills Lu Chun consumed were likely refined by her Xia family. Purity? Only about 60%. But the ones Emotsai brought out had a purity as high as 80%, some even close to 90%. As for the raw herb consumption, Xia Qingqing shot a fierce glare at Lu Chun. This guy really was that hungry. Lu Chun suddenly realized. No wonder his progress had stalled no matter how many pills he consumed recently. Thank you, Sister Tsai, for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. Emotsai suddenly lowered her voice. Brother Lu Chun, may I have a word with you? I have something to give you. Watching the two walk into the inner room one after the other, Xia Qingqing was instantly triggered. What is this girl trying to do? Stealing a man right in front of me. She began to doubt herself. Bringing Lu Chun to meet Emotsai today, was it really the right decision? Thinking back to the beginning, She had indeed only wanted to use Lu Chun to provoke Yusia. But the longer she spent with him, the more she felt Lu Chun deserved her genuine affection. Now, Tsai's appearance had brought an unprecedented sense of crisis. Her heart sank bit by bit. Inside the inner room, Tsai took out a radiant elixir. This second-grade clear spirit pill can help you eliminate the pill toxins in your body. In the future, try to avoid consuming pills with too many impurities. Lu Chun was so moved he didn't know what to say. Tsai, you're so kind. The two chatted for a long time. Tsai showed great care and concern for him, her gentle and considerate demeanor making Lu Chun feel a bit elated. Having a fairy-like sister who can refine pills is truly wonderful. At the entrance of the Miao Dan Pavilion, Xia Qingcheng could no longer maintain her composure. Husband, I didn't expect you to have such a good little sister. Her tone was dripping with jealousy, almost overflowing. Lu Chun gave an awkward smile. Qingcheng, I truly didn't know about this. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being kind-hearted and always willing to help others since I was young. Xia Qingcheng rolled her eyes fiercely. This guy's thick skin could pave roads. Looks like husband is quite pleased, huh? She deliberately leaned closer, her breath fragrant. Having such a beautiful and skilled alchemist as a good little sister. Lu Chun decided to drop the pretense. Facing Xia Qingcheng, a woman of unfathomable depth, he had to assert himself. Of course, he said confidently. Tsai is indeed outstanding. Oh, Xia Qingcheng's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her voice dropping to a dangerous tone. Is husband smitten? Lu Chun deliberately showed a guilty yet expectant expression. Everyone appreciates beauty. I hope senior sister can be understanding. Xia Qingcheng was momentarily speechless. This man, he's so honest it's infuriating. Falling for every beauty he sees, impossible to tie down. She secretly gritted her teeth. It seems I'll have to satisfy him thoroughly. Coincidentally, my Phoenix Rebirth cultivation technique has recently made a breakthrough. It requires a grand dual cultivation session. But her next words made Lu Chun's heart tighten. Husband, even if you have the desire, you must have the opportunity. Do you know how many suitors Fairy Tsai has? Just the young master of the Lin family from Frost City is someone you can't afford to offend. Lu Chun's face immediately fell. The young master of the Lin family, the leader of the 9 great cultivation clans? The Lin family. Indeed, they were stronger than the Xia and Yu families combined. But he quickly straightened his back, thick-skinned. What do I have to fear? Tsai treats me very well anyway. Xia Qingcheng was utterly speechless. Husband, you're not only bold in your desires, but also incredibly daring. Lu Chun gave a devilish smile, his words carrying a deeper meaning. I'm not just bold. Other aspects of me are quite substantial too. You know that best, don't you? After all, you've experienced it firsthand. You scoundrel. Xia Qingcheng's delicate face instantly turned crimson. She stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger. Seeing her rare flustered expression, Lu Chun felt secretly triumphant. Humph, finally scored a point. Want to play coy with me? I'll flirt with you until you're completely disoriented. Just as the two were bantering and enjoying themselves, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead in the crowd. They saw Yusia, dressed in white, gracefully approaching. Her stunning beauty drew the attention of passers-by. Lu Chun had experienced such scenes before while standing beside Xia Qingcheng. The beauty of these two fairies was truly breathtaking. Beside her, Yin Aoyin maintained his hypocritical demeanor, a false gentle smile hanging at the corner of his lips. Xia Qingcheng's red lips curved slightly as she leaned intimately toward Lu Chun's ear. Husband, what do you think? If your esteemed Saintess finds out that the most important chief alchemist of the Yu family is about to become part of my Xia family. And it's all because of you that she agreed. She paused, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Do you think she'd be so angry she'd want to kill you? Lu Chun's lips twitched. He feigned calmness, waving his hand indifferently. Let her hate me if she wants. Anyway, the way she looks at me now is already like she's staring at an enemy. Oh dear, Xia Qingcheng sighed dramatically. Some people are truly heartless. She was once your esteemed Saintess, you know. Lu Chun was rendered speechless by her sarcastic teasing, so he simply pulled her slender waist into his arms, drawing her close. What can I do? My Qingqing senior sister is just too enchanting. For you, whether she loves or hates me, let her be." This sudden counterattack caught Xia Qingqing off guard. Her ears turned slightly red as she lightly spat. Smooth talker. But her beautiful eyes betrayed a hint of uncontrollable joy. When Yuxia saw Lu Chun and Xia Qingqing embracing intimately from afar, her delicate face instantly turned pale. They were so sweet together? Were they doing this deliberately to provoke her? What unsettled her even more was Xia Qingqing's appearance at the Miao Dan workshop. The purpose was obvious. This woman not only wanted to steal her man, but now even aimed to take away the Yu family's most important chief alchemist? "Oh, isn't this our esteemed Saintess?" Xia Qingchang greeted with a bright smile, her tone brimming with smugness. "Here to see Alchemist Mo? I'm afraid you'll be making a wasted trip." Yuxia suppressed her anger. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is," Xia Qingqing's red lips curved slightly, enunciating each word. "Little Tsai has already agreed to join my Xia family. Saintess Xia, you might as well head back. Don't waste your efforts." Yuxia let out a cold laugh. Even if Lu Chun, that scoundrel, had been stolen by this woman, so what? With her relationship with Mo Tsai, it was absolutely unshakable. Seeing this, Yun Aoyan immediately stepped forward, striking his most dashing pose. "Junior sister Xia, there's no need to worry. My Yun family has always had a good relationship with Alchemist Mo, and we will surely help you keep her. Moreover, I am the esteemed saint son of Yunlan's sect." He spoke with righteous conviction, but his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Xia Qingqing. This peerless beauty. The more he looked, the more captivated he became. If he could have Yuxia on one side and Xia Qingqing on the other, what unparalleled bliss that would be. For a man as outstanding as himself, how could Xia Qingqing not be moved? Wasn't she always fond of opposing Yuxia? If she could snatch the saint's son away from Yuxia's side. The more Yun Aoyan thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he could already envision the scene of the two stunning fairies vying for his affection. Yuxia couldn't be bothered with Yun Aoyan and turned directly to enter the Miao Dan workshop, leaving him to revel in his own fantasies. Xia Qingqing sneered disdainfully. She had indeed paid attention to Yun Aoyan before, even considering competing with Yuxia for him. But ever since she saw him in person that day, compared to Lu Chun, it was like heaven and earth. At least Lu Chun was straightforward and sincere, with an immense and boundless pure yang energy within him. As for that guy, indulgent in pleasures, his yang essence was severely depleted. It was obvious at a glance. She grabbed Lu Chen's hand. "Come on, husband, let's go watch the show." Lu Chen sighed helplessly. "I'm not interested. How about we return to the cave and exchange insights on cultivation? What if they start fighting?" "Humph. A fight will be more exciting." Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened, exuding dominance. "Don't worry, husband, I'll protect you." Her domineering tone left Lu Chen both amused and exasperated. He could only let her hold on to him as they walked back toward the Miao Dan pavilion. It seemed that today's drama, he absolutely couldn't miss it. The moment they stepped into the Miao Dan pavilion, Yun Aoyan's eyes froze, fixated on Mo Tsai. He had heard countless tales of the Pill Fairy. Her beauty, talent, and grace were all unparalleled. But seeing her in person, he was still utterly stunned. It was a beauty entirely unfamiliar to him. Unlike Yuxia's icy demeanor that kept people at a distance, or Xia Qingqing's natural allure that could captivate anyone, this was a gentle, delicate beauty that evoked an immediate desire to protect her. Like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, so fragile it seemed it might crumble at the slightest touch. Yun Aoyan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. His heart stirred once again. If he could have Yuxia, Xia Qingqing, and Mo Tsai, these three peerless beauties all to himself, a flood of indecent thoughts flashed through his mind, and the smile on his lips grew increasingly lecherous. "Tsai, my dear sister." Yuxia was the first to break the silence, stepping forward quickly. She and Mo Tsai were of similar age and shared a close friendship. Everyone in the Yu family knew that as long as they kept this little ancestor happy, her grandfather, the esteemed Pill Master Mo, would remain loyal to them. The Yu family had been a second-rate power in Tianchuang City, but ever since Pill Master Mo joined them, they had soared to prominence. The other 8 major families racked their brains trying to figure out why a near 4th-grade alchemist would choose the Yu family. In the end, they could only attribute it to the bond between Yusia and Imotsai. Yusia treated Imotsai like her own younger sister. Sister Sia, Imotsai greeted with a faint smile. But in the next moment, her expression turned cold as she sensed a certain someone's repulsive, burning gaze. And who might this be? Her tone was icy. Yun Aoyan immediately struck what he believed to be his most dashing pose, flashing the charming smile he had painstakingly perfected. Greetings, Fairy Tsai. I am Yun Aoyan, the holy son of the Yunlon sect. Brother Aoyan, Yusia quickly interjected. He just came out of seclusion. I've mentioned him to you often. Before she could finish, Imotsai's face darkened. She remembered now. Yusia had indeed complained to her about this so-called genius senior brother, exaggerating his virtues to the heavens. But now that she saw him in person, she was thoroughly disappointed. As an alchemist, she could see through his cultivation at a glance. His body was shrouded in turbid energy, a clear sign of an impure heart. What disgusted her even more was his lecherous demeanor, unable to tear his eyes away from any beautiful woman he saw. Yusia noticed the frown forming on Imotsai's face and felt an inexplicable unease. Had she made the right choice? Lu Chun was indeed a scoundrel, but this Yun Aoyan seemed even worse. Imotsai suddenly let out a cold snort, her words shocking everyone. Sister Sia, her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Is this the kind of person you broke off your engagement with Brother Lu Chun for? Yusia's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Brother Lu Chun? When had this girl, who was always immersed in alchemy, become so familiar with Lu Chun? Yun Aoyan was jolted back to reality by her question, and his face immediately twisted in anger. Fairy Tsai, he snapped, his tone full of fury. That Lu Chun is nothing but a 10 spiritual root waste. He's even worse than a servant disciple. How could he possibly be worthy of Sia? He puffed out his chest, striking his most prideful pose. I, on the other hand, possess a heavenly spiritual root. I am the holy son of the Yunlon sect. I am the one who is truly a perfect match for her. Yusia's delicate face turned deathly pale, as if she had been slapped in public. She had never imagined that Yun Aoyan would so openly humiliate Lu Chun. A strong, overwhelming sense of unhappiness suddenly surged in her heart. And Imotsai, who had always been as gentle as a cat, instantly bristled. Her entire aura shifted abruptly. The temperature in the Miao Dan pavilion seemed to drop by several degrees. Yun Aoyan. Each word she spoke was so cold it could freeze. Show some respect. You are unworthy of anyone. Let alone, she paused, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Insulting my brother Lu Chun. The entire Miao Dan pavilion fell into a deathly silence. Yusia was stunned. She had never seen the usually gentle and composed Imotsai lose her temper, let alone speak in such a tone. Why? Was she upset on her behalf? Yun Aoyan was startled, his face full of grievance. I was just telling the truth. Wasn't it just calling someone a waste? Was there a need to get so worked up? But Imotsai ignored him. She turned to Yusia, her tone as cold as ice. Senior sister Yusia. Notice, she had changed the way she addressed her. No longer the affectionate sister Sia, but the distant senior sister Yusia. My grandfather and I have decided to become guest elders of the Xia family. Yusia felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She staggered back, standing frozen in place. At that moment, she seemed to understand something. But it was too late. Yun Aoyan, however, inexplicably gained confidence and assumed a self-righteous posture. Fairy Tsai, do you know the relationship between my Yunlon sect and your grandfather? If it weren't for the Yu family taking you and your grandfather in back then, would you have what you have today? His tone was filled with the arrogance of a benefactor, as if to say, we gave you charity, so you should be eternally grateful. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. If words couldn't persuade Imotsai, he would use the influence of the Yunlon sect and the Yu family to pressure her. Just a pair of isolated and helpless grandfather and granddaughter. Wouldn't they be at his mercy? He was determined to make them submit and take this stunning alchemist for himself in the process. Hearing this, Imotsai suddenly smiled. But there was no warmth in that smile. It was as if she were looking at a ridiculous clown. She slowly raised her eyes, her gaze playfully scrutinizing Yun Outyin. At this moment, Yu Xie was already seething with anger. She had never been so disappointed. This arrogant, self-absorbed fool in front of her. Was this really the senior brother Outyin she had once admired so deeply? 5 years in seclusion. He hadn't even figured out the facts before spouting nonsense here. He was clearly here to ruin things. Sister Tsai, Yu Xie hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. If the Yu family has been negligent in any way, just tell me. I will make sure my father. There's no need. Mo Tsai interrupted her directly. My decision will not change. Yun Outyin wanted to speak again, but Yu Xie silenced him with a sharp, icy glare. Why? Yu Xie's voice trembled. You have to give me a reason. Mo Tsai looked her straight in the eye. Her tone was calm, but every word struck like a dagger. Think about it yourself. How did you treat Brother Lu Chen? Yu Xie's entire body froze. It was as if she had been struck by a hammer. So, the reason you chose the Yu family. It was all because of Lu Chen, the Saintess position she had always been so proud of. The Yu family's current prominence and glory. It all had to do with that so-called waste. This realization shattered her in an instant. A searing pain tore through her heart. Since Brother Lu Chen has already annulled the engagement with you, Mo Tsai continued, my grandfather and I have no reason to stay. She paused. Something flickered in her eyes. I heard Sister Qingqing treats him very well. Of course, I must go to the Xia family. This statement was like a heavy blow. It struck Yu Xie's heart with full force. At last, she saw the truth. She had been wrong. Completely wrong. For a hypocritical scumbag, she lost someone truly worth cherishing. Endless regret surged like a tide, almost drowning her. And Yun Outyin was utterly stunned. That useless trash? Why? First it was Xia Qingcheng, and now even Mo Tsai was siding with him. Why? His nails dug deeply into his palms, the flames of jealousy burning fiercely in his heart. Yu Xie knew Mo Tsai's personality well. She was resolute and unwavering. Since her decision was made, any attempt to persuade her would be futile. Yu Xie sighed softly, her tone carrying a hint of relief. Since your mind is made up, I won't force you anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure emerged from the corner. It was Xia Qingqing, holding Lu Chen's arm. The two were inseparable. Yun Outyin saw this scene and immediately flew into a rage. Lu Chen, you useless trash, how dare you show up here? Yun Outyin. Yu Xie's voice suddenly turned icy and piercing. Get out. Yun Outyin's face instantly turned ashen. Damn it. Yu Xie, how dare you speak to me, the Holy Son, like this? But Yu Xie couldn't be bothered to deal with him. She turned to Lu Chen and did something that shocked everyone. She stepped forward and took his hand voluntarily. Her tone was so gentle that even Lu Chen was momentarily caught off guard. Lu Chen, I'm sorry. In the past, I wronged you. Lu Chen felt the soft warmth of her palm, and his heart instantly fluttered. This woman's hand, so soft, and that unique fragrance of hers. Day 7 of craving her body. Yu Xie, too, was stirred by the pure yang energy emanating from Lu Chen, her heart wavering. Their breaths gradually drew closer. If not for the crowd present, things might have spiraled out of control like dry wood catching fire. Damn it, this scoundrel, in public. How could I? Lu Chen's lips curved slightly, his smile carrying an indescribable depth. Oh, since you know you've wronged me. He reversed his grip on her hand, his fingertips gently stroking. Then let's keep a record of it for now. In the future, you can repay me slowly. Xia Qingsheng watched the two exchange flirtatious glances, unusually refraining from intervening. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her thoughts unknown, but her lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Mo Tsai, watching this scene, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. As expected, she murmured softly, in Lu Chen's eyes, there's only Sister Xie and Sister Qingqing. They're both so beautiful, so outstanding. If only you could like Tsai too. Tsai definitely wouldn't mind sharing with them. But alas, Lu Chen couldn't hear her inner thoughts. Otherwise, he might have jumped up in excitement on the spot. Such a blessing of having all three. He couldn't wish for more. While Lu Chen was enjoying the warmth of her touch, He failed to notice a secret transmission talisman from the Yunlong sect, carrying Yun Aoyin's boundless hatred and murderous intent, shooting through the air. Its target was the highest authority of the Yunlong sect. Lu Chun, Emotsai clung to him entirely, her syrupy sweet voice circling his ears. She held his arm, pressing close from shoulder to underarm. Her intimacy couldn't be more obvious. Lu Chun chuckled as he raised his hand to ruffle her hair. "Sai, you're such a good girl." These 3 words were spoken casually, but his gaze drifted elsewhere. UCS stood there, her nails digging into her palms, her body tense, her heart aching with jealousy. Beside her, Xia Qingqing wasn't feeling much better. She lowered her eyes, the curve of her lips cooling slightly. But the one suffering the most? Yun Aoyin. His face had already darkened to the point where ink could drip from it. The molars ground together audibly. Why? Why could this useless man, a bottom-tier cultivator, have so many stunning celestial maidens revolving around him, and all of them so utterly devoted? Yuxia couldn't hold back anymore. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, deliberately softening her voice. "Lu Chun, about what happened before, I want to make it up to you. All my cultivation resources, I'll give them to you." Her tone carried apology, submission, and even a hint of pleading. Lu Chun turned around. At that moment, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. But that smile wasn't gentle. It was cold. His gaze swept over Yuxia's face, then slowly moved downward. Neck, collarbone, waistline, scanning her entire figure. His eyes burned with an intensity that was almost unbearable. "Cultivation resources?" His voice was soft, yet it reached Yuxia's ears with perfect clarity. "With senior sister Qingqing and little sister Tsai around, I don't lack for those things at all." Yuxia's body stiffened. She seemed rooted to the spot. This guy didn't even care about cultivation resources anymore? Then what did he want? Could it be he wanted her? Her heartbeat suddenly spiraled out of control, pounding wildly in her chest. Her cheeks began to flush. She instinctively raised her head, wanting to see Lu Chun's expression clearly, but Lu Chun had already turned away. He casually bid farewell to Emotsai. Xia Qingqing immediately stepped forward, taking his arm. The two walked off side by side. "Husband, did you enjoy the show?" Her voice was full of mirth as she leaned in closer. Lu Chun nodded, his voice low. "Enjoyed it. Did you see Yuxia's expression? She regretted it so much she probably wanted to dig a hole in the ground. And that Yun Aoyin." He let out a cold laugh. "What a ridiculous clown." Xia Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she leaned against his shoulder, her tone teasing. "Husband, your flirting skills are impeccable, just enough to stir someone's heart. Then you turn and walk away." She paused. "Isn't that a bit too cruel?" Lu Chun turned to look at her. A trace of wickedness flickered in his gaze. "Aren't you the thoughtful one? You even set the stage for me." His hand rested on her waist. "When we return to the sect, I'll be sure to reward you properly." Xia Qingqing blinked, her eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. "How will you reward me?" Lu Chun didn't answer. He raised his hand. Clap, clap, clap. 3 crisp claps echoed in the air. Xia Qingqing froze for a moment. Then she realized. Her delicate face instantly turned crimson, as if it were about to catch fire. She playfully punched him, her voice a mix of coquettishness and embarrassment. "Scoundrel, you're so bad." But she didn't push him away. Instead, she leaned in even closer. The flying sword traced a perfect arc through the air. The light-hearted mood from earlier in Frost City hadn't yet dissipated. Lu Chun held Xia Qingqing's slender waist with a look of pure contentment. He was savoring the rare spiritual herb seeds he had just acquired. Today's treasure hunt had been worth it. Xia Qingqing leaned against his shoulder, her ear pressed to his chest, listening to the sound of his satisfaction. The two of them were like a pair of lovers in the throes of passion, clinging to each other. How warm and tender it was. But, as the flying sword passed over a desolate mountain valley, buzz! Suddenly, an invisible pressure crashed down from all directions. The pressure was terrifying. So immense it felt like a giant hand was trying to crush the entire sky. The flying sword let out a mournful cry. Its spiritual light dimmed. The entire thing, along with the two of them, was instantly forced downward. The sensation of falling. A sharp, gut-wrenching descent. "Careful!" Xia Qingqing's reaction was frighteningly quick. The moment they landed, she already had her flying sword in hand. Her body flipped midair, positioning herself in front of Lu Chun. Her beautiful eyes turned icy cold in an instant. The gentle warmth disappeared, replaced by cold, sharp, murderous eyes. She scanned her surroundings. 8 pitch-black figures, as dark as ink, appeared like ghosts all around. Each one emanated the spiritual energy of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. 8. A full 8 peak foundation establishment cultivators. The leader, a masked man, spoke in a hoarse, grating voice, his tone mocking. Fairy Xia, this matter has nothing to do with you. Leave the boy behind, and you may go. Xia Qingqing did not hesitate. Her voice was icy to the extreme, yet carried a fierce momentum. Who sent you? She paused. I will never abandon my husband. You should know the power of the Xia family. If you have any sense, leave now. But in her heart, she was calculating frantically. The Golden Core guards had been urgently summoned away by the family today. The enemy appeared so organized, so prepared. This was a trap. Kill. No more words. The 8 figures moved simultaneously. Sword light, spells, spiritual energy, all came crashing down on the 2 of them like a tidal wave. But all the attacks deliberately avoided Xia Qingqing. Every strike was aimed directly at Lu Chun. Not a chance. Xia Qingqing shouted sharply. The crimson flying sword in her hand danced like a living dragon or serpent. Her mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation erupted with full force, but she knew Lu Chun couldn't withstand even a single blow. So she chose the most reckless method, to face 8 powerful enemies head-on, relying solely on her own strength. Boom, boom, boom. Scarlet flames exploded. The residual sword energy tore open wounds on her body one after another. She abandoned dodging. She used her body as a shield. Because she knew, if Lu Chun suffered even the slightest injury, everything would be over. A cunning sword light pierced through her defenses. It slashed viciously across her shoulder. Blood sprayed out, glaringly red under the sunlight. Xia Qingqing let out a muffled groan. Her face instantly turned pale, devoid of any color. But she did not retreat. Not even half a step. She stood in front of Lu Chun like a wall that was beginning to crumble. Senior Sister Qingqing. Lu Chun's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Crimson red. That sense of helplessness, that overwhelming fury, was about to consume him entirely. He hurriedly pulled out a stack of explosive talismans and threw them out frantically. Boom. Useless. Completely useless. In a battle of this level, explosive talismans were like scraps of paper. The gap between the Qi refining stage and peak foundation establishment was not a gap. It was a chasm, an insurmountable gulf. I'm too weak. Too weak. Lu Chun gritted his teeth tightly. His fists clenched so hard that his knuckles turned white. He looked at the woman in front of him, the one shielding him from blades, and inside, he broke. One assassin seized the moment when Xia Qingqing's spiritual energy was exhausted and charged directly at him. The flying sword was raised, aimed straight at Lu Chun's forehead. This strike, fast, precise, ruthless. Xia Qingqing no longer had time to save him. Her body was still falling. Lu Chun's gaze darkened. Am I really going to die so soon? The sword tip was only an inch away from his forehead. Madness flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly. Even if I die, damn it, I'll take one of your teeth with me. But at this moment of life and death, anyone who dares touch my young master dies. A roar, like a sound from the depths of hell. The voice carried an overwhelming murderous aura. It exploded suddenly. Before the sound even faded, a crimson blade light streaked across the sky, like a blood-colored thunderbolt, arriving first despite being launched later. Slash! The assassin who had struck, along with the flying sword in his hand, was instantly cleaved in two. Like paper, blood and entrails splattered everywhere. The scene, utterly blood-soaked. A figure shielded Lu Chun. A burly frame. A faintly visible, ferocious scar. The spiritual pressure emanating from him, far beyond the foundation establishment stage. That was Golden Core. A power far surpassing everyone present. A pressure that made souls tremble in fear. The newcomer was Scarblade San. Die. Scarblade Sand's lips twisted into a sinister grin. Thud, thud, thud. No fancy techniques. Only the ultimate speed. The ultimate strength. The massive blade danced in his hands, bringing forth a rain of blood and severed limbs. Those 8 Foundation Establishment Peak cultivators, before him, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, slaughtered like chopping melons and vegetables. Truly like chopping melons and vegetables. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the entire valley had turned into a scene of carnage. 8 corpses lay scattered across the ground. The stench of blood filled the air. Scarblade unsheathed his blade. His figure vanished in an instant. He left without a word, as if he had just completed a trivial task. Lu Chen's mind was completely blank. He stood there dumbfounded, his voice dazed. Your Xia family's guards are so ruthless. Xia Qingqing's face was pale as she swallowed a healing pill. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and shock. She weakly shook her head. No, I didn't bring any family guards today. Her voice was soft, but Lu Chun heard it clearly. This person is definitely not from my Xia family. Only then did Lu Chun snap out of it. He turned around, staring in the direction where Scarblade Sand had disappeared. His mind was in chaos. That voice. Anyone who dares harm my young master dies. Young master? Who was he calling young master? Just now, was he referring to me? Lu Chen's mind began racing. That golden core stage expert. That terrifying monster capable of instantly slaughtering 8 Foundation Establishment Peak cultivators. How could he possibly know me? My fallen Lu family. How could it possibly have such a powerful golden core stage cultivator? It was utterly impossible. But Lu Chun had no time to think further, because the person in his arms began trembling. Xia Qingqing's body was shaking, not from fear, but from excessive blood loss and unbearable pain. Her wounds were still bleeding. The blood on her shoulder had already soaked through her clothes. All of Lu Chen's thoughts came to a halt. He carefully supported her, pulling out a healing pill and placing it in her mouth, while gently wiping the blood from the corner of her lips with his sleeve. His movements were so tender, it was unimaginable. Could this really be something a useless young master could do? But Xia Qingqing paid no attention to this detail. On her pale face, a faint blush appeared. She leaned against him, her voice soft, light, and full of reliance. Husband, as long as you're okay. At this moment, there was no need for more words. Having faced life and death together, some things had already completely changed. Lu Chun held her tightly, thinking, this woman, no matter what, he had to protect her. Miss, this old servant is late. A hoarse voice, like a broken bellows, suddenly exploded in their ears. Immediately after, a shadow flitted by like a ghost. Beside Xia Qingqing, an old woman appeared out of thin air, dressed in gray, with a withered face, a hunched figure, and a black wooden cane in her hand. She simply stood there. No obvious aura leaked from her. Yet the entire atmosphere felt as if it were being suppressed by something invisible. A suffocating pressure engulfed everything. This old woman's cultivation was unfathomable. Granny Luo. The moment Xia Qingqing saw her, the tension in her shoulders finally eased. I'm fine. She paused. We shouldn't return to the sect just yet. Please. She turned to look at Lu Chun, her beautiful eyes shifting slightly. A trace of concern flickered deep within her gaze. Take us to Qingyun City. As soon as the 3 words were spoken, Lu Chun froze completely. Something exploded in his mind. Qingyun City. The place where he was born. The place where he grew up. That place also held all his humiliation. All his pain. This assassination attempt. If it wasn't Yin Outyan's doing, then it could only be the Lu family. After all, he had just beaten Lu Mingxian. Lu Chen's fists clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into his palms. The coldness in his eyes flickered, sending chills down one's spine. The Lu family's debt. His voice was low, so low it was almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. It's time to settle it. He took a deep breath, forcibly pulling his thoughts back, and began calculating rapidly his current strength. The spiritual power of the pure Yang sacred body was indeed robust. He had also mastered the 9 Suns void-breaking fist to an advanced level. If he went all out, giving everything he had, perhaps he could barely hold his own against a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. But if he encountered a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, or even a master at the peak of perfection, he knew in his heart defeat was inevitable. The chasm of disparity in strength weighed heavily on his chest. Lu Qin's heart tightened in an instant. Not enough. He roared inwardly. I need more power. A scene flashed before his eyes, Xia Qingqing shielding him from a sword. Her back, stained red. For the first time, he felt such an intense, overwhelming desire for strength. I don't want to see her bleed for me again. His voice trembled. I don't want to always hide behind others. I don't want. Husband, stop overthinking. Xia Qingqing's voice came through, cold as ice yet soft as water. A strange combination. Comforting, yet commanding. Your current enemies, the list is quite simple. Her tone was utterly calm, as if discussing the weather. But every word carried a murderous intent. The Zhou family of Tianchuang City, second-rate trash, they won't last long. If my Xia family steps in, they'll pay tenfold, 100-fold. Hearing this, Lu Qin's heart suddenly warmed. This woman, had she already identified all his potential threats? Not only identified them, but had she already paved the way for him? In an instant, Lu Qin understood everything. Yun Outyin had the backing of the Yunlan sect, a colossal force that couldn't be touched for now. The Zhou family, a minor clan. The Xia family could crush them with a single slap. And now, her insistence on going to Qingyan City. Was there even a need to guess her goal? It was returning to the Lu family, settling accounts, eliminating all threats. This, Lu Qin drew in a sharp breath, looking at Xia Qingqing with eyes full of shock. For him, was she really willing to go this far? This woman was too domineering, too protective. She would rather kill wrongly than let anyone go. But he truly loved her so much. At the same time, the Lu family hall. Mingxian, my son. The Lu family patriarch, Lu Yunhai, had just stepped into the family estate when he heard news of his son's misfortune. His face instantly darkened to the point where it seemed water could drip from it. His gaze was sharp and terrifying, and the aura he exuded was one of long-suppressed, chilling malice. Father, Lu Mingxian, seeing his pillar of support return, immediately burst into tears. As he cried, he was the picture of grievance. It's all because of that useless Lu Qin. His voice was sharp and grating. Not only did he snatch away the snow shadow flying knife you gifted me, but he also publicly injured me. You have no idea how much face I lost in front of Sister Wanner. His fists clenched tightly. Father, this grudge. I swear I won't rest until it's avenged. What? Lu Yunhai flew into a rage. He raised his hand and slammed it down fiercely onto the nearby black ironwood table. The table cracked in response, a clear palm print deeply embedded into it. The entire table was on the verge of falling apart. That little beast. How dare he? Lu Yunhai's voice sounded as if it had crawled out of hell. When he was expelled from the family, I should have killed him with one strike to eliminate future troubles. His chest heaved violently, his breathing rapid. It's all your third uncle's fault for being soft-hearted. He cursed furiously, always talking about family blood ties. At the same moment, Lu Qin slowly stepped into the Lu family estate. He did not alarm too many people. Relying on his memory, he walked step by step toward his former territory, an isolated little courtyard. As he approached, he stopped. The sight before him made his breath catch. The courtyard walls were crumbling. Wild grass had grown rampantly, swallowing the entire yard. The doors and windows were in ruins, and some parts were barely recognizable. Where was the vitality of the past? Not a trace remained. He stood there, revisiting the old place. The desolation before him was like cold needles, piercing his heart one by one. Memories of the past resurfaced. The feeling of being belittled. The taste of humiliation. All of it came alive again, as vivid as if it were happening now. Why, young master? A trembling, aged voice came from behind him. Is it really you? Lu Qin turned around. An old man, leaning on a cane, stumbled toward him in hurried steps. It was Zhang Fengyan, the old steward. There was no joy on his face. Instead, he clutched Lu Qin's sleeve tightly, his eyes flickering with something desperate. His voice was almost pleading. Young master, I beg you please. You can't win against them. His voice trembled. Leave now. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be wood to burn. He clung tightly to Lu Qin's sleeve, lowering his voice, his urgency almost tearing from his throat. The people of Lu Yunhai's faction are waiting at home. They're just looking for an excuse to deal with you. His hand shook. The hand gripping Lu Chen's sleeve trembled. Please, listen to this old servant's advice. Leave Qingyan City immediately. The farther, the better. Lu Chen looked into the old man's eyes. The concern in them was genuine. His heart softened in an instant. The coldness in his heart was warmed slightly. He gently patted the back of Zhang Fengnian's withered hand. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Uncle Zhang, don't worry. His gaze swept over the desolate courtyard. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This time, I came back, not planning to leave right away. I even planned to. He turned and looked toward the depths of the Lu family estate. Stay here for a few days. Stay for a few days? Zhang Fengnian stomped his foot in anxiety. He wanted to continue persuading him, but seeing Lu Chen's calm and composed demeanor, that kind of terrifying composure, he could only let out a helpless sigh. He watched Lu Chen's upright figure. His cloudy old eyes were filled with worry. He could only mutter to himself, if only the old master were still here, how wonderful that would be. He was thinking of Lu Chen's father, Lu Yuntian, the man who had once brought glory to the Lu family. Kind and generous, spreading his benevolence far and wide. Unlike the current Lu Yunhai, who, relying on his position as the family head, eliminated dissenters, plunging the entire Lu family into chaos and division. Even the third master, Lu Yunpeng, who had always prioritized the bigger picture, couldn't bear it anymore. He chose to manage the family's businesses far away for years, unwilling to return to this suffocating home. Now the young master had returned alone, surrounded by wolves and tigers. Could he really come out of this unscathed? Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back in the desolate courtyard, his gaze calm as he looked toward the brightly lit cluster of buildings in the core area of the Lu family. He could feel it, countless divine senses sweeping over from that direction. Some were filled with malice, others merely curious. Like a sprawling spider web, layer upon layer. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth curled into a cold arc, an arc that held something dangerous within. Lu Yunhai. His voice was low, yet chillingly clear. I'm back. He paused, the arc at the corner of his mouth deepening. Are you ready? Just as Lu Chen stepped into the dilapidated courtyard, before he could gather his thoughts, a timid maid ran over, her head lowered, her voice trembling. Why, young master? The family head. The family head wants you to go to the main hall immediately. Oh. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. The news travels fast, doesn't it? He laughed silently. I've just stepped through the door, and they can't wait already? Turning, he walked away, his stride confident and powerful, heading straight for the familiar yet unfamiliar hall. As soon as he stepped into the hall, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. Thud! It was as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. Lu Yunhai, the head of the Lu family, sat at the main seat, his face as dark as water, his gaze devoid of any warmth. The sides of the hall were filled with elders of the family, each with indifferent, disdainful, and gloating expressions. Their eyes were like those watching a rat scurry across the street. Lu Mingxian stood beside his father, a sinister smile openly displayed on his face. That smile said it all. He was certain he had Lu Chen cornered. Lu Yunhai was the first to strike, his voice cold enough to freeze. Lu Chen, you a worthless wretch expelled from the family, how dare you come back? As soon as he finished speaking, an elder immediately chimed in. Exactly. He caused trouble as soon as he returned, injuring young Master Mingxian. He's nothing but a disaster for the Lu family. Disaster? Another elder's voice was even harsher. I think he's just an ungrateful wretch. The family head shouldn't have spared his life back then. Their words were increasingly cruel, each one more cutting than the last. Another elder shouted sharply, directly accusing him. Lu Chen, do you know your crimes? Hand over the stolen snow shadow flying blade immediately. Lu Mingxian began to shout triumphantly, his voice grating. Father, elders, it's not just the snow shadow flying blade. He deliberately paused, stretching out the moment of satisfaction. He also has a flowing cloud pin bought from the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. That was stolen from me too. It must, he emphasized, be handed over as well. And then, his smile grew increasingly twisted. Abolish your cultivation and crawl out of Qingyun City on your knees. Listening to the overwhelming accusations, mockery, and baseless slander, Lu Chen simply stood with his hands behind his back, a faint trace of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be watching a group of clowns perform, his gaze so calm it was chilling. In the shadows, Scarbladeson clenched his fists so tightly they could draw blood, wishing he could step forward immediately and cut down these shameless people like chopping vegetables. Seeing Lu Chen remain so composed, Lu Yunhai completely lost his patience. Bang! He slammed the armrest of his chair, and the pressure of his peak foundation establishment cultivation erupted. The air in the hall froze instantly. You little beast. Spiritual energy surged around him, and he was about to strike. Looks like you won't learn your place without a lesson. Danger loomed, the moment critical. I dare anyone to touch my chunner. At that instant, a thunderous roar came from outside the hall. The voice arrived with the person. Lu Yunpeng, the third elder of the Lu family, stormed in, covered in dust, his face furious, striding in with great momentum. He positioned himself directly in front of Lu Chen, his tiger-like eyes glaring as he scanned the room. At that moment, the arrogant atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lu Yunhai's expression changed. Suppressing his anger, he forced an ugly smile. Third brother, you're back just in time. His tone shifted instantly, from fierce to reasonable. Look at this ungrateful brat. Not only did he steal Mingxuan's treasure, but he also severely injured him. Such defiance and cruelty. I must enforce family law today to uphold our family's reputation. Lu Yunpeng didn't believe a word. His tone carried mockery, even amusement. Second brother, are you joking? His gaze swept over Lu Mingxian, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Mingxian, our dear nephew, has already broken through to the 12th level of qi refining. The 12th level of qi refining. As for Chenner, he paused, as if calculating. When he left, he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Even now, he shouldn't be beyond the 7th level, right? How could he possibly injure Mingxian? Lu Mingxuan's face darkened. Lu Yunpeng continued. Moreover, that snow shadow flying dagger, his voice suddenly turned cold, laced with accusation, was originally left to Chenner by our eldest brother. How can you call it theft? Hearing this from you, I feel embarrassed for you. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yunpeng's gaze instinctively swept over Lu Chen. The next second, his entire body froze. It was as if he'd been struck by a heavy blow. His face was instantly replaced with astonishment and joy. His eyes widened. Chenner, his voice began to tremble. Your cultivation, the 11th level of qi refining. He seemed electrified, so excited that he repeated good 3 times. Good, good, good. He patted Lu Chen's shoulder forcefully, almost shattering him. With concern, he asked, Quick, tell your third uncle, how have you been all these years away? Have you suffered? Has anyone bullied you? Feeling his third uncle's genuine care, Lu Chen's cold heart warmed. He respectfully replied, Third uncle, I am well. In this cold and heartless Lu family, only his third uncle, Lu Yunpeng, truly protected him. Back then, if not for his third uncle's strong opposition, he would have long perished under Lu Yunhai's poisonous hand. The 11th level of qi refining. On the main seat, Lu Yunhai's pupils suddenly contracted. The 5 fingers resting on the armrest instinctively clenched, turning his fingertips white. Beside him, Lu Mingxuan's gaze darkened, his expression growing grim. Lu Yunpeng nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he turn to Lu Yunhai. His tones softened slightly, but that softness concealed sharpness. Second brother, you see, some friction among the younger generation is normal, especially since they are brothers. Since Mingxian isn't seriously injured, why not let this matter go? His tone became gentle, but every word said, you must back down. Chenner has finally returned. Our Lu family should host a banquet to welcome him back. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yunhai's face turned ashen. He abruptly stood up, his entire body trembling. A banquet. He pointed at Lu Chen, his fingers shaking. Lu Yunpeng, have you lost your mind? His voice grew hysterical. This little beast was expelled from the Lu family long ago. He injured my son, and today I will strike back. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me." His gaze turned vicious, locking onto Lu Yunpeng. "Don't even think about protecting him today." Yes, the family head is right. This boy must not stay. The surrounding elders chimed in. Sensing the family head's fury, they scrambled to curry favor. A waste with 10 spiritual roots. His return only shames our Lu family. Third brother, don't confuse right and wrong. Those words cut like knives. Listening to such heart-piercing remarks, Lu Yunpeng trembled with rage, his tiger-like eyes brimming with tears. He suddenly pointed to the plaque above the hall that read, "Family virtues endure." His voice was filled with grief and indignation, every word seemingly torn from his throat. "You," his voice rose, "you ungrateful wretches. When my elder brother, Lu Yuntian, was in charge of the Lu family, how did he treat you? Were family resources ever withheld from you, even by a fraction?" His voice began to tremble, choked with sobs. "And now, with my elder brother's body barely cold, you force his only son like this." He paused. Tears finally rolled down his face. His voice was filled with despair. "Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" This resounding question was like a thunderclap, exploding in the hearts of many clan elders. Their expressions began to waver, guilt showing on their faces. Unconsciously, they lowered their heads. Inside the hall, the atmosphere instantly became incredibly tense. The air was charged with hostility. Just as the clan elders were being questioned to the point of speechlessness by Lu Yunpeng, in the midst of the crowd, only Lu Chun remained calm and composed. There was even a faint trace of mockery at the corner of his lips. He looked at the group of clowns on the stage, sneering inwardly. "Jump around. Go ahead and jump around as much as you like." He silently thought to himself. "The more you jump now, the more swollen your faces will be later." He took a step forward, and his entire demeanor changed in an instant. It was an unprecedented display of dominance. His gaze was like two icy, sharp swords, piercing straight at Lu Yunhai, who sat in the main seat. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the hall, filled with an unstoppable killing intent. "Lu Yunhai, listen carefully." He paused. Each word he spoke landed heavily, like a hammer. "Your useless son, Lu Mingxian." He glanced at Lu Mingxian, his eyes full of disdain. His lack of ability, his failure at being a sycophant and getting beaten instead, is entirely his own doing. Then he turned back to Lu Yunhai, his gaze as cold as a blade. "Today, if you dare to lay a finger on me, just try it." His voice became very soft, so soft that many had to strain their ears to hear it clearly. But the power hidden in that soft voice was felt by everyone. "I, Lu Chun," he paused, emphasizing his words, "am no longer the pushover you could manipulate at will." Boom. These words were like a thunderclap out of nowhere, exploding in the hall. Everyone was stunned. One by one, they widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the proud and upright figure in the center of the room. Was this really the same Lu Chun who had once been timid and submissive, who wouldn't fight back when hit or talk back when scolded? How dare he? How dare he speak to the family head in such a tone? Even Lu Yunpeng, who had always protected him, was stunned at this moment. He looked at Lu Chen's sharp and commanding figure, his tiger-like eyes instantly welling up with tears. His lips trembled with emotion. He closed his eyes tightly, silently shouting in his heart, "He's grown up. Chunner, you've truly grown up. Big brother." He raised his head, tears streaming down his face. "Can you see this from the heavens? Your son is no longer the fledgling bird that needed constant shelter under someone's wings. Good. Very good. You little bastard, your arrogance knows no bounds." Lu Yunhai was trembling with rage, his face ashen, his lungs about to explode. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to crush Lu Chun on the spot. But he glanced at Lu Yunpeng, who stood firmly in front of him. He looked at the resolute back of this peak foundation establishment cultivator. Suppressing his impulse to act immediately, a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and began calculating rapidly in his mind. Forcibly killing Lu Chun was not only unrealistic, but would also spark internal strife within the family. Not worth the cost. He forced a grim smile and switched to a taunting strategy. "Lu Chun, His tone changed, becoming an eerie gentleness. Don't say I'm bullying the weak. Since you're so capable. He paused, letting the pause brim with provocation. Dare to face my son Mingxian in a fair duel on the arena? He had already calculated everything in his mind. Every number had been repeatedly simulated in his head. Lu Mingxian had not only broken through the 12th level of qi refining, his cultivation was solid, and he wielded the family's treasured mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Azure Edge Sword. His actual combat power was enough to rival the peak of qi refining. Against Lu Chun, who had just broken through and only had the realm without the strength, it would be an easy victory. A sure thing. As long as they stepped into the arena, blades and swords have no eyes. If Mingxian accidentally killed or crippled Lu Chun, even Lu Yunpeng would have no grounds to object. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. Challenge upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face showed even more mockery. He looked at the group before him, his contempt reaching its peak. These fools. They really thought he was still the useless 10 spiritual root trash that anyone could manipulate? They had no idea what he had been through all these years outside. Without any hesitation, he accepted the challenge directly. His voice was defiant, carrying absolute confidence. Fine. I accept your challenge. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall erupted. But in Lu Chen's eyes, there was only one thought. Perfect. He needed a battle to completely announce his return, to reclaim everything that belonged to him. At that moment, his gaze deepened, as if it could devour everything. Ha ha. Good. You brought this upon yourself. Lu Yunhai's eyes lit up completely, filled with ecstasy. Afraid Lu Chen might back out, he immediately shouted, all the elders have heard it. On the arena, fists and feet have no eyes. Life and death are left to fate. Before his words finished, the patriarch is wise. Indeed, it should be this way. The group of elders seemed invigorated. This insolent and arrogant boy needs to be disciplined by young Master Mingxian. Exactly. Tomorrow morning, let the whole city witness the gap between this trash and our Lu family's prodigy. Their words were full of disdain. Even Lu Mingxuan's face flushed with excitement. Lu Chun. He stared at Lu Chun intently, his eyes gleaming. This time, you're doomed. The backyard of the Lu family. Lu Yunpeng grabbed Lu Chen's arm, his eyebrows raised in urgency. Chinner, you. His voice trembled. You're being foolish. Why act on impulse like this? Lu Yunpeng paced around the room, speaking as he walked. Mingxian has the Qingfeng sword in his hand. His strength is comparable to the peak of qi refining. Third uncle originally planned to take you away from this place of trouble. Prepare cultivation resources for you. Send you far away to soar high. Why did you have to agree? Lu Chen interrupted him, his tone calm. But within that calmness lay absolute confidence. Third uncle. Rest assured. He turned around, his gaze sweeping through the void like a blade. He's just a clown. He's not my match. After saying this, Lu Chen focused his thoughts. Within his body, a stream of spiritual energy began to circulate slowly. That aura. Lu Yunpeng froze instantly. His entire body trembled. Good heavens. As a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment, Lu Yunpeng's perception was incredibly sharp. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at Lu Chun as if he were staring at some kind of monster. His voice changed pitch. You brat. The density of your spiritual energy. It's practically comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How? How did you cultivate like this? His voice grew shrill. This is impossible. Lu Chen smiled faintly. He looked at his third uncle's face, which was twisted in shock, and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Then, he threw out a sentence. This sentence was enough to overturn everyone's understanding. Third uncle. The world is wrong. 10 spiritual roots do not mean one cannot cultivate. He paused, enunciating each word clearly. It simply requires resources tenfold, 100-fold that of others. The cultivation speed is as slow as a turtle's crawl. He turned his back to Lu Yunpeng, his voice echoing in the dim room. But once the resources are sufficient, the amount of spiritual energy and the solidity of the foundation are far beyond ordinary people. Lu Yunpeng's entire body was shaken. He stood there, first stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Ha! He burst into laughter, His tiger-like eyes reddened. Good, good boy. You're truly my elder brother's son. He slapped Lu Qin's shoulder forcefully, the strength almost enough to break Lu Qin apart. All his worries instantly transformed into relief and pride. But the relief didn't last long. Lu Yunping's expression suddenly changed again. His brows furrowed, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. By the way, Chener, his voice lowered, as if he were about to broach a difficult subject. Third uncle also heard that in the Hahuan sect. He hesitated, clearly trying to suppress his inner anger. You were made to serve as a furnace for those female disciples. As soon as he said this, Lu Yunpeng clenched his fists tightly. This is simply outrageous. His voice rose sharply. How can your cultivation progress under such circumstances? Wouldn't you just become a tool for their cultivation? Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's lips curled into a wicked smile. A tool. He turned to look at Lu Yunpeng, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Third uncle, you're overthinking it. He stepped closer, each step carrying an air of absolute confidence. In the Hahuan sect, I'm the one who absorbs from others. Lu Qin's smile widened. Who dares to absorb from me? They. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Are merely your nephew's cultivation resources. Lu Yunpeng was momentarily stunned. Then, it was as if he suddenly realized something. A lewd smile suddenly appeared on his face. That kind of I get it smile. He winked and playfully punched Lu Qin. Good lad, you're something else. So the legendary pure yang physique is actually this domineering? This isn't suffering at all. His laughter grew increasingly suggestive. It's clearly falling into a tender paradise and enjoying yourself. You're really living the dream. Jokes aside, but in Lu Qin's heart, he already had a plan. He had figured out the entire promotion system of the Hahuan sect. In his mind, it was like a clear map: furnace, servant, outer sect, inner sect, true disciple, personal disciple. The sect's disciples were strictly hierarchical, from the lowest to the highest, advancing step by step. And he was currently at the very bottom, the most undignified. A furnace disciple. Want to get rid of this identity? Want to gain more resources and respect? The only way was to pass the sect's assessments. Climb up step by step. Lu Qin walked to the window and looked out at the distant night sky. His eyes sparkled. Now that I have many cards to play, it's time to get myself an outer sect disciple identity to play with. A surge of fighting spirit burned in his chest. Only by standing higher could he grow stronger faster. And could he make those who once looked down on him, who hurt him, all be trampled underfoot. Just as Lu Qin was conversing with third uncle, outside the door, the voice of a guard suddenly came through. Third master. He ran into the room, panting. The Yun family head is here. Said he has an important matter to discuss concerning the marriage agreement between the Yun and Lu families. Soon after, the Yun family head walked into the Lu family hall with a cheerful smile. Behind him followed Yun Wanner, looking as obedient as ever. Her lowered gaze and docile demeanor made her look just like a harmless little white rabbit. All of this was naturally instigated by Yun Wanner. Over the past few days, she had sent people to carefully investigate Lu Qin. The final result left her utterly astonished. That useless Lu Qin, whom she had once looked down upon, had become what in the Hahuan sect? A coveted prize fought over by two saintesses. Even Xia Qingcheng, that proud and unattainable daughter of heaven, had taken a liking to him. She had even dual cultivated with him. Yun Wanner's mind began to stir. What did this signify? It meant that Lu Qin's pure yang sacred body was far more valuable than she had ever imagined. If she could make him submit to her and become her exclusive furnace, the benefits were simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, her peripheral vision quickly swept over Lu Qin, carrying a trace of fervent desire. That gaze was as if she were looking at some rare and priceless treasure. In contrast, Lu Mingxian, what did he have besides impotent rage? She truly looked down on this overgrown child from the bottom of her heart. Thus, she egged on her father and came up with a brilliant plan to sit back and watch the tigers fight. The head of the Yun family, his face glowing with delight, cupped his hands toward Lu Yunhai, Lu Yunpeng, and the other family elders, his voice ringing out. Brother Lu, elders, I, Yun, have come today regarding the marriage agreement between the Yun and Lu families. He paused, his gaze sweeping over both Lu Mingxian and Lu Chun. My daughter Wan'er is no longer young. It is time for your Lu family to decide on a Dao companion for her. Lu Mingxuan's body instantly stiffened. What had he just heard? A marriage agreement? The Yun family head continued. I have heard that tomorrow, nephew Mingxian and nephew Lu Chun are set to have a fierce competition, are they not? In my opinion, his voice took on a meaningful tone. Competition among young people is a good thing. So why not do this? Tomorrow's arena battle. He turned to Lu Mingxian, then to Lu Chun. Whoever wins will become the son-in-law of my Yun family and be joined with my daughter Wan'er as Dao companions. He raised his hands, making a welcoming gesture. In this way, it is fair, and it will motivate both nephews to give it their all. Isn't that wonderful? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was stunned. Lu Mingxian was instantly overjoyed. His entire body trembled, not with fear, but with excitement. The look he gave Lu Chun was filled with determination and cruelty. In his mind, this long-delayed marriage agreement was something he could no longer wait for. With just a simple competition, Yun Wan'er would undoubtedly be his for the taking. Standing to the side, Lu Chun, after a brief moment of astonishment, almost burst out laughing. His gaze turned playful as he looked at Yun Wan'er, who stood there with lowered eyes and a submissive demeanor. In that instant, he completely saw through all of this woman's schemes. Brilliant, he remarked inwardly. Absolutely brilliant. This move was executed beautifully. Lu Chin's mind raced like lightning, calculating all the possibilities. If Lu Mingxian won, she would naturally marry into the Lu family as the young master's wife, becoming the future mistress of the household. Not a loss. If he, Lu Chun, won, even better. Not only would she gain a top-tier cauldron coveted even by Saintesses, but she could also use this opportunity to bet on him, a rising star with great potential. Moreover, with third uncle Lu Yunpeng backing him in the Lu family, no matter who won or lost, Yun Wan'er would remain firmly in control, never losing out. Lu Chin slowly raised his head and looked at Yun Wan'er. Then, a cold chuckle escaped his lips, laced with mockery and danger. This woman had truly mastered the art of being a green tea to perfection. Did she think she could treat him as a trophy? As an object to be fought over at will? Lu Chin's gaze gradually turned icy. Well then, let's see. Tomorrow, who will truly become whose plaything? A dangerous curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. After seeing off the Yun family father and daughter, Lu Chin followed third uncle Lu Yunpeng into a quiet little courtyard. The courtyard gate closed softly. Lu Yunpeng looked at his nephew before him. His demeanor was excessively calm, and his eyes flickered with complex emotions, guilt, relief, and a certain indescribable expectation. His hand slowly reached into his storage pouch and took out an ancient jade slip, handling it with the solemnity of revealing a secret. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Sure, all these years, it is I, your third uncle, who has wronged you. He avoided meeting Lu Chen's eyes. Letting you endure so much hardship out there. So much. Lu Chen remained silent. Lu Yunpeng continued. It wasn't that your third uncle didn't want to find you, but rather, I hoped you could experience more trials and truly live, instead of being sheltered in a greenhouse. He finally raised his head, his gaze filled with reminiscence and a sense of relief. Now it seems, the time has come. He pointed to the jade slip. This is your father's renowned technique from back in the day. It is called Snow Shadow Blade Technique. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his chest, though it is only of high-grade profound rank, not considered top-tier. But, he paused, it shares the same origin as the Snow Shadow throwing knives in your possession. The two combined, Lu Yunpeng's tone suddenly grew intense. Their power can rival even low-grade or mid-grade earth-rank techniques. You must practice it diligently. Do not tarnish your father's reputation. Lu Chun took the jade slip, feeling its weight in his hand. That weight seemed to transcend time and life itself. His voice was soft. My father's blade technique. A single sentence carried so much meaning. He lowered his head, gazing at the jade slip, his heart pounding in his chest. This was his only connection to a stranger, a man he had never met. Complex emotions surged within him, imaginings of his father, questions about the past, and a confirmation of his identity. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions. He respectfully said, "Thank you, third uncle. Your nephew will not disappoint. I will ensure this blade technique is carried forward and glorified." "Good. Good child." Lu Yunpeng suddenly patted his shoulder, his tiger-like eyes brimming with tears. In that moment, he no longer seemed like an elder, but more like a father. "Tonight, stay here and comprehend it. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask third uncle. I will share everything I know." Lu Chen's eyes grew warm. He said nothing, only nodded slightly. Then, he sat down on the ground. He opened the snow shadow blade technique. After flipping through just a few pages, his gaze suddenly changed. Sharp, greedy, entranced. This is simply brilliant. The blade techniques were unpredictable and unconventional, following an unorthodox path. Yet every move and every stance contained a terrifying essence. It seemed capable of seeing through the weaknesses of all sword techniques in the world, predicting every opponent's actions. It wasn't merely a killing technique. It was counteraction. Complete counteraction. Lu Chen's breathing grew rapid. With my comprehension, combined with the mysterious pendant, mastering it to a minor level overnight shouldn't be difficult. He took out the snow shadow throwing knife. The moment it touched his hand, buzz. A faint, clear hum. It wasn't the sound of the throwing knife itself. It was the resonance between the knife and the blade technique, as if they were always meant to be one. The next moment, Lu Chen moved. His figure was like the wind. The blade light was like snow. He immersed himself entirely in the essence of the blade technique. Every move seemed as though he had practiced it thousands of times. Every stance was seamless and fluid. At that moment, he was no longer in the small courtyard. He was, in a distant era, dancing the same blade technique with someone he had never met. At first, Lu Yunpeng maintained the demeanor of an elder, ready to offer guidance at any time. But he gradually realized he couldn't interject at all. Initially, he merely frowned. Then, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. "Chinner, this move, snowfall without trace. How can the angle be so precise?" Lu Chen didn't stop, nor did he respond. After a while, Lu Yunpeng's voice began to tremble. "Wait. The energy manipulation method for this move, ice sealing 1,000 miles. How did you comprehend it at a glance? This is impossible." Another instant's worth of time passed. Lu Yunpeng had completely lost control. He circled around Lu Chen, muttering incessantly. "Monster! You brat are definitely a monster. How can this be? How is this possible?" Finally, he rushed in front of Lu Chen, grabbing his shoulders. "Chinner, you must tell third uncle honestly. Are you still my Chinner? Could it be that some 1,000-year-old cultivator has taken over my nephew's body? What kind of monster are you?" Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. The blade light in his hand did not stop. 2 hours later, slash. A condensed, snow-bright blade light tore through the air. No unnecessary movements. No flashy techniques. Just one strike. The test sword stone Tinjong away, split cleanly in two. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror. No burrs. Not even a trace of blood. Because it was just stone. Lu Chen stood with his blade, his breathing eerily steady, as if what he had just done was not a kill, but a stroll. Snow shadow blade technique, minor mastery. Lu Yunpeng stared blankly at the split test sword stone. Then he looked at Lu Chen. His mouth hung open, unable to speak for a long time. At that moment, he suddenly felt his decades of life seemed somewhat laughable. But immediately, ecstasy instantly consumed all his rationality. A genius. The Lu family has produced an unparalleled genius. His voice trembled, tears streaming down. "Big brother, if your spirit watches over us, look, your son. He is an even more extraordinary prodigy than you. Our Lu family has risen. We have truly risen." One night passed in the blink of an eye. Not only had Lu Chen practiced this snow shadow blade technique to minor mastery, he advanced in one go, directly breaking through to the mastery stage. In the end, even his third uncle, Lu Yunpeng, who was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, personally sparred with him, without resorting to Absolute spiritual power suppression. He couldn't gain the slightest advantage. He was even forced into a sorry state. That blade technique seemed to activate some kind of imprint in his bloodline, as if it was tailor-made for him. When he performed it, it was as smooth as moving his own arm, perfectly seamless. At this moment, Lu Qin's confidence had already skyrocketed. He even felt that with this blade technique alone, he could easily crush Lu Mingxian. Not just crush him, but kill him. The sky gradually brightened, and the morning glow painted the horizon red. Lu Qin washed up briefly and changed into a clean and neat azure robe. With a calm gaze, he walked toward the Lu family clan square. By now, the square was already bustling with noise and excitement. Not only had the members of the Lu and Yun families gathered, but many other families from Qingyun City had also come upon hearing the news. They were here to watch the spectacle, to witness this house-cleaning drama unfold. Everyone knew full well this so-called duel was nothing more than a grand excuse for Lu Yunhai's faction to eliminate their enemies. After all, a somewhat talented young master going up against a legendary 10 spiritual root waste. Was the outcome even in question? By the edge of the arena, Lu Mingxian was circling Yun Wanner, trying to curry favor. Junior sister Wanner, once I deal with that waste, we will be one family. His tone was full of confidence. Yun Wanner smiled charmingly on the surface. Brother Mingxian, good luck. I believe you will definitely win. And you will surely become the head of the Lu family in the future. But her gaze drifted into the distance, and inwardly, she sneered. Humph. Fool. If you can't even win this, it will only prove that my choice was right. Lu Chun. He is the one I, Yun Wanner, should bet on. Below the stage, almost all the young disciples were cheering for Lu Mingxian. Not a single person supported Lu Chun. Lu Mingxian basked in the adoration of the crowd. He seemed to already envision the glorious scene of himself holding the azure-edged sword and cutting Lu Qin down. He closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting into a victorious smile. In a corner, the old steward Zhang Fengyan hid among the crowd, tears streaming down his face. He prayed softly, "Old master, if your spirit watches over us from the heavens, please protect the young master and keep him safe." His body trembled, as if he had already foreseen something. And then, Lu Qin arrived. Alone, walking slowly. What greeted him was a wave of unabashed jeers and ridicule. Huh, that waste actually dared to show up. I bet a spirit stone he won't make it past the first round. He won't last 3 moves. Lu Mingxian will finish him in seconds. The mocking voices surged like waves. Lu Qin's expression remained unchanged, as if he couldn't hear them. Lu Mingxian leapt onto the stage, his body flipping midair in an extremely arrogant display. From his elevated position, he pointed the azure-edged sword at Lu Chun. Lu Chun, you waste. If you kneel and admit defeat now, and cripple your own cultivation, perhaps I, as your cousin, might spare your pathetic life. His tone was full of the arrogance of a benefactor. Lu Qin didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. His voice was calm, yet carried a certain icy sarcasm. Oh, I'll return those words to you as they are. He finally raised his head, his gaze as cold as ice. If you're willing to kneel and beg for mercy now, out of respect for third uncle, perhaps, I'll consider sparing your life. You very well. You're asking for death. Lu Mingxian was completely enraged. He suddenly drew the family treasure, the azure-edged sword. Clang! The sword's clear cry pierced the air. The power of the mid-grade spiritual weapon erupted with a roar. With the spiritual power of the 12th layer of qi refining at its peak, his aura was almost at the foundation establishment stage. Gasps erupted from the crowd below. Lu Yunhai clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his face brimming with satisfaction. Only Lu Yunpeng, watching the 2 figures on the stage, wore a complex expression. He sighed deeply. Then, Lu Chun turned around. His gaze locked onto Lu Yunhai on the high platform. His voice rang out clearly, echoing across the venue. Lu Yunhai, was it not you who said yesterday, on the arena, fists and feet have no eyes, and life and death are left to fate? Lu Yunhai's smile froze. Last night, I practiced the snow shadow blade technique left behind by my father. Lu Qin's voice was deliberate, enunciating each word. I've made some progress. If, later on, I accidentally fail to hold back my blade and end up killing your son, he paused briefly. Then, the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. You wouldn't blame me, would you? As these words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Then, an explosion of thunderous laughter erupted. Ha ha! What did he say? Snow shadow blade technique? That's famously difficult to master. Without 3 to 5 years, you can't even scratch the surface. This kid is crazy, bragging without a shred of preparation, facing death and still talking big. The mocking laughter swept across the square like a storm. Lu Yunhai suppressed his amusement, feigning magnanimity as he waved his hand. Lu Chun, my dear nephew, rest assured. This family head keeps his word. I will not hold you accountable. But if my son Mingxian accidentally kills you, then you can only blame your lack of skill. His tone was filled with playful mockery, as if teasing a talking pet. Lu Chun nodded. Good. With the family head's assurance, I can rest easy. His voice was soft, yet it carried clearly to every ear. As an elder brother, I'll let you make 3 moves. He turned to Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian, you may strike first. Arrogant. Dot. Lu Mingxian, already impatient, roared furiously, his azure-edged sword bursting forth with dazzling cold light. He unleashed the Lu family's ultimate technique. Like a venomous snake, it aimed straight for Lu Chen's vital points. The first strike, Lu Chen slightly shifted his stance, effortlessly dodging. He didn't even turn around. The second strike, Lu Chen's steps were mysterious. With just a small adjustment, the sword edge brushed past his sleeve, even slicing a few threads of fabric. But it didn't harm him. The third strike, Lu Chen seemed to predict every trajectory. With just a backward lean, the killing blow missed its mark. 3 moves are over. Lu Chen's cold voice rang out. No unnecessary words. Only absolute indifference. In the next moment, a blade light brighter than the morning sun, colder than icy frost, suddenly appeared without warning, as if teleporting. No one saw how he drew his blade. No one even noticed when the snow shadow flying blade appeared in his hand. The crowd only felt their vision blur. That stunning blade light, like the sigh of death, flashed and vanished. Time seemed to freeze. At that moment, Lu Mingxuan's forward-charging posture froze in place. The sneer on his face had yet to fade. The madness in his eyes had already turned into utter bewilderment and disbelief. A thin line of blood slowly appeared on his neck, from left to right, precise to a terrifying degree. Splurt. In the next instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. The azure-edged sword in his hand clattered to the ground, and his head, along the smooth, mirror-like cut, slowly slid off. Deprived of the body's support, it spun in the air. Thud, a muffled sound. It rolled onto the arena floor. One strike. Just one strike. Instant kill. The entire venue fell into dead silence. All the laughter, jeers, and chatter abruptly ceased. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped everyone's throat. Every person widened their eyes, opened their mouths, like ducks being strangled. Their faces were filled with extreme shock and horror. And fear. The fear of seeing death itself. The wind swept across the square, carrying a heavy scent of blood and a certain chill from hell. On the stage, only Lu Chun stood with a blade in hand. His robes fluttered, resembling a god of slaughter. His gaze swept across the crowd. No one dared to meet his eyes. At that moment, everyone realized a terrifying truth. Lu Chun was never a waste. He was merely asleep. And now, he had awakened. My son Mingxian. Watching his son's head fall to the ground, Lu Yunhai's mind froze for 2 seconds. Then, it was a sound no human could make. His entire body trembled. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and his eye sockets seemed about to burst. The spiritual power of his foundation establishment peak could no longer be contained and erupted violently. The entire square was filled with flying sand and stones. You little beast. How dare you kill my son? I'll tear you to pieces. Devour you alive. He was like a madman, his hands raised high, every finger trembling. A terrifying palm strike, infused with his lifetime's cultivation, frantically condensed in his palms. The spiritual power was so intense that even the air twisted under its pressure. The killing intent was overwhelming. He swore to crush this little bastard in front of him with one strike. Come on! He roared and struck fiercely, fast as lightning, brutal to the extreme. Everyone held their breath. In the distance, Lu Yunping's face suddenly changed dramatically. Second brother, stop! He screamed in panic. He wanted to rush over to intervene, but it was too late. The distance was too far. There was no time. Everyone's eyes widened. At that moment, no one believed Lu Chun could survive. No one. A full-force strike from a Foundation establishment peak cultivator. This kid was doomed. He would be turned into pulp. Absolutely smashed into pulp. But just then, bang! A muffled sound. It wasn't the sound of the palm strike hitting a body. It was the sound of bones breaking. Lu Yunhai's body suddenly flew backward, like a kite with a broken string, like an egg being violently thrown by an invisible giant hand. Ah! He screamed in midair. Before he even hit the ground, blood was already spraying wildly. It splattered across half the sky. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a pit. His spiritual power instantly dissipated. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze slowly shifted from the broken body to a thin, frail figure. Ghost-like, it appeared in front of Lu Chun, hunched over, leaning on an ebony cane, as if it had never moved. But the icy aura emanating from it made every person present catch their breath. Suffocate. Truly suffocate. Some people's legs began to weaken. Golden core. A voice, somewhat broken, sounded. It's a golden core expert. Instantly, someone screamed. That voice was filled with fear, filled with despair. Only then did the others snap out of their daze, their faces full of horror as they looked at Lu Chun. The things in their eyes had changed. Completely changed. They suddenly realized, this waste who had been mocked for over a decade. Behind him stood a golden core expert, a being capable of crushing the entire Lu family with a single thought. And Lu Chun, his gaze was cold, looking at the severely injured, blood-spitting Lu Yunhai. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only a bone-chilling coldness. He walked forward. Each step was heavy, as if he wanted to crush something. Lu Yunhai desperately tried to get up, but his hands were already crippled. You, what are you trying to do? His voice trembled. It pleaded. Lu Chun's gaze grew colder. Cut the weeds, remove the roots, he said softly, as if commenting on the day's weather. Then, his figure shot out like lightning. The snow shadow throwing knife in his hand emitted a joyful hum. Within that hum was the omen of death. The knife transformed into a flash of cold light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, straight for the throat. The most sinister and swift killing move in the snow shadow knife technique. Lu Yunhai's pupils instantly dilated. He felt it, that faint icy touch on his neck. Before he could finish, splurt. Blood splattered. A head soared into the sky, spun once in the air. Then, it crashed onto the arena, rolling across the ground, its face frozen in extreme shock and unwillingness. The lips still moved. Once, twice, 3 times, as if trying to say something. But no sound came out. Only those eyes, wide open in death, truly unable to rest in peace. The entire Lu family square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone froze in place. The elders, the Yun family father and daughter, the other guests, all stared blankly at the young man standing with his knife, then at the 2 headless corpses on the ground. A chill ran from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Ruthless, too ruthless. Not only was his strength overwhelming, but his actions were decisively brutal. He killed without hesitation, father and son, not sparing a single one. Lu Yunpeng was completely stunned. He looked at the murderous Lu Chun, as if seeing his nephew for the first time. Who was this? That boy who used to be a useless waste every day? Lu Chun slowly sheathed the snow shadow throwing knife. His gaze was calm, sweeping over the elders one by one. No one dared to meet his eyes. All lowered their heads. Then he spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. It echoed across the square. Lu Yunhai and his son have persecuted the family's direct line for years, eliminated dissent, and plunged the Lu family into chaos. Their crimes deserve death. Today, I, Lu Chun, am merely cleaning house for the ancestors of the Lu family and enforcing family law. He paused. His gaze swept across the crowd. Does anyone object? Silence. Deep silence. Those elders who usually held themselves high all lowered their heads. Cold sweat soaked their backs. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Object? Who would dare object? Didn't they see the family head's head still rolling on the ground? To step forward now would be to court death. Lu Chun turned to Lu Yunpeng. His tone softened. Slightly. Third uncle, he said. I have no interest in the position of family head. Everyone's ears perked up. What would he say next? Lu Chen's voice was resolute. I propose that you succeed as the head of the Lu family. Lu Yunpeng's body trembled. He wanted to say something. But Lu Chun continued. Only you are worthy of this position. Only you can lead the Lu family back on track and restore its former glory. Lu Yunpeng's entire body shook. Not from fear, but from emotion and responsibility. He took a deep breath. All hesitation turned into determination. He stepped forward. His tiger-like eyes radiated authority. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, thanks to Chinner's trust, if the elders have no objections, I, Lu Yunpeng, will accept the position of family head. No one dared to oppose. The matter was settled. In the following days, news of the Lu family's power shift swept through Qingyun City like a storm. The heads of various major forces visited one after another. Officially, they came to befriend Lu Yunpeng, but their true purpose was to probe Lu Chun. When they confirmed that Lu Chun indeed had a golden core powerhouse behind him, their attitudes changed instantly. From hostility to eagerness, with a hint of reverence. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Chun began an internal purge. Swift and decisive. Back then, those collateral family members who actively participated in persecution, slander, and kicking others when they were down, none of them escaped. At best, their cultivation was abolished, and they were expelled from the Lu family. At worst, they were executed on the spot as a warning to others. In just a few days, the atmosphere within the Lu family was completely transformed. No one dared to show even the slightest disrespect toward the direct lineage of the family head anymore. As for Yun Wanner, who had always been opportunistic, Lu Chen dealt with her even more decisively. He directly ordered someone to throw the marriage contract in front of the Yun family. Marriage contract, void. 3 words. Yun Wanner's face instantly turned pale. She never expected that the man she once couldn't even bother to glance at would dare to humiliate her like this. Unfortunately, the Yun family was merely a small branch family. Even though she was filled with resentment, she could only swallow her anger and force a smile. But could Yun Wanner truly accept this? Lu Chun, she suddenly screamed. How dare you humiliate me like this? Her voice was sharp and piercing. There has never been a man that Yun Wanner rejects. No man has ever dared to reject me. Just you wait. Her face twisted in fury. The humiliation of today, I will repay it 100-fold in the future. Her fingernails dug into her palms, and blood slowly dripped down. But she felt no pain, only hatred. Deep, profound hatred. A seed of vengeance was planted in her heart. This seed would surely take root and grow. After the dust settled, in the study of the Lu family, Lu Chun and Lu Yunpeng sat across from each other. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Lu Chun broke the silence. Third uncle, the matters of the Lu family are resolved. He spoke calmly. I plan to leave. Lu Yunpeng looked at his nephew, whose killing intent had not yet dissipated. His throat felt dry. He took a deep breath and forced himself to speak. Sure. He paused, as if carefully choosing his words. Your second uncle and his faction indeed deserve their punishment. But among his lineage, there are still some women, children, and elderly. His voice grew softer. After all, they are still of Lu family blood. Could you spare them? Lu Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. Third uncle, he interrupted directly, his voice as cold as ice. My rules are simple. When cutting weeds, you must remove the roots. He slowly turned away, his eyes unwavering. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. His voice was light, but every word struck Lu Yunpeng's heart. If I spare them today, and one of them gains an opportunity in the future and rises to power, he turned to Lu Yunpeng. The first people they will kill will be you and me. Lu Yunpeng opened his mouth, wanting to persuade further. But Lu Chen raised his hand. Third uncle, there's no need to say more. His tone was resolute. Let me be the villain in this matter. Second uncle Lu Yunhai's lineage, leave no one alive. All of Lu Yunping's words got stuck in his throat. He suddenly recalled the years he had repeatedly backed down out of familial sentiment. And what had that brought him? It had led to his second brother's increasingly severe persecution, almost costing the life of the only bloodline of his eldest brother. He exhaled heavily, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes turning into determination. "No need for you to act," he said. "Let your third uncle handle this dirty work." He firmly patted Lu Chen's shoulder, his voice hoarse but full of strength. "Chener, go ahead and forge your path. The Lu family will always be your support. The bloodstained sins, let your third uncle bear them." Lu Chen took out a jade slip. It was the snow shadow blade technique. He spoke slowly. "Third uncle, this blade technique is exceptionally powerful. In the future, let it serve as the token of inheritance for the family head position." Lu Yunpeng accepted the jade slip, his hands trembling slightly. He suddenly understood. His nephew truly had no interest in the Lu family. From beginning to end, what he desires has never been power or influence. What he desires is simply to live and leave.